Imagine if instead of building 5 projects to fill up your resume, you could have one amazing app that would impress any recruiters. If that's what you want, then welcome to this video in which you will learn how to build a beautiful full-stack Trello clone. I will take you from the beginning and you will learn all of the major concepts that any full-stack developer should know. Our Trello clone will include a beautiful landing page, a fully functional user authentication system, a dashboard so users can create new boards and filter through the ones they have, and a fully functional Trello board with drag and drop functionality. On top of that, this whole project will include billing and subscriptions so that the user has to pay in order to have access to creating more than one board. This isn't like any other project you see on YouTube. This next 7 hours will take you to a whole nother level. And the best part, you can check the entire codebase in the description for free, together with the links to all of the services that we will be using. If you are excited for the video, make sure to leave a like, it will help the channel a lot. So now, let's get started. Okay everyone, so let's get started building the project. As you can see over here, I have a folder that I opened up inside of my VS Code. I just called it Trello Clone Tutorial, and I want to open up our terminal so that we can run the create next app command. So I'm going to run over here npx create next app. I'm going to press enter. It's going to ask for a project name, and I want to just create this project inside of the directory that I'm already inside of. So I'm just going to put a dot. Then it's going to ask us if we want to use TypeScript. Now, I do want to use TypeScript for this tutorial, but as all my tutorials go, if you're not familiar with TypeScript, I'll do my best to explain as much as I can as I write. However, I do recommend that you learn TypeScript if you're working with a Next.js project. So I'm going to press enter for yes for TypeScript, yes for ESLint, yes for Tailwind, no for source, yes for app router, yes for TurboPack, no for import alias, and it will generate our Next.js project. So it will be generating the project using a Tailwind, and that's the CSS library that we're going to be using for this tutorial. Now that I've finished creating our project, I want to go into my terminal and I just want to run npm run dev so that we can actually run the project and see it appearing on our screen. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go to localhost 3000, and as you can see, we have here the most basic Next.js project appearing in our screen. Now let's go ahead and install all of the packages and libraries that we're going to be using in this project. So I like to maintain our project with the least amount of external libraries as possible, just so that our project is maintainable in the future in case one of those libraries end up not actually continue to be maintained. However, for this project specifically, there's a lot of them that are kind of standard in the industry, and all the libraries that I picked are libraries that are already have a track record of being maintained and are very, very popular. So the first thing we want to install is I'm going to run npm install, and I want to install Supabase. So we're going to be using Supabase for this project as our database and basically handling all of our backend stuff. So I'm going to be installing the SSR version of it, which is the server-side rendering version of it, which is perfect for a Next.js project. I'm also going to be using React DND, which is it stands for React drag and drop. Basically, it's the library we're going to be using for the Trello-like drag and drop features of moving your tasks throughout the list that you have set. So there's a couple different versions of this library that we need to install. So we're going to install DndKit, and we're going to install the core version. Then we're also going to install the DndKit sortable, and we're also going to be installing the utilities library. Now, we also will be using a UI library for this project, and I always recommend using one just so that because it makes it a lot quicker for you to build your project. And we're going to be using ShadCN together with Radix UI for this. So there's a couple Radix UI libraries that we need to install. So I'm going to be installing here Radix UI React Dialog because we're going to have dialogues in our project. I'm also going to be installing React Label, which is going to help us with some UI stuff, and React Select, and also React Slot. Now, obviously, a lot of these might not make sense right now because we haven't started building the project, but as we use them, I'll reference them and you will understand what each of them do. Now, we'll also be having a bunch of icons in our project. And just for ease, I like to use Lucid React for that. So I'm going to be using Lucid React. And together with Radix UI, some of the components are going to require this library called class variance authority. So we just need to install it for compatibility reasons. And also, we're going to be using Tailwind for this. And there's a nifty little library that we can use to make it easier for us to see Tailwind class names when they become too big. If you've ever coded in Tailwind before, you might have run into the problem where maybe the class names are just too big to fit in one line. So we're going to be using a mix of two libraries to make it easy for us to prevent that. So the first one is going to be called Tailwind Merge, and the second one is going to be called CLSX. Now finally, we're going to be having authentication in this project and also billing in this project. And for both of them, they're going to be handled by Clerk, which is a great service to provide an easy setup for our authentication, and it also makes it super easy for us to set up billing in our project. The billing through Clerk is going to be directly through Stripe, so we're going to have no problems with that. So I'm going to just press enter over here, and we're going to install all of these packages. So this should be the versions of all the dependencies that we have. Just make sure you have, if there's an issue with any of the code, it might be because we have differing versions, but I got the latest version for all of them. And I also forgot to install last one. It's going to be called Tailwind Animate CSS, and we just need to install that, and we should be good to go. Now let's set up the ShadCN stuff. And if you remember correctly, what I said was that we're going to be using a UI library in this project, and a UI library in this case is not like Tailwind. It's a library that provides us a lot of components with some pre-made styles that are going to make it super easy for us to just literally copy, add it into our project, and use it. And ShadCN is probably the biggest component library out there for this kind of stuff, and it's super easy for us to set it up as well. The way we're going to do this is we're going to run npx ShadCN at latest, just like this. And I'm going to run init. Now, if you don't have ShadCN, that should ask you to install ShadCN, but this should initialize ShadCN in our project. So you see here, it says, do you want to proceed with version 2.8.0? I'm going to put Y, and it's going to install it for me. Then it's going to ask us which color do we want to use as our base color. You can choose. They have a bunch of different colors over here, and that's going to determine what the base color is for your components. So make sure you choose one that makes sense for you. I'm going to choose neutral just to keep it simple. And as you can see, a couple things were done into our project. So first of all, a components.json was created. This is essential for configuration related to ShadCN, but we're not going to touch it. The second thing is, if we go to this lib folder over here, we now have this utils file that created this CN function over here. Now, this was all done using those two libraries that we already installed, so Tailwind Merge and CLSX, and we installed them exactly for this. It makes it such that we can now use this function to combine class names whenever we do, whenever we're writing Tailwind class names, and it's going to make it super easy for us. Now, the final thing that it did for us is it just enabled ShadCN to work in our project. And we can add different ShadCN components that we want to use very easily. So I recommend that you go to the ShadCN website if you want to add more stuff than what we're going to be using in this project. However, basically in this project, we're going to be using only around 10 components that are made by ShadCN. And the way we install them is like this. I'm going to run npx ShadCN. I'm going to write add, and then I'm going to write the name of the component. So for example, I want to add a button. So I'll just put a button. I can also add a card, an input, a label, a text area, a dialog, a select, and a badge. So those are all the components from ShadCN that I want to add. What this is going to do is it is going to create a file inside of a folder called components. And inside of that folder, there's going to be a folder called UI. And it's going to put different files for each of these components. So I'm going to press enter. And it's going to, again, ask if I want to proceed. I'm not sure why it keeps doing this. It never did that to me before. And when I install this, we should see that it created the 8 files. And each of the files are going to be components that, like I said, exist inside of a components folder, which now created a UI folder with each of the files. So we can check to see if this is actually happening. And yes, it is. You can see over here, each folder, like the folders are created and each file has the individual components. And now whenever we want to use those components, we can literally just call them. It's that simple. Now, I think it's time for us to address one thing. So we're going to be using a lot of colors in this project, but obviously a lot of the colors are already determined by ShadCN. So through all the commands that we just ran, you can see that a bunch of CSS was added to this globals.css, and we're pretty much not going to touch this. We're going to write everything already directly using Tailwind and using, of course, the colors and everything that we've created with ShadCN, so we maintain a consistency. You see that all of these libraries were also added to this file, so we don't have to worry about them. So now let's start with the most simple thing that we can do so far, which is create a navbar for navigating through our project. So if you remember, we have a navbar at the top, which shows the logo of the website, right? This is a Trello clone. I'm going to put the Trello logo, and it, at least in the home page, if you're not authenticated already, it's going to have a sign in and a get started page. So I'm going to come over here, and in our components folder, I want to create a file called navbar.tsx. Now, remember, I made this outside of the UI folder. I don't want there to be any confusions. Now, in this component, we're going to make it into a client component. Navbars are usually client components because there's a lot of UI and maybe some interactivity that are required here. So we'll make this into a client component. Then I want to export default function, and I'm going to export the navbar component. Now, there's a lot of stuff that are going to be passed in as props to this component. However, trust me, that is for later. For now, we don't really need to do anything. Then what I want to do here is I want to just return a header tag that is going to include a div. Now on this div, we're going to have the logo or the title together with all of the other links in this navbar. Now for the title, we're going to make another div in here, and we're going to put the Trello icon. Now this is an icon from Lucid React, and we can just put it directly here together with a span that is going to have the name of the website. So something like Trello clone. Now, if I go back here, now I'll set the window like this so you guys can see everything better and already see the UI changes happening. Well, we need to call this navbar component somewhere in our project so that it actually is used. Now, normally when I have a navbar component, since it's something that should be accessible everywhere in the project, I usually put it in the layout file over here because that means that it will be accessible no matter which route we're in. However, there's a difference here because the navbar is going to change a lot depending on which page you're in, and we need to know which page we're in order to make those changes. So I'm actually going to be calling them in the individual pages. So I'm going to delete this entire thing over here, which comes with the initial code that comes with Next.js. I'm going to delete it. You see everything becomes white now. And I want to put over here the navbar as a component that I'm calling, and I need to import it so you can see this at the top. Now, wrapping this home component over here, I'll just set up the class names for the styles for this, for what a page looks like in our website. And for every page, we're going to set first a minimum height of the screen so that it has the entire height of whatever screen you're using so that it's fully responsive. Then we're actually going to make this have a cool gradient color. I'm going to make this be a BG gradient. I'm setting the gradient of the background to be from blue 50 via white to purple 50. And what this will do is it will create a slight gradient appearing in our screen, and it's also diagonal kinda. If you actually increase these values, let me make it 100, you see it actually more appearing better, but let me make this one also be 100 so you see everything. Let me make actually all of them be 500. Yeah, so you kind of see what effect we're going for. It's very small, but I like to edit. It gives a good tint, especially when you have other items on the screen. You'll see it more easily. Now, what I want to do is in this navbar, let's go back here. I want to go to this header tag over here, and I want to set the class name to first have a border at the bottom. Then I want to set the color of the navbar to be white, but with an 80% of opacity. I'm setting it to have a backdrop blur and make that small, so it gives kind of like that glassy look. I'm making the navbar be sticky, so it's always at the top no matter as we scroll. And I'm setting it to have a position of top 0 and a Z of 50, so we can clearly see it. Then on this div over here, let's add more class names. I'm gonna set this to have a container class, which comes directly with Tailwind. We're setting the margin X to auto, so it will push a little bit. Then I'm setting the padding X on the X direction to 4, the padding on the Y direction to 3, which will make it a little bit more like a navbar in size. And on a small screen, since I'm trying to make all of this responsive, I want to set the padding on the Y direction to be 4. Now, I'm setting the display to be flex, the items to be center, and I also want to justify in between. Perfect. Now, a lot of this styling might not be visible yet because we haven't added everything, but it will make sense as we go through. For this div, I want to put a display of flex as well. Now they're right next to each other. I'm centering the items, which they kind of already are. And I'm setting a space in the X direction of 2, so the logo and the Trello clone have a little bit of a gap in between them. Now for this Trello logo, let's actually add some color to it and some styles. I want to first make it bigger, so I'm setting the height and the width to 6. I always make them be the same value. Then I want to set it on a small screen to actually have a bigger height because it makes more sense. And we are in a small screen right now, by the way. So you see the height of it will become 8. And on a small screen, I'm going to make the width of it to become 8 as well. Now I'm going to change the color of this to make it blue 600 because that's the theme of our website. And on this span, I'm going to add another class name. Let me also just take out this space. And on this class name, I just want to make the title of the website be a lot bigger. So text XL. On a small screen, it's going to be even better. It's going to be 2XL. And I'm setting the font to be bold and the text to have a grayish, blackish look. Perfect. Now, if you remember in the navbar, especially in the homepage, there's two things that appear over here. The first thing is it first lists out the name of the user who's authenticated, and also it has a button to navigate to the dashboard. But if the user is not authenticated, it should show the login or button, or at least the sign up button as well. So that's our blocker for now. We need to set up authentication in this project. And the best way for us to do this is by using Clerk. So Clerk, obviously, like I mentioned, it is a platform that allows you to do a lot of things. They have a lot of solutions, but more specifically, they are really good with user authentication, and they're launching their beta for billing, which is what we're using for this project. In this project, we want the user to be able to set up their account and create different boards, just like they would with a Trello website or Jira, for example. However, we only want to allow them to sign up and create one board as the maximum amount if they are in the free account. So they'll try it out, they'll create their board. If they like what they're doing, they want to create more boards, then they have to pay some amount. And obviously to do that, it's a bit complicated. It obviously involves a lot of steps on the way, but Clerk is going to make it super easy for us. Not only that, they have a lot of cool UIs that we're going to be using in this project, and it's going to be super simple for us to just sign up our users, create their accounts, and set up billing. So what I want to do is I want to sign in with my account, but if you don't have an account, definitely create one. I'm signing in with GitHub, so I'll just click this and it will automatically sign me in. Now, obviously, I have a couple websites with my GitHub account, as you can see over here. And I want to click on Create Application, and I want to give it a name. So I'm going to call it Trello Clone App. I don't know, because I already have a Trello clone, as you saw over there when I built this website first. And then we want to choose how we're going to allow a user to sign up to their account. And Clerk has a lot of different options as supported over here. As you can see, you can even sign up with Slack, with Bitbucket, whatever, with Coinbase. I usually like to do one email option, so like email and password option. And the second option is usually with either Google or GitHub. Now, both options you need to get some API keys, and I'm personally going to be choosing for this tutorial GitHub as one of the options. So you can see Clerk shows us how the sign up mode is going to look like. It's going to look like this. You have a continue with GitHub button, or you can use your email address. And the reason why I'm using GitHub is just because it's super simple to set it up. Google is also simple, but I think GitHub makes more sense in this tutorial. So I'm going to choose that, and we're going to click on Create Application. Now, it might take a little bit, but as you can see, it's actually pretty quick, and we have successfully created our app. Now with Clerk, you can see that here's the things that we need to do. So we chose Next.js as what we're using for our integration. We need to install Clerk Next.js, which we definitely already did. Then we need to set up our Clerk API keys. So I'm just going to click here to copy. These are my keys. By the time you're watching this video, they're definitely gone, so don't try to copy them. And I'm going to come over here and I'm going to create a .env file, and I'm just going to paste them. So there's a public Clerk publishable key, which obviously will be accessible in the browser. And then there's a secret key that we also need to have access to. Now let's go back over here and let's see what they tell us to do. They tell us to update our middleware.ts. So if you're familiar with Next.js, you know that the middleware.ts, it's a middleware that you can set up for all of your routes. Now we don't have one yet. We just created this project, but what they tell us to do is they tell us to make our middleware.ts look something like this. So what this will do is it will handle all of the middleware layer for authentication using Clerk. When we export this default Clerk middleware, it handles everything for us. So that's great. We just import that from Clerk Next.js server, and we need to have this in order for it to actually work. It will, as you can see, enable authentication, and we can even configure which routes we want to prevent users from having access to and which ones we don't. So for now, we'll keep it like that. The second thing we need to do is we need to set up the Clerk provider, and specifically we need to set it up in our root layout. So the Clerk provider is going to make it such that every single component we have in our project will have access to all of the different components and functions that are provided by Clerk. So what we want to do is we want to come here and we want to wrap our entire project with the Clerk provider. So we'll import this, we'll just wrap this around, and obviously we need to import the Clerk provider. It didn't automatically import, so let me try here. Import Clerk provider from @clerk/Next.js, and now we should be good to go. Now we're pretty much done. And you might be wondering, what about those API keys for OAuth that you mentioned that would be a little bit harder to do with Google than with something like GitHub? Well, technically, when you're using Clerk and you're using it in development, Clerk uses a shared pre-configured credential. So these are technically not fully secure for production use. So if you're going to deploy your project for production, you definitely want to get your own API keys for OAuth. However, in the development, you don't need to do anything. It's as easy as just setting this up and it will be ready for us to use. So I'm going to come back over here and let's go into our project. In our Navbar component, we can now add the sign in and sign up buttons. So right below this div over here, we want to add another div. I wrote that completely wrong, but on this div, we want to add a class name that is going to have a display of flex. Then it's going to have items that will be centered. And we're going to have the X gap in space in the X direction of 2. Now on a small screen, we're going to make that even bigger. I'm going to set the gap between the items in the X direction to 4. Now, let me actually pull this up like this, like we had it before, so you guys can see it better. Inside of here, we're going to add another div. And for this div, we want to add the sign in and the sign out button, and then the sign up button. So we'll say sign in button, which we can import from Clerk. And we're going to also have the sign up button. Those two are great. They're very easy for us to literally just import and use, and they implement all of the functionality to actually sign in and sign up the user. Now, inside of them, we actually want to wrap them around with a ShadCN button for UI purposes. So one of them is going to be obviously for like the component that we're using as the wrapper. It handles the on-click functionality, the authentication stuff, and all of that. But whatever we put inside of it is the UI that will be representing that button. So here we're adding a button that is the first one is going to say sign in, and the second one is going to say sign up. Now we're going to make them a little bit different. With the ShadCN UI stuff, you can actually apply a variant to them. So for example, for the first one, I want to apply the ghost variant, which will make it such that it doesn't actually have a background. Also, I want to put a size to it, and I want to set the size to be small. Then finally, let's apply some class name. And for the class name, I actually want to just set the text to be small on a big screen, and on a small screen, I want to set it to be even, the big screen is going to be extra small. On a small screen, it's just going to be small. Then for the sign up button, we actually want to keep it exactly the same, but just the only change is the sizing. So the color will remain the same, but the sizes will go down. Perfect. Now, look what happens. If I click on this, we actually get redirected already to a page where we can create our account with GitHub or with our email address. And all of this is because we set it up in our Clerk dashboard. So let's do that. Let me click here, sign up, and let me go with continue with GitHub, and let's create our first account. Now, by doing this, I'll authorize Clerk to create our account, and I'll be redirected back to the home page. Now, nothing really has changed, but if I go over here and I go to users, you see that now the first user was created in our project. And we can start using some of the Clerk's functionality to detect if the user is signed up or not. So for example, let's start with the most basic thing. This Navbar, we want to change it so that it actually has a link to the dashboard where you actually create your boards and stuff when you are authenticated, and we shouldn't see this information. So how do I do that? Well, with Clerk, we have this very nice hook called useUser. And since we're inside of a client component, we have access to it. And with this hook, we get information such that the user is signed in or not, and the user information. So why is that cool? Well, first of all, in this UI over here, we don't really want to show it every single time. We only want to show this if the user is not signed in. If the user is signed in, we actually want to show a different div. So I'll wrap this around like this, and I'll put this part with a div around it as well. So I'll just wrap this around with another div, and actually I should push this div out, and this should be good to go. Let me just wrap this around with parentheses, and let me just close this up and remove this div. Sorry about that confusion, but this is what it should look like. We should have a div that wraps around the sign-in buttons, and we should put some new UI whenever the user is signed in or not. In our case right now, we are signed in, so we really don't see anything. Now, if the user is signed in, here's what we want to do. We want to first create this div. We're going to apply some styling to it. We're going to say the display is flex. The direction of the display is going to be column. But on a small screen, since it's going to be like mobile, we're going to have it be a row. Now I'm setting it all to be at the end, so they're all going to be over here. And on a small screen, I'll make it be center. Now I'll put a gap in the Y direction to be 1. But on a small screen, I'll put a gap in the Y direction to be 0. And I'll do the exact same thing on a small screen, but I'll set a gap in the X direction to be 4. Now, let's actually make it such that all of those changes are a parent. So let's put enter over here, and let's start with the first piece of UI that will appear on the navbar when the user signed in. So the first thing is we want to see a welcome screen, which will say welcome and then show the name of the, but we want to show the welcome message with the user's name or their email, depending on which, like how they signed up for their account. So I'm going to put a span over here, and on this span, not spam, sorry, it's going to be span. On this span, we want to add a welcome message. And on this welcome message, I want to add the user, which we got from the useUser hook. And you can see we get a bunch of stuff related to the user. More specifically, I want to get the user's first name. And you see that immediately it says welcome Pedro. But here's the thing, I signed up using my GitHub account. I didn't sign up using my email and password. When you sign up using email and password, there's no place to put your name. Obviously, you can later change that and add your name, but in the cases in which a user didn't sign up with the GitHub account, then we actually want to show their email address. And they might have multiple, so that's why Clerk provides an array for email addresses. But in our case, it'll just be one, so we'll get the first one in the list, and we'll just get the email address from that. Now, nothing has changed here because remember, we signed up with GitHub, so we see welcome Pedro. Now on this span, I want to put a class name. Let's make the text be extra small. Then I want to set on a small screen for the text to be just small. Then what I want to see is I want to set the color to be text gray 600. And then inside of, and then below this, let's add a link. Now this link is going to be from Next link, and it's going to be the first link we're going to have in our website. Now it's going to take us to the dashboard page, which we haven't made yet, but we will make it. Now inside of this link, I want to have a button. I actually want to make it into a link that is a button. And why I'm using a button is because this button component has no on-click functionality, but it does make it look like it is a button. And inside of here, I'm going to say go to dashboard, just like this. And here I'm going to be using an arrow. So that's an actual icon from Lucid. It's going to be the arrow right icon. And it's just to indicate where we're going. Now, technically in a small screen, I don't want to show this icon over here. I just want to show it if it's in the big screen, something like this. So what I want to do is on this span, I actually want to set it to have a display of hidden, but starting on a small screen, we'll make the display of block. So you'll see that now when it becomes big, it appears, and as it goes smaller, it actually disappears and just the button exists. Now, I also want to put some styling to this button. So the size of it is going to be small, and I'm also going to put the text to be extra small, and I want to make the on a small screen to be small. Perfect. Now, when I click on this, I want to be able to go to the dashboard. And since we don't have the dashboard page, that's not working. But we perfectly set up authentication in our project, and we can start building the dashboard page so that we can actually have the core functionality done. So I'm going to close here the Navbar component and this as well. And we're not going to be building the home page yet. This is probably going to be the last thing we build because it is pretty much just going to be UI with not really any functionality. So it's going to take a little bit away from the core concept of this project, which is all of the backend stuff, all of the board stuff. So we're doing that last, and we're focusing on what matters, which is probably this dashboard page over here. So how are we going to do this? Well, we're going to come over here and we're going to create the dashboard page. We're going to create a folder called dashboard. And in here, we're going to create a file called page.tsx. Now in here, we're going to export default function, and we're going to export the dashboard page. Now in the dashboard page, we're going to return a div, which we're going to just apply simple class names. We're going to say minimum height will be screen, and we're setting the background color of it to be gray 50. So very, very slight. Now inside of this div, I want to call the navbar. Now remember, we are actually calling the navbar in each individual page. We only have 3 pages in this project, and not putting on the layout. And it will become very evident why really soon. So starting off, it's weird. Why are we in the dashboard and there's a go to dashboard page or button, right? So like I said, the Navbar is going to change depending on which page you're in. And the easiest way for us to do this is the following. We want to get the path of where the user is directly inside of this Navbar. And we can do this by using the use path name hook. So we'll use the use path name hook from Next Navigation, and we can create a couple booleans here. For example, we can decide if the user is in the home page, so is home page, by checking if the path name is equal to an empty slash. That will determine if the user is in the home page, and we'll build our UI based on that. The second one is the dashboard page. So we'll check for that, but in that case, the path name will have to be slash dashboard. Now the last one is the board page. Now we haven't made that yet, and I haven't indicated to you guys how that's going to look like. But basically, when you go to individual board, it's going to look like this. There's going to be a link called boards, and then some sort of ID for that board. I don't haven't determined yet how it's going to look like, but all we know is that it's going to start with the path name called board or boards, and then it's going to have something later. So what we're going to do here is we're going to determine if it's a board page by checking to see if the path name starts with, and it starts with this boards slash. So that's how we know. And now that means that in the UI that we just created here for this page, we can only return this UI if the user is in the home page. So we'll actually delete all of this or wrap this around with this. But if the user is in the dashboard page, we're going to return something else. And I also need to return something like by default. So actually what I like to do is I want to keep this is homepage as the default one. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to put this down below. I just did that for you guys to understand what we're doing. And we technically don't need to have this is homepage. We only need the dashboard and the board page. Now, we haven't created the is dashboard page yet, and that's why this UI is now appearing. But if I just return here a div, you'll see that now it will disappear. Perfect. So what do we want to see in the dashboard page? Well, pretty much a lot of what we saw in the home page. Most of the actual changes are in the board page, but we don't want to see this insanity over here of seeing if the user is signed in or not, because technically the user has to be signed in when they get to this page. What we want to see instead is we actually want to see the user button instead of this dashboard button. Now, what is the user button? This button is really cool. It shows the logo of the user who's signed in, and it is also a button that you can click and do stuff like manage your account, such as like adding the name of your, like changing your profile picture, adding more email addresses, and so on. So here is also where we're going to be managing billing. So if a user wants to change their plans, it will be here that they will do that. And here's also where the user can sign out. That's why we didn't add a sign out button. So this is a great thing that Clerk provides, super easy, just add it to your screen, and that's it. Now let's close the Navbar and let's start building the dashboard page. Now for this page, we'll start with some UI before we get into the main core issue with this page, which is us having to set up our databases. So we'll create this tag over here called main, and it's going to contain the main part of the main content of the dashboard page. We're going to set the class name to be container. We're setting the margin in the X direction to auto, but the padding in the X direction to be 4 and in the Y direction to be 6. And on a small screen, we'll set that to 8. So we'll say padding Y equals to 8. Now inside of here, we're going to add a welcome section. So it's going to be a div, which is going to have an H1 tag that is going to say welcome back. And then we're going to just put the user's first name. Now to get the user, of course, we need to use that hook from Clerk. And to use that hook, we actually need to turn this into a client component. Now, we do that by saying use client, and you might have noticed that a lot of our components in this project are going to be client components, which for some people might be weird since we're using Next.js. But I mean, this is Trello clone, and it requires a lot of client functionality. So we're going to be using client components whenever needed, but we're still going to have some of the benefits of server-side rendering when we are creating our layouts and our other server components. Now with this use client, we can now get the user info from the user hook from Clerk. So we're going to import the user, and we're going to get the user.firstName. Now, similar to what we've had before, we want to also detect if that's valid. So if it isn't valid, we want to get the user.email addresses, get the first one, and then get the email address. So we're going to put an exclamation mark here, and we're going to put a little emoji for like hello, just to appear after. And for this, I actually want to apply some class names. Let's set the margin bottom to be 6. Let's set it on a small screen to be 8. So there's some space. And on the H1 tag, I want to set the text to be 2XL. So it's a lot bigger. On a small screen, it's going to be even bigger. So it's going to be 3XL. And I'm going to set the font to be bold, the text to be gray, 900, which is the same color as the logo, which is kind of black still. And then I'm going to set the margin bottom to be 2. Now below this, we're going to have a p tag, which is going to say, here's what's happening with your boards today. And in this tag, I'm going to say that the color is going to be kind of a secondary color. It's going to be gray 600. Now for the rest of this, we can't really do anything now because we don't have the data for the boards and we haven't added the ability to create a board. So let's start doing that. Now to do that, we're going to be using Supabase, and Supabase is already set up over here. As you can see, I haven't created an account. I have an account and I'm going to sign into that. But if you've never used Supabase in the past, super easy to use. Just go to supabase.com. I'll leave a link in the description and create your account. I'm just going to sign in with GitHub. So I'll click continue with GitHub and I'll sign into my account. After you sign in, you want to click on new project and you want to choose a project name. Now I'm going to call this the Trello clone. Now for the database password, I'm just going to click on generate a password. And you want to choose a region for your Supabase account. So I'm going to choose it to be North California because it's closest to me. And it tells you to select the region closest to your users just because obviously the closer it is, the better the performance. Then we're going to click on create new project. And it is going to generate our Supabase project. Now with this, we can very easily get started with building our database. So right over here, you see we get a project URL and an API key. Now, what is that? So you see, what we want to do is we want to copy this and we want to go back to our code, and I want to go to our .env file. And in here, I want to create 2 variables. So the first is going to be a public Supabase URL. I'm going to set it equal to this. And the second one is going to be a public Supabase anonymous key, and I'm gonna set it equal to whatever we have over here. Then we have connected our Supabase account. Perfect. Now we can go to our table editor, and this is super easy for you to create a table. All you have to do here is just click on create a table, and you can start creating a table for yourself. So the first table that we're gonna create is gonna be the boards table. So I'm gonna come over here and we'll make the boards table. Now I won't put a description. We're going to enable row level security, which basically restricts access to your table depending on a certain set of rules that you set up yourself. And I'm going to obviously do that for you guys as well. Then over here, let's create the columns. Now, obviously we're going to keep by default the ID column and the created at columns just because those are created by default and they're important for us. Then I'm going to come over here, and the first column I want to add is going to be the title column. So when you create a board, you want it to have a title. Now a title is going to be of type text, and it's not going to have a default value. And one thing that we want to allow is that we want to allow that no values are put over here. So we're going to allow it to be nullable, because when you create a board, technically be an empty title, and then you are able to go ahead and change the title. Now, the second thing we want to add is we want to add a description for this board. and it's also going to be a text. And again, it will be nullable by default. Then we want to add a color. Now this is just a cool touch that I wanted to add for this project. And it actually adds a cool aesthetic to it, which will allow you to tag your different boards depending on which color you put them for. Now, the way I'm doing this is through Tailwind colors. So if you put here as the color BG Blue 500, that is going to be the color of that specific board. So that's actually going to be the default value for this. So when you create a board, by default, it's going to be BG Blue 500. Also, we're going to set it to be a text over here, and this should be good to go. Now, the last thing is the user ID. So when you create a board, you want to have a user who's associated to that board. So we're going to set that to be text as well. Now, the rest should be okay. We're just going to actually, I want to remove this. This can't be nullable because when you create a board, you need to have a user ID. Perfect. And then what I want to do is I just want to save this table. It's going to create the table and it's going to add all of the columns. Now I want to already create the other two tables as well, just so we have a clear idea of how the data is going to look like in our project. So the second table is actually going to be called columns. Now, I realized later that I probably could have called it something better, just because obviously this is a SQL table. It's a Postgres database, right? So columns is a keyword that is used in a sense. But what I mean here by columns is when you create a board in Trello, you know how there's different columns, different parts of the board. There's like, if you're making a board that keeps track of the work you're doing, there's maybe going to be a column for the work in progress, a column for the work that is done, one that is currently working, one that is you haven't touched yet. So those are columns. The board is just the whole thing. So a board contains columns. Now in here, we want to keep the ID and the created at, but we want to add a couple more things. So the first thing is we need a board ID because a column exists inside of a board. So we need to make it such that this relates to a board. How do we do that? Well, I click here and we reference this to the boards table. Now we need to specify which column in the boards table the reference exists in, and it is related to the ID column. So basically, we're making a reference such that when we have the board, when we create a column, it knows exactly the information of the board in which it was created. Now over here, there's a couple actions that we can set, and more specifically, action that can be set if for example, data in each of the tables are deleted. So for example, if the board is deleted in which this column is referenced to, so if that happens, then we probably can delete this column, right? Because the board was deleted, so why do we still have this in our table? The way we do this is we set this value to cascade. And what that would do is if a board is deleted, all of the columns with that board ID will be deleted as well. So we'll save this and we successfully created this column. Now we're going to continue moving forward. We're going to add another column. And for this one, we're going to call it the title. It's going to be of type text. And again, it can be anything, but the thing is it can't be nullable because you need to have a title for a column. Now, we also want to add a sort order. And the reason for that is because if you remember, we want to keep all of the columns in order, right? And you might want to switch that order. So we want to create this sort order field that will keep track of which column appears first. And it's going to be an integer 4 type, but the initial value is going to be 0 because when you create a new column, initially it's going to be the first one unless you specify. Now we can just save this and we have successfully created our columns table. Now finally, let's create our last table that we're going to have in this project. Now the last table is going to be the third layer of our data. So think about it this way. We have the boards, right, that a user can have, and each board has columns, which inside of those columns, they might have tasks. So for example, this over here is the project that we're going to be building, right? I just opened it up and ran it on the localhost 3001. And this is obviously what we're going to be building. You see how there's multiple boards. So the first layer of the data is the board. So it's each of these over here. When I click on one of them, you see that we see the second layer, which is the different columns. So the to-do is a column, the in progress is a column, review is a column, and so on. And you can add more columns with this button. Now the third layer is the tasks, is the stuff that you put inside of the columns. So each of these tasks over here. In this example, I created here as a mock this board for like if you're a user and you are, I don't know, you're a developer who is a front-end developer and works in a team. Maybe you definitely dealt with looking at a sprint. This is commonly done in Trello or in Jira, and you can keep track of the tasks that you're working on, maybe the tasks you haven't, the ones that are in review and the ones that are done, and so on. So this is what we were gonna be working on. And this last table is gonna be the tasks table. So in here, we want to create the following fields. So first of all, we need to have a title. And again, this title can't be nullable, and it's going to be of type text. Then we want to have a description. So I'll say description. This will be of type text. Then we want to have an assignee. So you can actually assign a person for this text. So I'll say text over here. And then I want to put a due date. So when is this due? So I'll put due date over here, and I'll make it into a text as well. And I want to choose the priority. And the thing with priority is that this field will be either three options, either like a small priority, or either a low priority, or a medium priority, or a high priority. And depending on which, we're going to change the little colors over here, as you can see. So a low priority would be a green, a medium would be like an orange, and a red would be this. So by default, let's make all of them be of a priority medium. So to do that, I need to put a default text here, like we did with the I forgot which column it was, but we did this before. And we're going to set the medium value to be, or the default value to be medium. Also, I just realized the due date over here shouldn't be text. It should actually be date. So we'll change that. And then we want to choose the sort order. Similar to what we had with the columns, we need to have a sort order because they have an order, right? It can switch that sort order, and you can see it changes. So I'll choose here to have a sort order of int 4, and by default, it's going to be 0. So this is what this table is going to look like. I'm going to click save, and finally we have successfully created all three of our tables. Now that we've finished creating our tables, let's create our RLS policies. Now, this is a topic that is a bit complex in Supabase, or at least people perceive it as very complex, but I'll try to break it down as simple as possible. We have our tables, right? And we are able to read, delete, update, and insert data into this table. But technically, we can't because we enabled RLS policy and we never created any of the policies. What that means is, by default, Supabase is not going to allow anyone to read the data from these tables or insert, update, or delete unless you specify how and which users can do that. And that makes your databases extremely safe. So the way we can do this is there's two ways. You can either come here to each table and you'll see that there's an add RLS policy button, and go ahead and go there. And I've made a video explaining how to create an RLS policy. I have a whole Supabase crash course if you want to check that out. But for this tutorial, we're going to actually be using SQL snippets just because there's going to be a lot of them, and it's a lot easier for us to just do it this way. And I actually wrote notes on each of the RLS policies that we want to create. So when you go to the SQL editor over here, you can make changes to your database tables without having to do it through the UI. You can just do it through like SQL, right? And then here are the policies that we want to do. So the first policy is going to be who can see our boards. So this is what it's going to look like. We created a policy, we gave it a name called users can view their boards, and we specified which table we created this policy on, so boards. And now to create a policy, you have to do this. We selected that the users who can see or read information from this table are the ones in which the auth.uid is equal to the user ID of the board. So in this way, we're basically saying that a user can only read data from a board table if they are the user who created that board. And for the purposes of this project, I feel like that makes sense, but obviously I want, like, if you guys want to continue this project and expand on that, you can also create teams, for example, and allow other users to be able to see a board as well. But this is more like a Trello where you can see your own board and play around with it. So we're going to keep it this way. Now the other ones are, we want to make one for the insert, for the update, and for the delete. And here's how they're going to look. They're going to look very similar. They're going to basically just check to see if the user ID matches the ID of the user authenticated. And when I click run, it should be a success. And we successfully created the RLS policies for those tables, or at least for the boards table. Now for the columns table, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. So this is what it looks like, and I want to break it down for you. So we want users to only see columns from their own boards. So what I mean by that is, if a user is reading data, making a GET request to read data from the columns table, then we want to make sure that that column exists inside of a board that is owned by the user. That's why there's an actual layer of checking here. So that's what we have to do. So instead of just saying, oh, allow the user to select, insert, update, or delete if this is matched, we actually want to add an extra step to it, which is, does this column exist in a board in which the ID of the user matches the ID of the user authenticated? If so, then allow them to do that. And I know it's a bit complex, but when creating your RLS policy, you definitely want to make sure that it matches. And if I'm being honest, if this is just a pet project for you, then you don't even need to create an RLS policy. You can even disable it. But if you want to deploy this to production and make sure that everything's safe, then definitely create your own. So these are the policies. They're pretty much the same for all of the different operations: select, insert, update, and delete. But we're just checking to see if there exists a board in which the board ID equals the board ID of the column table, because remember, the column table has a board ID, and that board has a user ID field which matches the one of the user authenticated. If so, allow the user to operate. So we can run, and as you can see, we have here a success. Now I'm going to comment this out as well, and I can drop all of this in the description. Obviously it will be with the code if you want to check it out. But now what we want to do is we want to create the task table policies. And for this one, again, it's even an extra layer, because for the task column, we need to make sure that when a user is trying to add a task, for example, then let me just paste them so I can explain. When a user is trying to add a task, this is the add task policy. We need to check to see if the task is added to a column that exists, and that the column has a board ID equal to the ID of the board. And on that column, the ID of the column is equal to the column ID in the tasks table. And on that board, the user ID is equal to the user authenticated. So it's a whole thing. And it's pretty much the same for all of them. So we'll just run that as well. And why did this error? Let me just remove this and then paste it again. And let's run it again. And we got this error. Column ID doesn't exist. Interesting. Let me go back over here. Actually, if I go to the database, we should see. That's true. We never created the column ID field in the tasks table. So that's an issue. Let's edit the table. And let's add a new column. We need to reference this this task to a column. So we're going to go column ID, and we're going to create a reference to the columns table. Same thing as we did with the column with the boards table. We're going to choose cascade, and we're going to click save. Then the column ID should be good enough. I'm going to save this. It's going to update everything, and then I'm going to go to the SQL editor. I'm going to click run, and perfect. We added the policy. And since we finished, you see now all of them have 4 auth policies, which is great because now they are successfully saved and protected against any kind of user who's not authenticated trying to do something with them. Now that we have set up our database tables, what I want to do is I want to have our database mapped. So you see this
is our database, right? There's 3 columns and there's a bunch of types. What I want to do is I want to map this database into a usable JavaScript type. Now, the types in Supabase, you can actually auto-generate them, but I prefer to usually do them manually because for example, if we go to the type for, let me see, what is the best example here? Priority, right? So for priority over here, we know that priority technically we only have 3 options. It will have the low priority, medium, and high priority. But that's not reflecting on the tasks table by how it was made by Supabase, because you can't do that in PostgreSQL. So what I want to do is instead, I want to make our own database type that we're going to be using in our project. So inside of our lib folder over here, I actually want to make a folder called Supabase. And in this folder, we're going to have everything related to Supabase configuration and so on. So we'll start by creating the Supabase models.ts. Now in here, we're going to first define what our board looks like. So what we're going to do is we're going to export interface and we're going to create the board type. Now we already know what a board looks like because we created the table. But when you translate it into TypeScript, this is how it looks like. We have an ID field, but when translated into TypeScript, this is what it looks like. We have an ID field, a title, a description, a color, a user ID, and a createdat, and all of that is strings, or in this case with the description, it can be null as well. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to get all of the individual tables and we're going to translate them into what they would look like if they were a TypeScript type. Now, the next one is going to be a column, and a column should look like this. Now, the only difference here is that obviously with sort order, we want it to be a number. Now, finally, we want to come down here and we want to do the task. Now, the task is unique in a way because you see with the priority, we can specify that it only takes in 3 different options. It takes in either a low, a medium, or high. And that's going to be extremely useful later on when we start building the UI. Perfect. Now we created the models. Now what I also want to do is I want to add an extra field to the board, because if you look at the website we built before, we have this recent activity portion over here, which basically keeps track of how many of the boards you recently changed or updated. So we basically want to add a feature or a place to keep track of if a board was updated or not. So it's going to look something like this. It's going to be an updated at, and it's going to be a string. Now we need to make this change in our actual Supabase table. So I'll go back here, I'll go to our table editor, I'll go to our board, and I'll update this board. Now to update it, it's as simple as just creating a new column, calling it updated at, and then choosing the timestamp as the type. So, and choosing the timestamps as the actual choice. We want to default it to now, which is similar to what happens automatically with the createdat, meaning that when you create your project, the updated at value is going to be whatever the current time is. So we're going to create this, it's going to update the table, and we are good to go.
Now that we have created or finished creating our tables and also our table types, let's continue setting up Supabase in our project. So what I want to do here is I want to create 2 files, and one is going to be called client.ts and the other one is going to be called server.ts. And the reason for that is because when we call Supabase, or when we use Supabase to make some sort of database interaction, there is a version of the Supabase client that is meant to be used in client-side components, like client components, right? And there's a version of it that is meant to be used in server-side components. So when we want to set it up such that the client file over here will export a Supabase instance that is accessible in a client component, and this one will do the same, but for an instance that is accessible in a server component. So we'll start with the client because it's the easiest one. For this, all we have to do is we have to import from at Supabase SSR, and what we want to import is the create browser client function. Then in here, we're going to export a function called create client. And in this function, we're going to return the create browser client function, but we have to pass two things inside of it. We have to pass first the public Supabase URL that we put in our .env file, right? This over here. And we have to put the anonymous key. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put as the first part of this function, the first argument, I'm going to say process.env.next public Supabase URL. And I want to put an exclamation mark just because this requires a strongly typed string. So since technically they don't know, the .env file is not, it doesn't support types in TypeScript, right? Then technically I just want to ensure that we have passed that value. Then I want to do a process.env, and I copied the other one as well, and I'll also put an exclamation mark. Then this is pretty much done. Now, whenever we want to access Supabase and make changes to our database or read data from our database, we just call this create client and we can access it. We don't even need to await this function because it's not an asynchronous function, which means it's perfect for us to be using in client components. Now, for the other one, which is the server, this one is a bit different. We need to import two things. First, let's import the create server client function from Supabase SSR. And we'll also need to import the cookies function from next headers. Then what I want to do is I want to export an async function called create client. So both files will export a create client function. But on the server one, it's asynchronous, which means we can definitely await in a server component because we'll just make the server component be async. Then in here, we need to have access to the cookie store. We'll set this equal to await cookies. Then we're going to return create server client. But I copied that function just so we don't need to rewrite these environment variables over here. We're going to say create server client instead of create browser client. But the create server client actually requires us to pass in more than just what we passed. It actually requires us to pass a strategy for the cookies. So this over here, what I'm going to write is what I got directly from the Supabase docs. I really didn't make any change to it. So I don't recommend you making any changes to it yourself. What I'm going to set is the cookies, and I'm going to set a strategy to get all the cookies and to set all the cookies. The get all strategy is going to be like this. We're just going to return the cookie store from Next.js headers, and we're going to get all. Now, for the set all, it's a bit different. We're going to try, and in the argument of this function, we're going to get the cookies to set. And in here, we're going to say cookies to set dot for each. So we're looping through each of the cookies, and for each of them, we're just going to say cookie star dot set. And we're going to get three things from the argument of this function, or from this for each. If we destructure it from an object, we can get the name of the cookie, the value, and any options. And in this set function, we literally just have to pass it in that order: name, value, and options. Now, if you're not really familiar with what we're doing here, I wouldn't worry that much. Like I said, I literally just got this from the Supabase docs, and I've never had to make any changes to this file. So technically, if you're going to be using Supabase in every project, I recommend just copy and pasting this whole folder for Supabase. Maybe not the models file because that's specific for this project, but the client and the server is pretty much set for every single project you create. Now we're pretty much done with this, and we can use Supabase in our project. So I'm going to close all of this, and what I want to do is inside of our lib folder over here, I want to create a services file. Now, what is this file? Now, I want to organize this project in a way that I would personally organize if I were building it nowadays. And I want to organize it in a way such that we build a service for the different databases that we have. Now, we only have one database in this project, right? We only have the database that includes the boards, the tasks, and the columns. But if we have multiple databases, we would create different services for them. Now, this pattern of building of writing code is a bit specific, and I don't see it a lot on YouTube videos, so that's why I also wanted to present it to you guys. It's very commonly used in a lot of companies out there, and I think it's a great way for you to write database queries in your project. So how we're going to do this is we technically want to create a class, right? But since we're using TypeScript here, and classes are kind of outdated in TypeScript, JavaScript, I'm actually just going to use an object for this. We're going to export a constant called board service, and obviously the board service is just gonna be related to, it's just gonna have stuff related to the board table. Now in here we want to import the create client function. Now we want to import the one from the Supabase client file that we have, and I'm gonna import directly like this, so we have access to it and access it directly from the root of the project. Now in here we want to say const Supabase is equal to create client. Now, why are we using the client version? Technically, this is server-side code in the sense that we could write this code in the client as well, but in the sense that we are interacting with the database. But the problem is that I want to just reuse this Supabase variable everywhere in our project, so I don't want to have to await this, which we would have to if we used the server version. So I'm just going to use the client version. And in the board service object over here, what I want to do is I want this to handle all of the CRUD operations for the board. So I want it to include creation, retrieval, updates, and deletion. And the boards are the top level containers that hold a column and a task. So this service is going to interact with almost all of the other services. This means that whenever we build our project, I want to have functions that are able to, for example, get the list of boards for a specific user, or get a specific board for a specific user, or even create a board and delete a board. Now to do that, we want to create those functions inside of this service object. And then when we want to access those functions, I can just, for example, if I were to create here the a function to get all the boards, right? Let's create here the first one. We're going to make an async get boards function. And later on, when I want to get all the boards, all I have to say is board service.getBoards. That's what we're doing. So let's start with the most simple two operations that we want to have in our database. We're going to have the get boards, which will basically retrieve all the boards for a specific user. And we're going to have the create board because we don't have the ability to create a board yet. So it basically is useless for us to be able to get boards. But to get boards, here's what we want to do. We have Supabase ready. So we're going to say await Supabase. And if you're not that familiar with Supabase, I'm going to try my best to explain how you operate with Supabase, but it's super easy. What you're going to do is you're just going to specify what table we're going to interact with over here. And obviously we're interacting with the boards table. Then we want to select data from this table, but we have to specify what columns from this table we want to select. Since we want to select every single column from the table, I'm going to put this asterisk that means that we want to select all. Then I want to select only the boards based on the user who's currently logged in. So we want to get information of which user is logged in when we call this getBoards function. Now to do that, I'm actually going to make this getBoards function require us to pass a user ID, which is going to be a string. So whenever the user calls this function, they're going to pass their user ID here, and we want to only get the boards in which this condition is matched. So we have an EQ, which means equates, and we want to equate the user ID field of the boards table with the user ID passed in the function. So we only select if those are true. If the user has no boards, this would return an empty array because there's no boards with this matching standard. Now we also want to order this results because when we get the boards list, we want to order it based on the most recent boards, right? So I'm going to order it, and we can specify which field in this table we want to order it by. So I'm going to order it by the created@ field, and we can specify that I want to order it in an ascending order equal to false. So it's a descending order. Now, when we make this operation, we should get back the list of all the boards in the table. We currently have no boards, but we'll assume we do have them, and we'll return back some data and any possible errors. Now, below here, we want to handle those two cases. So if there's an error, all I want this function to do is throw that error. But if there's no errors, I want to return the data. Now, if the data is empty, I just want to also assure that it returns an empty array. Now you know how to create this function. But like I said, we're not going to use this yet. I just made the get boards because it's the easiest one to make. We're going to use this in later in the video. But for now, what we actually want to do is we want to create a create board function, because that's the functionality we're going to start first. So I'm going to create here a create board function. And similar to the get boards, the create board is actually going to require us to pass in an argument, but it's not going to require us to pass a user ID. It's actually going to require us to pass a board. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to say board. And we created that type already, right? We created this type. But there's an issue here, because when we create this this function, when we create this board, we're going to have like a form which the user can put in information such as the title of the board, the description, the color they won't really put, but they will put the title, the description, and so on. However, they're definitely not expected to put in the ID of the board or the created at and updated at. All of that is auto-generated. So when we say here that this create board function requires a board with the board type, we're basically expecting or requiring that when we call this function, we pass it with a set ID created at and updated at values, which guess what? It's not what we want. So I want to actually omit those fields from this type. And in TypeScript, you can do that like this. I can say omit, and I'm basically setting this board variable from the argument of this function to be equal to the board type, but we omit the ID field or the created at field, which needs to be a string. So created at, or the updated at. And now that we created the type, what we want to do is we want to make sure that when we create this board, it returns a type. Now the type for this is going to be a promise, because we're returning back some data. And the promise is going to return the type of board, which is just going to be the board that was created. So now here, let's uncomment this, and we're going to change this a bit. So we want to create data. So we specified that we want to do it to the boards table, and that's fine. But then for the second operation, which is the select, we don't want to select data. We want to insert data. And what data do we want to insert? Well, we can directly insert the board that we get from the argument of this function. Then we want to select whatever we have inserted. So we get it back. And we don't need to order it, but we want to specify that we're only getting one single item. So we're going to say single. And when we get it back, we're going to return that data. Now, I just realized that when I set the return time for this, we never set a return type for the first function. So let's do that. This one will return a promise, but it won't return a promise of a board. It will return a promise of a board array. Perfect. Now we have successfully created our first service and two functions inside of it. So we can start using this in our project. So let's do that. What I want to do is I want to come here to our page, our dashboard page, and somewhere in here, I want to allow the user to create a board. Now, this isn't the place where it's going to be eventually. We're going to change where this button is, but we just want to have it for a second so that we can start creating some boards. So I'm going to import the button from the UI component. And in here, I want to add a create board button. And I also want to put a plus icon right next to it, which we're going to import the icon for it, and I'll show you guys how it looks. So this is how it should be looking right now. And inside of this button, let's just add some class names to it. I want to make the width of it be full, and I want the on a small screen for it to be auto. Now that makes sense now because we're in a small screen, but you'll see how it looks in a bigger screen. Now when we on this plus icon over here, let's make it such that the height is 4, the width is 4, and the margin right is 2. Now I want to add an on click to this button. So when you click this button, I want to call this function called handleCreateBoard. Now we haven't made this function, so let's do this. I will come up here and we're going to create the handleCreateBoard function. I'm going to set it to be an async function that when called, it will first check to see if we can create a board. Then it's going to try to create a board. And if there's any errors, it will console log those errors. Now, checking to see if we can create a board is a functionality that we can't implement it yet because it will be present when we add payments to our project, which we don't have yet. Because then we need to check to see if the user has already created one board and if they're in a free plan so that we can prevent them from actually creating more than one boards in a free plan. Now to create a board, I actually want to have a function that we can call, such as like this, create board. And we can pass some values inside of here, but I want it to be a function that exists out of a hook that we haven't created yet. So we'll create a hook that helps us manage all of the boards in our pages. So this is just going to be called the useBoards hook, and it is going to return stuff such as the list of boards and functions that alter it. And it's good because it is going to keep our UI updated as we make changes to the server. So we'll create this useBoards hook, and I'll create it here in our lib. I'm going to create a folder called contexts. It will include all the contexts in our project. And in here, we're going to create the useBoards function. And I'll create it here in this lib folder. I'll create a folder called hooks. And in here, we're going to create the useBoards hook. Now we'll close this. And in here, we're just going to export a function called useBoards. And in here, we'll just import this function. Now, obviously, it will still give us an error, but we'll start by just creating the most simple version of this hook. So I want this hook to return a couple things. I want it to return the list of boards whenever we want it to, which we don't want it right now. I want it to return any loading states that are associated with it, any errors that are associated with it, and also functions that are used to alter the board, such as the create board, the update board, and the delete board if we want to use them. So I'll start with the create board, right? I want in the end for us to return the create board function. So in here, I'm going to create this function called create board. And I want it to be an async function. So I'm going to say async function create board. And inside of it, I want to have a board, it accept a board data. Now for this board data, when we create a board, remember, we only need two things really, but a third thing is kind of optional. We need a title, we need a description, and actually a description is also technically option. So I'm going to put a quotation mark here, and we're going to say it takes in a string. And we also need a color, which is also optional, and it's also a string. Now in this function, what I want to do is I want to call the board service, and I want to return or alter the list of boards if we actually get it. Now, to do that, we need to first make a check to see if the user is authenticated or not, while at the same time getting the user ID. Now, technically, this create board function doesn't require a user ID. And the reason is because we're not actually going to call this create board function in the create board function. I'm sorry if it gets a little bit confusing, but what we want to do is actually, this just creates a board by default. Just creates a normal board, but it doesn't have any columns inside of it. And what we want to do is we actually want to, whenever a user tries to create a board, or their first board, then we wanted to actually insert some default columns inside of it. Because when we create a board, it's gonna have some default columns, right? It's gonna have the to-do, in progress, review, done columns. I'm actually gonna show it to you guys here. So when we create a board, like I'll just create a new one over here. You see that when we do that, I think it was this one that we created right now, maybe, yeah. It already has some default columns. And what we want to do is, obviously, you can then change the name of the title of the column, but we want to have it by default, and you can create them and so on. But we want to have some by default. So what we want to do is we want to actually change this such that we want to create a new function that is going to create the board with default columns. Now to do that, we need to actually create the column service because we want to insert data into the column table when we create a board as well, right? We create a board and we create some associated columns with it. So I need to do two things. I need to create the column service, which we're going to do by literally just copying this and pasting it here and changing this to column service. And I'm gonna just comment this out, and I wanna change this to be the create column function. Now I'm gonna just say create column, and they're gonna be pretty much very similar to each other in the sense that now here, what we want is when we create a column, we accept a column to be passed, but the type of it is gonna be column. And when we go here, we wanna omit the ID and we wanna omit the created at. So I'll just delete this updated at because that we don't have that on the column table. And now all we have to change is just change this to columns and change this to column. Perfect. Now everything seems to be working. We also need to change the return type to be a promise of a column. Now we have this type. What do we do now? Well, I want to create a combined service. Now, what is that? Well, like you might have inferred, we're going to have a board service for the board table, a column service for the column table, a task service, which we haven't made yet for the task table, but we're going to have a combined board data service, which is going to be for the, like any operations that involve more than one service. So we're going to create here another service, and we're going to call it the board data service. Now in this service, we're going to have, like I said, functions that operate with two or more services. And in this case, the first function we're going to create is the create board function, but we also include the default columns. So it's a function that is going to call the board service and the column service when trying to create a new board with some default columns. So what do we expect from it? Well, the only thing we expect from it is the following. We expect it to pass a title, which is going to be a string, a description, which is going to be optional, and it's going to be a string, a color, which is also going to be optional, and it's going to be a string, and a user ID, which is not going to be optional, and it's going to be a string. On this over here, we're actually going to delete this. We don't care about this right now. And what we want to do is we don't need to access Supabase at all, because we already have services that are going to be used for this kind of interaction. The first service is the board service. So when we call this function, we want to create a board. So I'm going to say const board is equal to await. So we need to make this, oh, this is already async. So await. We're going to call the board service, not the board data service, the board service. And we're going to call the create board function. Now in here, we're going to pass everything that we get back from this function. The title, then the description. Why is it giving us an error? Oh yeah, of course. We need to actually make this. This isn't like we pass each object like this. This should be an object. We're gonna call this board data, and this is just the type of the object. So let's define it like this. And then for the title, we're gonna say board data.title. For the description, we're gonna say board data.description. And we'll do the same thing for the color, which is going to be board data.color. But also remember, by default, if nothing is passed, I'll just set it to BG Blue 500. And then we want to pass the user ID. Now, what is the user ID? It's going to be passed as well here. We have access to it in our useBoard hook, so we're going to just pass it directly here when we call this function. Then we want to call the column service. Now, when we call the column service, it just creates one column each time, right? It requests one column and it creates it. But if you look here, when we create a new board, it creates, I believe, 4 columns, right? Create the to do, the in progress that I changed the name, the review, and the done. So what I want to do is I want to actually first define the columns that we want to have for by default. So I'm going to say default columns here, and this is going to be an array of columns. So each object is going to have a title. For example, the first one is to do, and we need to pass a sort order for each of them. So the order of the first one is going to be 0. Then we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it 4 more times. But you can change the default columns in your case as well if you want to make it something different. Now the second one is going to be in progress. The third one is going to be review. And the fourth one is going to be called done. Changing this to 1, this to 2, and this to 3. It's important because then it defines the exact order in which they appear. Then what I want to do is, after we have all the columns, I actually want to have an await promise.all. Now, why are we doing this? Because when we create it, we want to make sure that all of the columns are correctly created when we create the columns in the board. So we're going to say promise.all, and we're going to loop through the list of columns. So we're mapping through them, getting each column individually. And for each of them, we want to pass in this promise.all function a call to the column service. So, by the way, where's this giving an error? Oh yeah, it's because it might be undefined. So let me just say or null here. Perfect. Now in this, we want to make a call to the column service, more specifically the createColumn function. So I'm going to call the column service here, and I'm going to say createColumn. Then in here, I just want to pass the column that we have in the default columns function array. So each individual column will pass those two, but we also have to specify what the board ID is for this column. If you look at the column service, we know that it requires a column type, and in this column type there's a board ID here that we haven't omitted because we need to specify what board this column is related to. So I'll pass a board ID that has a type of board.id. Now, where did we get this board ID from? And by the way, this is given an error because we need to make it into an object. Not that entire thing, just the inside of this. Perfect. Now, where did we get this board ID? Well, we created the board before we created the columns. So we first create the board, we get back the value of it, and then we pass that value inside of here. And when all of this is done, now we have this beautiful board that has a bunch of columns. Perfect. We successfully created this function, which means that now we can go back here to the use boards hook and finally start creating our board. Now, I know this is a lot of work. This seems like we've done so much without really anything visual. And trust me, it gets a lot easier when we get the hang of it. But this is a long video, and I think it's important to set up everything correctly in the beginning so that we can then make our lives a lot easier. So on this use boards hook, what we want to do is we have this create board function. And now when we try to create a board, we want to actually call this new create board with default columns function. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to create a new board because that's what it returns. And I'm going to await a board data service dot create board with default columns. Now in here, we need to pass two things. We need to pass the board data and the user ID. Now, what is the board data? It's this over here. So I'm going to say triple dots, board data, but the user ID, we don't have it yet. But to get it, it's super easy. Remember, this is supposed to be a client component. So I'm going to say use client, not a client component, but a client hook. Then in here, we're going to say const user is equal to use user. And we get back the user information, so the user ID is just going to be user.id. Now it's giving us an error just because this might be null. So before we even try, we're going to check to see if the user exists, because if it doesn't, we want to throw a new error that is just going to say user not authenticated. Perfect. Let me just throw. Perfect. Now we can remove this and we should be good to go. Now with this try, we need to catch. So when we catch, we're going to catch any errors. And with that, we want to actually create a type over here. So in this use boards function hook, remember what I said, we're going to have the list of boards, which we want to create as a state. So boards and set boards. And we're going to set this equal to use state. And it's going to be of a type board array. Initially, it's just going to be empty. And we need to import this board type. But we also going to have two more other states. The loading state, it's going to be called set loading. And initially, it's going to be set to true because we're going to be trying to load the data initially. And when we load the data, we're going to set it to false. And we need to keep track of any errors that happens. So we'll create a set error. It will be a state. And this state will have a type of string or null. And initially, obviously, it will be null because there won't be any errors. Now in here, if there's an error while creating a board, we're going to set the error equal to, and we're going to check here to see a thing. We're going to check to see if the error is actually an instance of error, for example, this, right? And if it is, so if error is instance of error, then we know that we can literally just set it to be the error.message. If not, then we don't know what the error is. So I'll just create here a default error called failed to create board. And then we're just going to go ahead and go up here to the try. And since we have a new board and we have a boards array, when we create a new board, all we want to do is just set the new board equal to the end of this array. So I'm going to get the array of boards and I'm going to add the new board, actually not to the end, but to the beginning, because we're ordering it by the most recent, right? So we're going to put the list after the new board. Perfect. Now we created this create board. Let's actually also return the list of boards here in this hook together with the loading and the error. Perfect. Now let's go back here to the page and we finally can start doing something. So when we create a new board, by the way, why is this? Oh yeah, it's giving us an error because we need to pass something, right? So when we create a new board, by default, all the boards, I like to create them, or at least I made it such that they create them with the following. It has a default title and a default like description, but obviously you can go ahead and change that, as you can see. So what I want to do here is I want to add the title. And I pretty much don't want to add the description. We can do that later, but I'll just make it be a new board. Now, when we do this now, it means that when I go back to our code here and I refresh, we should be able to click this button and it will create a new board with 4 columns associated with it. So let's go back to our table here. Let's open this up. Let's make sure there's nothing here. And there isn't anything here. There's no data. Now, when I click on this, it should create a bunch of data. So it didn't. So there's definitely an error here and we need to check. So let me try clicking again. It seems like it was unauthorized. So there's an issue here I'm going to figure out, and I'll be back in a second to explain to you guys what the issue is. So I figured out what the issue is, and it's just because we forgot to do something really important, which is when we set up our RLS policies, right, in our it was this probably, yeah. When we set up all of our RLS policies, we obviously used information such as auth UID. But the thing is, we're not using Supabase auth for this project, right? We're using Clerk, especially because Clerk provides auth, but it also provides the billing, which we're using for this project, which is something that Supabase doesn't provide. Now, when it gets the auth ID, it is getting the auth ID from assuming that the user signed in with Supabase. So we actually need to integrate Clerk with Supabase. And to do that, we have to go to the following URL. So I'm going to open this up and we're going to go to this URL over here. It's the Clerk setup with Supabase. So I'm going to go to this link and it's going to connect Clerk with Supabase. We have to choose our organization, our application, choose that it's development, and we want to activate Supabase integration. See, it's enabled and we got a domain. This is super important, so we need to copy this domain. I'm just gonna, for now, paste it somewhere here. I'm just gonna paste it here. Then we have to go to our project and we need to go to authentication and we need to go to third party. Now, the way we do that is we go to sign in providers and we go to third party auth. Now we need to click on add a provider and you see that Supabase actually allows you to have projects with different providers such as Firebase, Clerk, Auth0, Amazon Cognito, and so on. So I'm going to choose Clerk, and it's going to ask us for our Clerk domain. So I'm going to copy this, and we're just going to paste it over here. We're going to click on Create Connection, and just like that, it is going to be super easy to add Clerk to our Supabase project. But there's one major change that you need to account for. Now, when I created this project, I created the Supabase integration following what most people are used to, because as of 2 months ago, they actually changed. And I'm going to show you guys how to make that change happen. I didn't want to start with the full integration from the beginning because a lot of you guys might not be used to it. So I wanted to put it over here. Now, there's a good amount of stuff we need to do to actually get it to work, and I'll take you guys all through the way. So The first thing we need to do is we need to change how we create our Supabase client. More specifically, this create client over here. The reason for that is because when we connect Clerk with Supabase, it actually requires us to do something. And that something is passed through over here an object with an access token. Now, what exactly is this access token? Well, it's a function that requires us to pass the token, the JWT token that we get from Clerk. Now, how do we get that token? Well, we get it through the session. But how do we get the session? Well, the easiest way to get the session is to use the useSession hook from Clerk. This will give us back the session, which will allow us to do this, say session.getToken. And obviously this could also be null, so I'm going to default it to null as well. Now this is fine, right? Well, not really. The reason why this is not fine is because if I go over here, you'll see that this breaks a major rule in React. I can't just call a hook on a random function. It has to be inside of either another hook or a component. So what we need to do instead is we need to create a provider that is going to provide the Supabase client. So I'm going to ignore this client.ts file over here, and I'm actually going to create another file called the Supabase provider. It's going to be a TSX file, and it is going to have a context that is going to share the Supabase client everywhere in our app. And that Supabase client is going to have the access token from Clerk. So what we need to do here is we need to export default a function, and we're going to call it Supabase provider. Then this function, since it's a provider, it needs to get the children, and the type for children is going to be children and then react.react node. Inside of here, we are going to return a context.provider. Now we haven't created that context yet, so we'll create it right now. To create that context, we're gonna create here const, we'll just call it context, and we'll set it equal to create context. Now we want to import create context from React, and we need to give it a type. Now what is the type of this context? Well, the type of it is actually going to be called Supabase context, and it's going to have two options. It's going to have Supabase as the Supabase client. So this is what we're going to be passing to different components so that we can actually operate with Supabase. And to get that value, we actually need to import that. So I'm going to import from @Supabase, and it's not the SSR library, it's actually the Supabase.js library. And we're going to import the Supabase client type, and we're going to set it to that. Then we want to also have an isLoaded, which is just a Boolean letting us know if the Supabase client was loaded or not. Now we'll set it to that. And we know that for a fact, by the beginning, Supabase will be null and the isLoaded will be false. Then what we want to do is we want to actually set that value over here. So I'm going to pass a value, and we need to create a value for the Supabase, and we need to create a value for isLoaded. So we'll do that inside of here. Now, remember, the reason why we're doing this is because we need to have the session. So we're going to come over here and we're going to get the session and set this equal to useSession from Clerk Next.js. Then we're going to have a use effect because we want to run this code and set the Supabase client right at the beginning. And this use effect is going to run whenever the session changes. So if the session becomes unauth, then the Supabase client will keep track of that. So in here, we want to check first if there's no session, then return. Second, I want to get the client, and I want to set it equal to create client. Now, when I call the create client, I don't want to get the one from the client file that we created or the server file. I actually want to get the one from Supabase.js. You need to make sure it is that one. Then in here, we're going to just copy and paste this whole thing. So we're copy and pasting that. Beautiful. And after that, we need to do something with that client. So what I want to do instead is I actually want to create a state over here for the Supabase value. It's going to be called Supabase and set Supabase. And obviously the state is going to have type of Supabase client because that's what we defined, or null.
and it will start as null. And we also want to create one for the isLoaded. So we'll say isLoaded and set isLoaded. And this will have a useState, which the type will be Boolean, and it will start as false. Now, when we're done setting the client, we want to set the Supabase equal to the client. And when we are done with this, we also want to set isLoaded to true. Now, in this context provider, I want to render the children, but I only want to render the children after it's loaded. So we're going to check over here if isLoaded is not true. So if it's not true, then I actually want to render a little div that will say loading 3 dots. But then if it becomes true, then we want to render the children. So it should look a little bit like this. Perfect. Now to access the context in here, we actually want to create a nifty hook called useSupabase. So we're going to create here export const useSupabase. And we're going to create this hook that it is going to literally just get the context. We're going to use context, so we don't have to call use context in every single component or file that we call this hook from. And we're going to say if the context is equal to undefined, we know that we're calling it outside of the provider. So we'll just throw a new error that will say use Supabase needs to be inside the provider. If that's not the case, then we'll just return whatever the context has. So I'll say return context. Perfect. Now we're done, right? Well, not really. We need to pass this provider around in our project. So I'll come over here and I'm going to wrap it around our children. I'm going to say Supabase provider and let's wrap it around our children. But now, how do we use this elsewhere? Because we are calling the Supabase provider not here. We call it actually in our services file. And this is not a component, right? This is just a bunch of functions. So we can't use the use Supabase hook inside of here. So what we're going to have to do is for every function in the board service, we're actually going to require ourselves to pass the Supabase instance. And the way we do that is in our use boards hook, right? This hook over here where we create all the boards and do all the stuff related to the board. In here, we want to call the use Supabase hook. So we're going to say const Supabase is equal to use Supabase. Perfect. And now when we create the board, when we call the service function, we don't just pass this. We also pass the Supabase instance. So I'm actually going to pass the Supabase instance as the first argument to this function. That means that here I need to make that be one of the arguments. So I'm going to basically come here and say that before the board data, we actually have to pass a Supabase client. Now this is giving us an error because we need to import this. So I'm going to import at the top Supabase client from at Supabase, but not SSR, Supabase.js. Perfect. Now, when we do that, we can use, where did we do that? We do that down here. Yeah. So when we get this Supabase, now we use that instead. But we don't use Supabase at all in this function. We actually call another function, which is the createBoard function, which then this one does use Supabase. But it is actually using the client one. So we want to delete that. And now it's going to give us a bunch of errors. But it's giving us an errors because all the other ones also need to have the Supabase client as an argument. So in here, we're going to preface this and pass the Supabase as the first argument. We're going to copy this and we're going to add this to every single service function. So for the create column, we're going to pass that. For the create board, we're going to pass that. And for the get board, we're also going to pass that. Perfect. Now, every single one of them seems to be working. Now, I just need to, when I call the create column, I just need to pass the Supabase client here too. Perfect. And we should be good to go. Now, we're pretty much done, right? We are able to connect and create stuff using the new client. This means that now I can literally delete this file, the client file here. Let me just delete it so we don't get any confusion. And there's only one issue, which is this over here is giving us an error. But the error for this is that it is saying that it is possibly null. I'm going to strong type this just because we know that when we get to this stage, it is already loaded, so there's no issues with that. Perfect. Now we're pretty much done. I just need to actually, on our Supabase provider, this is a client-side component, so we need to make this into a use client, and we should be good to go. But one final thing is this. Look what happens when I try to create this. Bah, still has an issue. More specifically, it's saying invalid input syntax for type UUID, and this is my ID because that's the Clerk ID. So here's the problem. When we created our auth policies for each of these tables, we were using the functions from Supabase. So basically, if I go here to the insert policy, if I click edit policy, we're checking to see if the user who's trying to create or insert a new board, if their user ID from their auth is equal to the user ID that they pass. So this value that we pass over here. So we're checking to see if this, when we create the board, is equal to what we get from this auth.uid function. But you might be wondering, what even is this auth.uid? This is actually from Supabase auth. This is the default auth function that you need to use if you are using Supabase auth. But we are not using Supabase auth in this video. We are using Clerk. So what we need to do instead is we actually want to discard this, and we want to go here to our SQL editor, and we want to come here to our SQL editor, and we want to run the following function. So what we want to do is we want to run this. This will create this function called requesting user ID. I got this directly from the Clerk docs, and what it does is it basically converts it creates a function that directly gets the actual JWT token and gets the ID of the user based on that. And you can use this function in your RLS policies to equate it to whatever you want. In this case, we want to equate it to the user ID field in the table. And that's kind of like the auth ID function that we were using from Supabase. But in this case, it's a perfectly good function just for us to be using in our project. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go here to our table editor. I'm going to go to auth policies for here. And I'm going to go to the insert edit policy. And we're going to replace this with the call for that function. So we'll call for this. And we're going to click save policy. Now we're going to do the exact same thing for all of these other ones, not delete. We want to just edit. Sorry. We just copy and replace this and finish this up. So I'll do this for these policies and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. So I pretty much did it for all of them. And now what we want to do is we want to go to our columns table, and then I want to go here to the columns table, and I want to go to the auth over here. We're going to go to the insert. We're going to edit, and you see we're doing the exact same thing, but we're just going to replace this with the requesting user ID and make sure that the parentheses match, and do the same for all of the other like RLS policies in the columns table as well, and do those for the tasks table as well. So I'll be back in a second when I'm finished doing them. Perfect. So I just did it for the tasks policies as well. So I'll just show you one of them. They should look like this. We're just changing the user ID to the requesting user ID function. And perfect. Now we should be good to go. Let me try creating our first board. If there's any errors, again, I'll just let you guys know, but I'm going to open up the network tab. So I'm going to click on create board, and it seems like the board was created. So if I go here to boards and I refresh this, it seems like we do get a board. Perfect. But we don't get the columns. Let me see what the error is. It says no value in column. Yeah, we're not passing the user ID here. Yeah, that's an issue. So we want to pass the board.user or board data.user ID here as a type, not like this. I want to actually just put a comma here and pass in the user ID field, and it has to be like this, user ID. And we seem to have forgotten to add this type here to the column. So I'm going to say user ID is equal to string, and we should be good to go. So make sure that you add this user ID field here, and also make sure that you add the user ID to the columns table as well. So make sure it's over here and it is a text type. Perfect. Now let's try again. Let's go to here. Let's close this. Actually, I'll just refresh this and let's try creating a board. Actually, let me delete this first board just because we don't want to have a bad table. But yeah, you can see here we were able to create it. So we have here a board, and together with it, we created 4 columns. Each of them are associated with the correct board with the same ID and with the correct user ID. Perfect. Now we're pretty much ready to start displaying those boards in our screen. So how do we do that? Well, we have here the get boards function. So we're going to open this up and we want to again pass this Supabase client thing that we had before. So to do that, what we want to do is we want to go to our get boards function. It's this one over here, and we want to actually call it. So in our use boards hook over here, we want to keep track of the boards like we were doing before, but we want to actually load the boards when the user enters the page or when they call this hook for the first time. So what I want to do is I want to create here a function. It's going to be an async function called load boards. And inside of it, we're going to first check to see if there's a user. So if there's no user, we're going to just return. But if there is a user, then we want to try and catch setting the boards array equal to whatever we get back from that get boards function from the service. So I'm going to say const data is equal to await board service, not board data service. This time we're getting the board service, and we're going to get the boards. Now for this, again, we have to pass the Supabase, and we also have to pass the user.id. Now, why is it giving us an error? Oh yeah, it needs us to strong cast it. So then before this, we want to, before we try to get the list of boards, we want to set the loading value equal to true. Now the reason for that is because we set it to true, we try to get the data, it might take a millisecond or it might take longer, and then when it's done, we're going to set it equal to false. Now how do we know when it's done? We're going to add a finally clause over here where we're just going to set loading to false. And this is going to run no matter if it successfully tries it or if it catches an error. Now, before this, we're also going to reset the error value to be null, just so that we have the opportunity to possibly get any other errors, and we're going to handle them over here. We're going to set the error to be equal to error is instance of, so kind of like what we have over here, and just paste it here. But we're going to change this to fail to load boards. Now, when we're done getting the data, we're just going to set the boards equal to data. Now, what we want to do is we want to call this load boards function instead of a use effect, because it will run immediately when the component renders, and thus we're going to have the data immediately. So we're going to run this with the condition that 2 things changes. So we're going to run it first when the component renders, but also if the user changes, we want to run this. And if the Supabase client changes, we also want to run this. And if the user exists, then we want to load the boards. Perfect. Now we have this information. What do we do with it? Well, we're going to go here to our page again. I can even delete this URL over there. And in our dashboard page, we can now get the boards value, the loading, and the error. Now, what I want to do with this is I want to first handle the loading. So I'm going to say if loading is equal to true, then let's return a div that will literally have just a loader. That's an icon. So I'll use the loader2 by Lucid. It even like has an animation to it. And I'll also add a span that will just say, let me just close it. It will say loading your boards. And then what I want to do is if there's an error, I want to display that error. So if there's an error, I'm going to put an H2 tag over here. I'm going to say error loading boards. And let's add a P tag showing the error. So I'll just display the error here. And for now, that should be good to go. But you see that when I refresh this, it should be loading the data. Now, finally, we can start displaying the info about the boards. So for example, right below this welcome card that we have over here, what I want to do is I want to display the some stats about the boards. So for example, below this div over here, let's create the stats section. Now in this section, let's create a div. So I'll say div over here. We're going to add a class name to it, which was going to be a grid. I'm going to pull this so you guys can see it better, just like this. And we're going to put a grid. Then we're going to set the amount of columns to 2. We're also going to make it such that in a large screen, the amount of columns is going to be equal to 4. So grid calls 4. And we're going to set a gap between the columns of 4, but on a small screen, the gap will be 6. Now we'll set a margin bottom of 6, and on a small screen, we'll set a margin bottom of 8. Now below this div, what I want to do is I want to make it into a card. Now card is a component by ShadCN, and it looks really good. You can see it has this glassy look to it. Now below this, we need to put a card content. So I'm going to say card content, and we're going to put a class name here, and it's going to be a padding of 4. And on a small screen, it's going to have a padding of 6. Then I want to put a div that is going to show the different sections in this card. Now the first section is just going to be for the amount of total boards that the user has. So this is the dashboard, right? So we want to see the list of how many boards the user has. So we're going to put a div with a p tag that will say total boards. Now in this list of total boards, we want to put below this a p tag with the actual number. Now we get that through the boards.length. And if we are correctly fetching the list of boards, we should see 1. Perfect. If I click this, we should see that if I refresh it, it seems to not have loaded. Did it actually create? No, it didn't. So let me try clicking again. Oh yeah, now it updated to 2. I don't know why. But it also seems like it's refreshing a lot. So that's an issue that we're going to address in a second. But for now, let's just focus on this. Seems like every time we go, it seems to be refreshing. But yeah, so now we get correctly the number of boards. But we want to style this a bit. So I'm going to say class name. I'm going to make it a display flex. I'm going to set it to item center. And I want to justify between. Then on this div, I want to actually not put any styling, but on the p tag, let's just make this have a text extra small. But on a small screen, we'll make it text small. And the font will be medium. And the text will be gray 600. Now on this other p tag, we're going to set the text to be large. On a small screen, it will be even larger to Excel, and the font will be bold. And we're going to make it text gray 900. Now, below this second div, we're going to add another div over here, which is just going to have the icon for the Trello logo. So the Trello logo, just to represent this one. And we're going to put a class name. It's going to have a height of 10, a width of 10. On a small screen, it's going to have a height of 12. And on a small screen, it's going to have a width of 12. Then it's going to have a BG blue 100 color. And we're going to make it rounded. And it's going to be rounded large. Also, it looks like it's kind of, we want to kind of make it like a pill, but it's kind of outside. So we want to center it. I'm going to set the display to flex and the items to center. And now it's centered vertically, but we also want to justify center to center it horizontally as well. Now in this Trello icon over here, let's change it, especially the color. I'm going to set the height to be 5, but the width to be 5. But on a small screen, we want to set the height to be 6, and we want to set the width to be 6 as well. But the color is going to be a bigger blue, like a stronger blue. We're going to make it 600. Perfect. Now we have our first board. What we want to do now is we literally want to copy this whole thing and paste it 2 more times. So we have more boards, right? Now the second board, or the second card, is going to be for the recent activity. So remember how we put an updated at field in our table? I can't show it because it's kind of small right now, but you remember we added that. So we want to filter for the most recent, we want to show a number of actions that happened on boards that happened less than 1 week ago. Now to do that, it's actually pretty simple. I'm going to change this to recent activity. And in the information here, instead of showing boards.length, I actually want to filter through the list of board. And we want to get the length at the end of it. So we're going to filter through the list of boards, and we want to filter for all of the boards in which had any change that happened to them in the last week. And by the end, it will return an array with only the most recent boards, and we'll just get the length of that. So to get that filter, we're going to actually have to write a function here. We're going to get the updated at from the board and make a date out of it. So we're going to say new date equal to board.updated at. Then we're going to say 1 week ago. This is just to get the actual date of 1 week ago. We're going to say new date. Then 1 week ago is actually the current date minus 7. So we're going to set the date to be equal to 1 week ago, the get date minus 7. And then I just want to return for each of the boards in this list if the updated at field is greater than 1 week ago, because if it is, then I want to remove them. I only want to keep the boards in which they were either created or updated in the last week. Now, obviously, this value is still going to be 2 because we only created 2 boards, but this is more of a thing for like if you continue using this, obviously this value would look different, because if you're using this for a couple months, maybe you changed more boards recently than previously, so that number will change. But that's just a cool little thing that you can add to the website. And for this, we actually don't have an icon that I want to use from Lucid. We're actually just going to put this, and I want to change the color of it to be purple instead of blue. So I'm going to change this to purple. And the text over here is actually going to be, we're going to put a div around this. Just say we change to purple, and we should be good to go. Perfect. Now, I also wanted to add an extra one that goes before that one. And this one is more for show, because it doesn't really give us any extra info. It's just going to be saying active projects. And it is just going to also reflect the boards.length. But the color of it is going to be green instead of blue. So I'll change this to green and this to green. And the logo is going to be the rocket logo. And especially in a really big screen, it just fits in a lot better. Now, this last one over here, we're not really going to touch just because we don't have the data yet to do anything about it, but it's going to be related to tasks. Now, we want to create the board section. So we're going to come down here below this div, which is for the card section or the stats section. And we want to create the boards section. So I'll create this over here. I'm going to say boards. And in here, we want to create a div that is going to contain all of the section. I'm going to put a class name of margin bottom of 6. And on a small screen, I'm going to set the margin bottom to be 8. Now in this div, let's create another div with another div. And I'll start by putting a title here. This title is going to say your boards. So your boards. And below it, we want to say that you can manage your projects and tasks. Now let's put some class names to this. I'll start with this top one. I'm going to set the display to flex, the direction to be flex column, but on a small screen, it will be a flex row. On a small screen, I also want to set the items to be center. And on a small screen, I'll justify between. Now let me pull it a little bit to the side, and let's also add a margin bottom of 4. On a small screen, I'll set a margin bottom of 6 and a space in the y direction to be equal to 4. And on a small screen, I'll set the space on the y direction to not even exist. Now in this div over here, we pretty much don't want to put any styling to it, but on the H2 over here, let's just add a text Excel and make it even bigger on a small screen. And I'll set the font to bold, the text to gray 900. And on the speed tag over here, let's set the text to gray 600. And we should be good to go. Now below this div, let's add another div. And this is going to list out the different filtering options that we might want to have. So I'm going to copy this class name from here because it's pretty much the same. I'm going to paste it here. But the one difference is that we don't want to put items center, especially in a small screen. We actually want to remove this, and we want to set it to items stretch. I also want to remove it such that it justifies in between. We just went to items center here. And let's remove the margin bottom stuff, but keep the space Y as 2. And on a small screen, I'll set it to 0. Perfect. Now in here, I want to add another div that is going to include a class name, which is going to make a display flags. We're going to center the items, and a space in the X direction is going to be 2. The BG of it is going to be white, but we're also going to put a border, and we're setting a padding of 1. Perfect. So right now it's just a small little rectangle here, but it will look a lot better. Now in here, we want to add a couple filtering options. The first one is going to be a filtering option for us to set the mode in which we see our boards as a grid. Now you can either see it as a grid or as a list, and you can see it clearly here, which you can see that when I refresh this, right? We have here the filtering option over here. I can switch between this one to this one, and the boards will be showed either as a grid or as a list. It's just a cool little thing. And also we have this filtering, which we can filter through a lot of parts of the boards. We'll get to that later, but we start with just this, which is already pretty big. And what we need to do that is we need to first add of course the buttons for them. So we'll start with the button for the setting to grid. We'll just come here and add a button from ShadCN. So button. And in here, we want to add a grid 3x3 icon, just like this. Now on this button type, let's just set the variant of it to depend on whether or not we are selecting it. Because if I go here, you notice that as I switch, obviously the background color of the buttons change depending on which one we're in. So I want to create a state that is going to keep track of whether or not we are in grid mode or in list mode. Now to do that, what I want to do is I want to create that state up here, and we're going to say const. We're going to create a state called view mode and set view mode. We're going to set this equal to use state, and we're going to set it initially to be grid. Now the options that you can have in this state, the types is either grid or list. So those are the two options. And inside of this button, I want the variant of the button to depend on the view mode. If it is grid, then I want to set it to default. But if it is not grid, if it's list, then I want to set it to ghost because this is the grid button. And now you see that it is black by default because it is grid by default. But if we switch it to the list mode, then it would become, I wouldn't have this black background. Now, I want to also set the size of this to be equal to small. And when I click on it, so on click, I want to set the view mode equal to grid. Now I'll copy this exact thing and I'll just put it again, but we'll change this to have a different icon. It will have a list icon. Now, of course, this one is going to be the opposite. If view mode is equal to grid, or actually if a view mode is equal to a list, then it needs to become black. Now we also switch this, and you see now that when I clicked on each of them, it switches which one have the different styling. Now right below this div, I want to add a button that is going to be for the filtering. So we just create the UI for it. So it's gonna have a variant of outline. So this is a string outline, and the size of it will be small. Now this button is going to be this button over here. So it's going to have a filter icon and the word filter. But also, as you start filtering through stuff, it actually counts the amount of filters and put that number over here. So that's what we want to do. We'll come back here, and inside of this button, we want to add the filter icon. So filter, and right next to it, we want to add a text saying filter. Then we'll add the logic for getting the count later, because we don't have the state for the filters yet. But we're also going to add a button to create a board. So if you want to create a board, you can do it here as well. We're going to add a button, and it's going to have that plus icon. And it has to be self-closing. Perfect. So it's just a little other button that you can also create. We're also going to add an on-click here, which you can call the handle create board. Perfect. Now, let me also just, I hate this glitching. Let me just remove it for a second. Yeah, perfect. I think that will stop the glitching, I hope. If it doesn't, we'll deal with that in a second. But now what I want to do is I want to add the UI for the search bar. So I'm going to go 2 divs down below where we were, and I want to add another div. This div is just for the search bar. So I'm going to call this over here search bar. And inside of this div, we're going to add the search icon. And we want to add an input. Now this input is from ShadCN, and the ID of this input is going to be search. Now the placeholder, we want to add one just to make sure people know what this is going to say search boards. Then we want to add a class name, and we're going to say a padding left of 10. Now we want to grab this search icon, and let's make the position of it be absolute so we can put it inside of that input. Then we're going to set it to left 3. We're going to set it to top 1/2. And we're setting it to transform negative translate on the Y direction 1/2. Then we just want to set the height of it to 4 and the width of it to 4. And we'll make the color of it be 400. Now we made it pretty small, but we want to add some class names to this div, which we'll just set the position to relative. And we're also setting a margin bottom of 4. And on a small screen, the margin bottom will be 6. Now there's definitely an error here because this should be inside of this. So let me just look here what looks to be the issue. And it looks to be that I wrote top wrong. So yeah, perfect. Now it works. We can search for boards. Of course, again, we're just building the UI for now, so there's no point in searching for anything. But one thing we can do now is we can actually display the boards in both a grid mode or in the list mode. So let's do that. Right below this div, let's show the boards. I'll put a comment here so you guys can understand. Boards, grid, or list. Now we'll start by checking to see if the list of boards is not empty. So if it's empty, then we want to just display here a div that will just say no boards yet. So I'll just put no boards yet. Now if it's not empty, then we want to check to see if the view mode is equal to grid. If that's true, then we'll render some UI. If not, we'll render another UI. And we'll just put here a div for now, just so that we can get rid of that error. And let's close it as well. And perfect. Now we just have to build a UI for when it's a grid and when it's a list. Now when it's a grid, now no matter what, we want to loop through the boards. So I'm going to loop here through the boards. I'm going to map through them. And for each board, we want to return some UI. Now the UI we want to return is actually a link. Now why is it a link?
not from Lucid React, sorry, it's from Next Link. When we click on it, we actually want to navigate to that board specifically. So we definitely want to make it into a link. And when you click on it, the href of this link is going to be like this. We're going to navigate them to the boards page, which we haven't made yet. And on the boards page, we're going to have the individual board ID. So remember when I told you guys that when I click on one of the boards, right, I go to a page with the /boards/ the board ID. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We're basically just navigating the user to that route and passing the board ID inside of that href. Now, it seems like there's an error here, and that seems to be because I need to close this like this. Now, inside of this link, I'll add a card. And in this card, you see now, because we have two boards, it already starts showing them up. Now, on the first card, I want to put a card header. And in this card header, we're going to add a div, which is going to have another div. And on this div, we're going to put the color of the board. So the way we do this is we're going to add actually a self-closing div, and I want to add a class name. And on this class name, we're going to make it into backticks, because remember, each board has their color. So we're going to get that color directly from the board. And since we're using TailwindCSS colors and storing them in the database, we don't have to worry about anything. We just insert them over here. So we'll set this to be like a circle. We'll set it to width of 4, height of 4, and we'll insert the board dot color. You see now, it looks like a square, so let's make it rounded, completely rounded. And now we can see the color, which by default is blue, so that's good. We know at least we're getting the correct data from the database. Now below this, let's add a badge, just so that we can say that this is a new board, just like this. Then below this, we want to add the card content. Now, I'm not styling a lot of this stuff yet, just because I think maybe adding all of the skeleton of the thing first might be better for you guys to see all of the actual changes that we're making as we write the class names. But first, we're going to add a card title. The card title for this is just going to be the board.title. Then we want to add the card description. So we're going to say card description, and we're adding a board.description. Now, obviously, sometimes it's null. In our case, it's also null. Then below here, we're going to add the dates in which they were created. So I'll make a span here, which will say created. And then I want to put the, I'm going to press enter. And let me actually just press enter on this as well. On below here, I want to say new date. And I want to create a new date out of the board.created@. And then I want to transform that into an actual readable date string. So we can actually see it was created on this date. Now let me also put some space in here so that there's a space in between them. The easiest way to do this is actually to just insert an empty string like this and add a space. It's kind of a hacky way. Then we're going to do the exact same thing, but for the updated yet. So I'll say updated. And we'll get the updated at, which should pretty much be the same date. Perfect. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the list view. Now let's style this, just because I know it looks horrible. Let's start with this link. So the link, we don't need to style anything, but I just want to add a key here because this is a list that we're mapping. We're going to get the key from here and we're going to pass it here. We need to maintain best practices. Then for the card, I want to add a class name. I want to make it such that when you hover it, it has a shadow large. Also, I want to transition shadow. And I want the cursor to be pointer. And I want to make it this be in the entire group. Now, for the card header, let's make it such that we have here a padding bottom of 3. Now, I just noticed this is looking like a list view for now because we actually need to add the global styling for the grid view. So let me just add that. I'm going to make it display grid immediately, and I'll set the grid calls to 1. But on a small screen, let's set it to grid calls 2. And on a large screen,
let's set it to grid calls 3. And on an Excel screen, we'll set it to grid calls 4. Between them, let's set a gap of 4. And on a small screen, let's set a gap of 6. Now, you might be wondering, this still looks like a list. But the problem is we're in a small screen. Of course, it's not going to have a grid in a small screen. But when we open this up, it suddenly starts becoming into a grid mode. As you can see, when I switch this, nothing appears because we haven't built the list view yet. So that's the thing. In a small screen, everything's going to look like a list view. But in a big screen, it obviously won't. Now, let's continue with the card header. Inside of this div, let's add a class name. Let's make it be a display flex. And the items will be centered. Let's also justify between. Perfect. Then in this div over here, we already did this, but on the badge, let's just make the variant of this badge. So variant, interesting. This isn't the correct badge, I think. Let me see where we imported this badge from. Oh, we imported from Lucid. It shouldn't be from Lucid. It should actually be from a component that we created. So it should be from ShadCN. So it's this badge over here. Now in this badge, I want to just add a simple class name. It is going to say text extra small, and I'll set the variant of it to be secondary. Perfect. Now in the card content, what we want to do is we want to set the padding to be 4, but on a small screen, the padding will be 6. Then on the card title, let's just set the text to be of color base. We're going to set on a small screen the text to be large. The margin bottom will be 2. And on a group hover, we want to change the color to be blue 600. I'm also applying a transition colors here. And this is what happens. When we hover, it changes the color to blue. Now with the description, we pretty much don't want to do much. We just want to set the text to small and the margin bottom to 4. Now let's go down here. With this, we just have some spacing issues. Let's add the class name for this and make it such that there is a flex, display flex. We're going to make it into a column. And on a small screen, it will still be a row. Then on a small screen, we're also setting the items to center. And on a small screen, we're going to justify between. Now, you're seeing a bunch of this in a small screen, but as you can see, as I open, now they become right next to each other instead of on top of each other. Now, after this, what we want to do is we're going to set the text to be extra small, then the text to be gray 500, and a space in the Y direction is going to be 1, but on a small screen, that will be 0. Now, on the spans here, we're not doing much. Now, it should actually look very small, which is what we want. We don't want it to be overpowering anything. And this looks pretty good. Now, the last thing I want to do is I want to add a create new board outline down here. As you can see, we have this little outline. It's pretty cool looking, but it's something that we don't have right now. So what I want to do is below the link, right, around here, but before the div closes, we want to just render a card. And on this card, we're going to put a card content. And we're just going to add the plus icon for creating a new board. And we're going to add a p tag that is going to say create new board. Perfect. Now it appears here. But that styling that you saw there is a bit different. So it's all about the border. We're going to set the border to be 2 and the border to be dashed. So it looks a bit like this. Now, the color of the border is important because it changes as we hover. It's going to be gray by default, but when we hover it, we want to set the border to be blue 400. Now we're also going to transition colors, and we want to set the cursor to be pointer. This is what happens now. Now, we also want to apply this to the entire group. And when we go down here on the card content, we now want to add a class name, which is going to make the whole thing have a big padding. So a padding of 4. And on a small screen, it's going to look even bigger. It's going to have a padding of 6. Then we're also setting the display to flex, flex column, item center, justify center, and the height of it is going to be full. Now, the thing is, depending on the height of the screen, it might not be that big. So we want to definitely put a minimum height of it. And I found that the minimum height that I think looks cool is around 200 pixels, just in case the screen isn't that big. Perfect. So now it looks like that. Now for this plus icon over here, let's just set the height to be 6, the width to be 6. On a small screen, the height will be 8. And on the small screen, the width will be 8. Now we're also setting the text to be gray 400. We're setting a group hover to set the text blue 600. And the margin bottom is going to be 2. Now on this p tag, it's the last thing we need. We're setting the text to be small. Now on the small screen, the color is going to be text base. And on a big screen, it's going to be text gray 600. Now why do we do that? Just because it is more visible. Now we're setting the group hover here so that it also changes it to be blue 600. And we're also setting this to have a medium weight. Now look what happens when we hover it. Everything changes to blue because we're using the group hover. Perfect. Now we have this perfectly styled section here to create a new board. And we pretty much finished the grid view. We now want to create what happens when the user is in a list view. So I'm going to copy this whole thing and I'm going to paste it over here. Now what this will do is, right now it's just making it such that it renders the same thing no matter what. But when we go to the list view now, let's change this. Let's make it such that it actually looks like a list. First things first, let's remove this because that's just the styling for a grid. Now in a list view, we don't need any class names. So I'm going to delete that. And the only thing we need is we want to get a div around this link. Let me just wrap it around completely. Where's the link? It's over here. And on this div, I want to actually copy the key and put it here because now that's the parent. And then I want to set a class name, and it depends on how many items are in the list. So if the key is greater than 0, then I want to set a margin top of 4. If not, I want to set it to empty. What we're doing here is we're setting a space in between the items only after the first item. That also means that on the button over here, we need to put a margin top to be 4 as well, so that there's a space in between this and this. And now that's pretty much done. Look at this. It looks like it has a bunch of boards and they are in list view. When I switch to grid, it goes like this and then it goes like this. Perfect. So now we have the two views made and we can look at the boards. But we can't really do much with the boards, right? Because if we wanted to implement the filter functionality right now, we wouldn't really have much because they are both almost identical. So one thing I want to do now is I want to create the page in which when you click on this, you go to it and it shows the board with all of the columns, and also allow the user to edit the name of the board. So to do this, let's go ahead and I'm going to pretty much close all of this just so we have a clean slate. And I want to create here a folder called boards. And inside of this folder, I want to make the folder for the parameter called ID. So we're creating that route that has a dynamic parameter. So we'll create a page.tsx inside of it, and this should be good to go. Now inside of here, we're going to export default function board page. Now in this board page, we want to return a div, and on this div, we will include the navbar, because remember, we're putting the navbar on each of the pages. So I'll go up here and I'll grab the navbar. Now let's go to the individual page here. Nice. Now if I put the navbar here, this is what happens. It at least shows the navbar at the top. Now we'll make the class name of this div be minimum height of screen, and we'll set the BG to be gray 50. Now, if you remember, the navbar on this page is a bit different because when I go to the individual board, the navbar includes, for example, the title of the board and also a place for you to change the name and the color of the board. Now, it also includes a filter over here,
but this is something that we're going to do later. Now, it also includes a filter over here, but that's something that we are going to do much later. Now, what we want to do is we want to change this navbar, and I need to make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. I'll just keep it like this so you guys can see everything. I think this is good enough. I'll pull this back a little bit. Now, we want to add this to our navbar when we are in this page. And to do that, we need to make some changes to the navbar component. The first change we need to make is we need to make some props. We need to pass some props to this component. So I'll create here a type called props. And inside of this, we're going to destructure the props through that type. Now, what are the props that we might want to pass? Well, the first thing is a board title. So we need to get the title of the board. And in this page specifically, we need to display that on the top. So for example, in this case, it's called new board. Now, the next thing we need is what happens when you click on the edit board button. So we're going to have here the edit board button. And when you click on it, we want to know what happens. We're actually going to pass that functionality as a prop. So I'm going to create a function called onEditBoard, and it's going to be a function that returns void. Now, these are the board-specific props. There might be other ones for other pages, but for now, we're going to keep it like that. So we're going to say board title and onEditBoard, and we want to create what happens when we have the board page. So I'm going to say if is board page. Now in here, we want to return a header. And in this header, we want to set the BG to be white. We want to set the border to be B, and we want to make it sticky and have a top be 0 and the Z be 50. Now, nothing really happens yet, but what we want to do is we want to add a div below this. On this div, we're going to add a class name here of container. The margin X will be auto. The padding X will be 4. The padding Y will be 3. And on a small screen, the padding Y will be 4. Now in here, we're going to add another div which is going to have a display of flex. We're also going to center the items, but I just realized I didn't put a class name. So let's say display flex, item center, and justify between. Now below this, let's again add a div. Let's put a class name here. And we set it to be flex, item center, and we'll set a space on the X direction to be 2. And on a small screen, that will be 4. Now, what are we doing here? Let me just put a minimum width of 0 at least. We see we have the navbar now appearing here. It has a small border at the bottom, but nothing really appears. What we want to do is we want to start with that link, right? The link to the dashboard page, this link over here. So in order to do that, we're going to add a link tag that we want to import from next link. I just realized there's a bunch of options there. Let me try to just import here. Oh, we already have that. Perfect. So we have here the link, and the href for this is just going to be /dashboard. Now in here, we want to add a class name. But before we add that, so we can even see the link, let's just add an arrow left. And we'll add a span that is going to say back to dashboard. But on a small screen, we actually want to just have a text saying back, because back to dashboard is kind of big on a small screen. So the way we're going to do that is here we're going to say it's hidden. But on a small screen, it becomes inline. And this one is just going to have, on a small screen, is going to be hidden. Perfect. So when it gets small, it becomes back. Nice. Now let's add the class name to this. Let's make it such that it has the display of flex, items center, space x1. On a small will be space x2. Text gray 600. On a hover, let's make it be 900. Now I just made a mistake here. Then we'll set the flex to be shrink 0. Now I want to make it such that this arrow is a bit smaller. So I'm going to set the class name to be height of 4. The width will be 4. On a small screen, we'll just increase that.
make it 5. Perfect. Now this button works perfectly and we can navigate between the pages. Now what I want to do is below this link, I want to add a little divider. So we're going to add this self-closing div, and it's going to have a class name of height of 4. And we're going to set on a small screen, the height will be bigger because the Navbar is going to be bigger. The width is going to be px, but the background is going to be BG Gray 300. Perfect. And then we're going to set it to hidden, but on a small screen, it will be block. And it just creates this little thing, but when you get smaller, it actually disappears. Now what we want to do is, below this, let's create what we actually show mainly, which is the title of the board and the button to edit it. So in here, we're going to create a div that is going to have the Trello icon. So we'll put the Trello icon, and then below it, we're going to put a span with the board title. So board title. Now, to add this functionality is actually going to require a good amount of work, so we're going to just leave it for now. And let's add the edit button. So if there's an edit button, we're going to render a button here, which is going to have the more horizontal icon. And we haven't passed that value yet, so that's why nothing's appearing. But what we're going to do is we're going to set the variant of it to be ghost, the size to be small, and we'll apply some minor class names to it, like we'll set the height to 7, the width to 7, and we're also setting the flex shrink to be 0 and the padding to be 0. Now that's not appearing again because nothing has been passed for on edit board, but when you click on it, we are going to call that function. Now let's make it such that when we show this, we actually get a board title and an onEdit board function. So we'll start with the board title. How do we do that? Well, when we call this Navbar, we have to pass a board title, but where do we get that from? Well, we get that from the individual board that is related to the ID of the URL. So we need to have a function that gets that ID and gets the board based on that. So let's call the use board or use boards hook that we created. Now in this hook, we currently have no function that loads a board based on an ID. And if you think about it, this over here loads a lot of boards. It's technically for multiple boards, not just for one. So what I want to propose is that we actually create a different hook inside of the same file, but this hook is just for functionality related to individual boards. In this case, we're going to export a function called useBoard. And this function actually, or this hook, requires you to pass a board ID. So any interaction with a single board will be something that exists inside of this hook. So instead of calling the use boards, we call the use board. And we need to pass an ID to this. Now, since this page is going to require a lot of UI functionality and interactivity, we're going to make this into a client component. And then that means that we can get the ID of this board by just saying const, setting this equal to the useParems hook from Next Navigation. Now this useParems hook allows us to specify the parems here, which in this case is an ID. We specify the type and we get back that variable. Now we need to call the hook. So I'll just put this, and in here, we'll just pass that argument. Now in this useBoard hook, we want to create a function that is going to do exactly that. It's going to return a board information based on the ID that is passed here. So what I want to do is I want to create a state called board. Actually, I'll just copy everything that we put here, and I'll just put it down here. Now, some things we don't need. For example, we don't need this, and we need to change this boards to be board and the type to be just a board instead of an array. But possibly it could also be null. So we're going to say board or null. Then the loading will keep the same and the error will keep the same. Now we'll even copy this functionality over here, the load boards and the use effect, because it's going to be pretty similar. We're going to come down here and we're going to change this. Now, instead of getting a user, we need to check for the board ID. So I'm gonna load it based on the board ID, just like this. And on this load boards function, we're actually gonna call it load board because it's a single one. Now in here, we don't have a service for just one single board. So in the board data service, we actually want to create a function called the get board. Now, why did we do this in the data service? Because the board data service will return not just the board data, like the data related to the boards table, but also the data related to multiple tables, such as the columns table. So we want here to create a function. We can call it whatever we want. I'm going to be more specific. I'm going to say get board with columns. So we get not only just a board, but we also get all of the columns related to that. And when we call this function, we want to pass the board ID so that we know which board we're talking about. Then when we finish that, we want to set the board equal to that data. But we also want to create a list for the columns, right? We have a board, but we want to keep track of the columns. So I'll create a state here for the columns as well. So we're going to say set columns, and we'll make this as a type of column array, which is actually going to be an empty array initially. Perfect. I just have to import this. Now, when we set the data, we don't want to set it to be equal to just, when we get back this data, we're going to return two things. We're going to return the board and also the columns. So when we create this, let's assume that when we get this back, we can just do this. We can say set boards is equal to data.board. And for the column, we're going to assume that we can just say data.columns. Now, when I say I assume, it's just because we're going to make that function right now. So we can technically assume, we'll just make sure we do that. So in here, we want to now create a function that is going to get that data. So I'm going to async and I'm going to paste the name of that function. Now in here, we want to obviously take in this type as one of the things. And the second thing is I need it to be a board ID, which is a string. Now, what do we want to do in this function? By the way, we need to put a comma here so that it doesn't give us an error. But what do we want to do with this function? Well, in this function, I want to first call the board service to get a board. And I also want to call the columns service, which basically has nothing yet. It just has a create column to get the list of columns. So we need two functions in those first. The board service function is the easiest one because we already have an example of one for that. And this function is going to be called getBoard. And in the arguments of here, we just need to pass a board ID, which is going to be a string. And also the return type is going to be a single board. Now, what do we do here? Well, we technically want to select all, but we want to equate the ID of the board equal to the board ID. That's all that we want to do. And we don't want to order anything. We just want to get one single item back. So we're actually going to say .single here. Then when we get back, we're just going to return the data, and it's not going to be a possible array. Now we're going to copy this exact thing. And actually we're going to copy the other function because columns is multiple. So it might look a bit similar. So when we go here to the column service, oh, we already have that over here. I'll just uncomment. We'll create this function and we'll call it getColumns. Now in this function, we need to have that Supabase client. So I'll copy that and I'll put it over here. But we'll also have to change this to have a board ID. Now in this, we want to return back a list of columns, not a list of board. And we do that by going to the columns table, selecting all and equating getting the columns in which the board ID field is equal to the board ID item. Now I'll delete this. Now, one thing we do need to do is we do need to order this because remember in the columns table, we have an order. If I open this up, you see that in the columns table, we have this field called sort order, which is super important because it defines the order in which the columns are sorted. So we do want to order, but we want to order it based on the sort order field. And we want to order it ascending because that's how we structured our columns. Now, if there's any issues, we're going to throw it, but if not, we're just going to return that. Great. Now going back over here, we have those two operations. And that means that we can call both of them to get them back.
Now, how do we get back the board and how do we get back the columns? Well, we're going to use a promise.all for that. So we're going to await promise.all, and we're going to pass in an array with both operations. The first operation is going to be calling the board service, not the board data, the board service, and calling the get board and passing the board ID together with the Supabase client, which we have to pass first. Then we're going to do the exact same thing, but for the column service and calling the get columns. Now, when we get that back, we're going to get the boards and the columns. Now, if no board is found, right, that's impossible. So we're going to throw a new error that is going to say board not found. Now, when we end that, I'm going to return the object that we just assumed, right? We assumed it's going to be an object with a board and a columns. So in here, I'm going to return the board and the columns. Perfect. And now we successfully get that data. Now, what does that mean? It means that in this hook, I can now return a bunch of things. For example, I can return a board. I can return the columns. I can return the loading. And I can return the error. So then here, we can use this board and get back the board. And we did all of that just to be able to pass here the board.title. And if it works, we see it over here. Perfect. It seems to be working because we see that it shows the title, new board, meaning that we got that from the table. Remember, that was the title. Now, this title looks a bit wrong, like the styling for it. So let's actually go back over here and let's go down to where we render the title. So it's over here, and we forgot to put some class names. So I'll set the text to be large, and I'll set the items to be center, and I'll set the space X to be 1, and space X to be 2, with a minimum width of 0. Now, on the top div over here, let's just set the display to be flex, and let's set the items to be center, and a space on the X direction to be 1. And we'll do the exact same thing on a small with a minimum width of 0. Perfect. This looks a little bit better. It's not fully bold like we wanted. So to do that, I actually want to set this span to, instead of being like this, I actually want to wrap this around with a div. And I'm going to wrap this whole thing around with it. And I'm going to copy the class names that we just put for this span. I'll put it up here. But for the span, what the class names we want is actually, I want to make it such that the text is still large. This should still go here. But we also want to set the font to be bold, the text to be gray 900, and I want to truncate. Perfect. Now, the last thing is just changing the color of this Trello to be blue. So I'm going to say class name, text, blue, and I'm making that text blue 600. Perfect. Now, let's work on the functionality to change the color and the title. So remember, that appears over here. When I click on this, I can change the title of this board and the color, and those changes are made. Now, obviously, the color is more visible when you go back to the dashboard and you then see the color like here. But for the title, it's immediate. So how do we make that happen? Well, to do that, we're going to come here to the page and we're going to create 3 states. The first state is going to be called isEditing title. Now, this is just going to be a Boolean that is going to determine if the modal for editing the title and the color is appearing. So we're going to create that. We're going to set this to be a useState, and it will be false initially. Now, the other 2 are going to be just for the data that we're editing. So for example, when we're changing the title, we want to keep track of the new title. And when we're changing the title, I need to also do this. And initially just be an empty string. Now we'll do the exact same thing for the new color and set new color. Then below this navbar, I want to render a dialog. Now this dialog, we're going to import it from our components, not from Radix. And in here, we're going to render the dialog content. So it's pretty simple to actually have dialogues when we have the ShadCN component. So in this dialog, we actually just have to pass a value for when we want to open it. When we want to open it is when is editing title is equal to true. And when the open changes, so on open change, we're going to set is editing title just to make it such that that can alter that value. So what does this mean? Well, it means that now in this navbar, if I pass an on edit board, and in here, I do something like, for example, set is editing title to true. What happens is now that button appears, and when I click on it, a dialog appears. When I click out of it, it disappears because this property detects that this is the function that is altering that, and this just sets it to true initially. So now we have this functionality. So let's build this dialog. Now inside of this dialog content, I just want to make it bigger. So I'll set the class name to be width is equal to, and then I'll set the value to be 95 of the VW. Then I'm going to set the max width to be 425 pixels. And then for the margin, I'll make a margin X auto. Inside of this dialog content, I'm setting a dialog header. Now in this dialog header, I'm just going to add a dialog title. And in here, I'll just put the title edit board. Now below this, I want to add a form. Now in this form, we're going to add the ability to choose the colors and also to write the new title. So in this form, we're going to have the following. We're going to have a div that is going to have a label that we're going to import from the components UI label, and it's going to be called board title. Now in here, we're going to put an input, which we're also going to import from our own components. And this input is going to be of ID equal to board title. And we're going to set a placeholder that is going to say enter board title. Then in here, we're going to make it required. Now the value of it, we wanted to technically already have the current title already over here. Because if you look over here, when I click on this, it already has that title and already has the color selected as well. So what I want to do to make that happen is when we select the navbar, we actually want to set the new title to be equal to the current title. So we'll say board.title, and we'll do the exact same thing to the color. So we'll say set new color, and we'll say board.color. Now what this will do is if I now go to this input and I set a value of it to be equal to new title, when I refresh this and I open it for the first time, it should now have that value already there. Perfect. Now we can actually also alter it already. If I set an on change here, we can pass an on change which has an event, and we'll just set the new title to be equal to that event.target.value. Perfect. We also want to put an HTML4. So in this label, we're going to say HTML4, and we're going to pass the board title. Now let's put the place for us to see the colors. To do that, we're going to come below this div, and we're going to create another div. And this is going to be for the label, which is going to be called board color. Now the colors, obviously it's a bit different, and it looks kind of cool. We have to show a bunch of circles with the different options. Now you can choose the different options that you want your boards to have as colors. I chose a couple of them, and I chose them, make sure that they're all Tailwind colors. That's the only argument that I'm gonna make. But what we wanna do is, I want you to make a list of those colors, and I want you to make around Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 6, 12 of them. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to put those colors in a list. For example, we have the first one, which is going to be BG Blue 500. And the other ones, I want you to just add to this list. I already have a list, so I'm just going to copy and paste my list in here, and you can copy if you want to. But these are the colors. Obviously, we don't want to just render the names of those colors. We want to do something with them. So what I want to do is I want to map through each of those colors, and I'll get each color. And for each of them, I want to render a button, but not a button from ShadCN. So not that button that we've been using so far, because that has a bunch of colors or a bunch of styling in them, and that's not what we want. We want to have a button that is actually self-closing. There's not going to be a label in it, but what it's going to have is it is going to have a class name in which we're going to insert that color in here. So the class name of this button is going to have a width of 8, a height of 8. It's going to be rounded full, and then we're going to put the color. So we see all the colors now appearing. Then I want to also show the color, or at least show a little bit of an outline, a ring to the color that is currently selected. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to check to see if the color is equal to the new color. Then we want to add this ring 2 and a ring offset 2. And if not, we want to add nothing. So it creates this little thing over here, which looks a lot better, and it displays which color currently is in. Now I'll also change the color of that ring to be gray, not text, ring to be gray 900, which is very slight, but it makes a difference. And now we have this button. We just have to add an on click to allow the user to switch between the colors. So when you click on it, we just change the new color to be equal to that color. And you can see that now when I click on the colors, I can switch between them. But obviously it is refreshing the page, and you might be wondering why. And that's because we have a form that every time we submit it, it does something. So on this button, I actually want to make sure I make it of type button and not, because it assumes it's going to be of type submit. And that's why I was submitting everything. But we don't want that. We want to make it a type button. Great. Now let's add some styling to this dialog because we want to make it look like this. So it's definitely a bunch of spacing stuff. For example, in this form, let's add a class name which will space everything in the y direction to be 4. So there's some spacing between them. Then on this div, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to say space, but we're going to put a space of 2. Then we want to go to the bottom over here, this one. We're going to do the exact same thing, but we're going to again make it 2. Now for the colors, that's where most of the styling comes. We're just making a grid, right? And a grid is pretty simple with Tailwind. We're making it into a grid and we're setting the amount of columns to be 4. Now, obviously, if it's a small screen, we're going to set it to be 6. And the gap is going to be 2. So this is how we put a gap in between them. Now, we just want to add those buttons to cancel or to save the changes. So below this div over here, and inside of the form still, I want to add another div that is going to have a class name of display flex and justify end. Also setting a space on the x direction to 2. And on this div, I want to add a button. Now on this button, I want to add the option to cancel, and I'll add another button right next to it, which is going to add the ability to save changes. Now the first button, I want to make it be of type button. And that's important because the second button, it's what actually submits the form. So it's going to be of type submit. Now, the variant of the first one is going to be outline. And that's because I want it to be transparent and have a slight outline to it. But when you click on it, we want to just refresh that state for is editing title. So we'll say set is editing title to be false so that it closes. Perfect. Now for the save changes, that's where the hard thing comes in. We don't put an on click or anything. It's a submission of the form. So we need to pass an on submit to this form. So how do we do that? Well, in this form over here, let's pass an on submit, and we're going to create a function called handleUpdateBoard. Now we need to create that function, so we'll do that over here. We're going to create a function called handleUpdateBoard, and it has to be an async function. And in this function, it's going to take in an event, which is going to be of type react.formEvent. Then inside of it, we need to event.preventDefault so that we don't have, oh, actually, I'm sorry, I just realized I mixed two different types of syntaxes for functions, but we need to prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page. Then we need to check to see if the new title is not empty. So if the new title.trim is not null, or there isn't a board that we got back, then return, because we don't want to alter non-existing boards. When this isn't the case, then we want to try and catch a database operation that we don't have in our service yet. So what is the try catch that we want to put here? Now in the try, we want to call a function, for example, called updateBoard, or whatever we want to call it, but updateBoard makes sense. Now in this function, we're going to definitely have to pass a couple things. Not handleUpdateBoard, I just realized it changed, but it's going to be updateBoard. Now what do we want to pass? First of all, we want to pass the Supabase client. The second thing we want to pass is the board ID. So we'll pass the board.id that we can get from the board. And the third thing that we want to pass is an object with the title, which is going to be the new title, and we're going to trim that. And we also want to put the color. So we're going to pass here the color. But if there is a new color, then we're going to pass that. If not, we're going to just pass the board.color, the default one that was before. Perfect. Now, obviously, it's giving us an error because we don't have that function yet. But when we're done with calling this function and we update it, we want to set the isEditingTitle to false so we can close the dialog. Now, how do we create this function? Well, we go to our use boards over here, and in our use board, not our use boards, we want to create that function below the load board. So over here, we're going to copy this actually. It might make sense to do that. And we're going to paste it here. We're going to change this to be called updateBoard. Then we need to make sure that this requires, what did we ask for? Oh, we don't need to pass the Supabase client here. We just need to pass this. Sorry. But we need to make sure that we have a board ID, which is a string, and whatever the updates are. Now the updates are going to be a partial version of the board object. So we'll just make it like this. Then in here, what I want to do is I want to remove this, and I want to try to call this function that is going to update the boards. When that's done, we're going to get back the updated board. So we're going to say updated board. And we're going to probably make that on the board service because it's an operation that only involves a board. So it only involves the board table. So we're going to make this update board function in the service for the board. So update board. And when we call this, we need to pass the Supabase client, but we also need to pass the board ID, and we're also going to allow it to pass the updates. Now, when we get back that updated board, I'm just going to set the board value to be equal to that updated board, just so the updates appear immediately. And I'm also going to return that. Perfect. Now, if there's an error, I'll obviously just change this to fail to update the board. And we don't need to have a finally case in this scenario. Perfect. Now let's create this update board function. This one is on the board service. So we'll come down here. We're just going to copy this and we're going to paste it here. We're going to change this to be update board. And remember, we need to pass a board ID as one of the types. So I'll say board ID. It's going to be a string. And we also need to have the updates that we want to make, which is going to be a partial of a board. In the end, we want to return a promise with a board. So to make that happen, we're going to interact with the boards table, but we're going to update, not insert. And the update function requires us to pass in all of the updates over here. And we also want to specify that we want to update the updated at field. Now that's important because that's what we're keeping track of in the recent activity part of the dashboard that we've worked on already. So I want to manually update this. I want to change this to now say new date, and I'll say to ISO string. Perfect. Now, when we're done doing that, we want to specify we only want to update the board in which the ID field of the board is equal to the board ID. If that happens, then we want to select that board so we get back the updated board, and we want to get a single one of them. Perfect. In the end, if there's an error, we'll throw them. If not, we'll return that updated board. Now we get that back over here, and we can return this update board function from this hook, and we can call it or get it in this use board hook over here. Now let's see what happens when we try to update a board. Let's click here and let's try to change the name of this board. Let's think of what this might make sense. Imagine this is like just your team's, or you're building a project actually. So I'm building this Trello app. So that's actually a good idea. Trello app sprint or something like that. I'll click save, and all of a sudden the title changes. But is that really a change? When I refresh this, you see that it does keep track of that, and it changed that in our database. Now let's try changing the color. Let's make this pink. When I click save change and I go back here, you see that now one of them has a pink color and the other doesn't. So it seems like everything is working, and we're doing great in this project so far. I know it's a difficult project. I'm aware. If you already got to this point, congratulations. Even for me, who already built this and I'm building this again, just now realizing how much work this is, but the payoff is incredible. This is going to be an amazing project. Okay, so now what we want to do, first of all, let's address this small issue here. We forgot to add a key to the button when we map. So obviously we're mapping through a list here, so we need to get the key, and then we'll add here the key to the button, just like this. Perfect. Now that error will go away. Now, what do we want to do? Well, we want to add the ability to filter through stuff, but not really add the ability, but rather just add the button, because again, we don't have tasks yet, so we won't have all of this stuff, but we can already create this this UI. So let's do that. I'm gonna come over here. We're going to continue adding stuff to this. So if we go to the Navbar over here, below the onEdit bar section, we'll go actually 3 divs down, and below here we're gonna add another section. Add another div, and in this section we're gonna render the filtering UI. But the thing is, we want this to show up, and we want to have a function that triggers what happens when the user clicks the filtering UI. It's going to open up a dialog similar to what we did with the editing dialog. So we want to create a function, or at least pass a function through the props that is very similar to what we did here. But this one is going to be related to filtering. So there's 2 things we're going to need when we do the filtering. We're going to need first for the function that is going to be called when we click on this, but also we need to keep track of the count of stuff that are going to be filtering. If you look at the top over here in the navbar, that number keeps changing. So obviously, like I said, we're not going to implement that yet, but we want to keep track of those 2 things. So we'll first create a function that is going to be called when we click on the filter button. So we'll call it onFilterClick, and it's going to look the same. And also we're going to need a filter count, and that's going to be a number. Now this is also going to be optional, and we're going to get both things here from the props. So onFilterClick and filter count.
Perfect. Now when we go down here, and by the way, now let me just pass that value here through the prop so that we can actually see stuff. So below this, we're going to pass in the onFilterClick, which to be honest, right now, we're just gonna make it into an empty array or an empty function. And we're also gonna pass the filter count, which we'll just pass like the number 2 just as an example. Then let's just open this up a bit so you guys can see everything as we do it. And now what we wanna do is we wanna go back to the navbar, and inside of this div, we want to only render stuff if the onFilterClick function is not null. If it's not null, then we want to render a button from ShadCN. Now on this button, we want to add the filter icon. So we'll put here filter from Lucid, and we also want to add a span right below it, and this span will have the word filter. Now you can style this however you want, but we also want to put here the filter count. So if the filter count is greater than 0, which in this case it will be because we forcefully made it into 2, then we're going to add a badge, which again, it's the badge from UI badge, not the one from Lucid. And we're going to put the filter count inside of it. Perfect. Now let's make some changes to it where we want to change the look of this button, but also you see we get this error over here saying filter count is possibly undefined. What this is because obviously filter count might be null just because we're sharing this navbar component, and in some components we're not passing that value. But in any case scenario, if it's null, let's just default it to 0. And this will remove that little error message. Now over here, what we're going to first do is we want to add some class names to this div. We're going to say the display is flex, the items are centered, and we'll have a space on the X direction to be 2. Now on a small screen, we'll set the space on the X direction to be 4 and the flex shrink to be 0. Now on this button, let's just first set the variant to be outline, which if you remember, it will just remove that black background, and then we'll make the size of it to be small. Perfect. Then I want to add a class name that will depend on what the filter number is. For example, the first thing I want to do is I want to use backticks because since we're accessing the filter count, we need to access a JavaScript variable. Then I'll just do some styling for the size of the text. Let's make it small or extra small in this case. But if it's a small screen, then we'll make it small. Then what I want to do is we want to apply here the filter count check, and if there is a filter count that is greater than 0, then I actually want to change the color of this to have a BG of blue 100 and a border blue 200. Now if there isn't a filter count, we want to set it to 0, and this will make it such that it has this little color if it is if it does have a filter, but if it doesn't, then it won't have this color. Now on the filter icon over here, we're just going to add some very minor classes. We're going to say height of 3 and width of 3. Then on a small screen, obviously width of 4 and height of 4. And we're also putting a margin right of 1, but on a small screen, we'll set in a margin right of 2. Now on this filter text over here, we're going to set it to hidden and then inline so that it actually disappears if it gets to a really, really small screen. So let me push this over here. You see that when it gets to a small screen, it disappears, but on a bigger screen, it sets the display class to be inline. Perfect. Now finally, let's fix this badge. For the badge, we're just gonna actually apply a variant, which is gonna be the same as the button. So it's gonna be secondary actually. But the thing is, we're going to apply some class names to make it look better. We're going to say that the text is extra small and the margin left is going to be 1. The small is going to be margin left of 2. And I also want to make it such that it has this same idea over here. So I want to put this around here. I want to use backticks instead of just normal strings. And we use the filter count Actually, we don't need to do that because this is already assuming that the filter count is greater than 0. So I'll just put this. And then this is how it's going to look like. Perfect. Now we have this button, but nothing happens when I click on it. So let's make that happen. So let's add to this button over here an onClick. Now when you click on it, it's just going to call the onFilterClick function. Now when we go back here to the page, we need to have a function similar to what we did here with the isEditingTitle, and it's actually going to be called, in this case, the isFilterOpen. So isFilterOpen, and it's a Boolean that is going to keep track of whether or not the filtering dialog is going to be open. Now this dialog is going to appear right below the dialog for the editing class. So what I want to do in this is I'll put it down here, and we'll add another dialog. And on this dialog, we want to set that it is open when isFilterOpen is true, and the onOpen change is going to be set to set isFilterOpen. This means that now when we have this Navbar call over here, what we can do is on this filter click, instead of just passing an empty function, we'll pass a function that will open the filtering dialog. So I'll set it to true. Now we can come down here and we can add more stuff to this dialog. Like we can make it such that in this dialog, we want to have a dialog content. It's very similar to what we did above. We want to also set a size to it. I'm just going to set a size to be exactly the same as what we did here. I'll even copy this probably, and I'll just paste it here. And you see that now because I clicked on that, I need to change this to have something else. Let's say filter tasks. Now when I click on this, it opens, and when I click out, it disappears. Perfect. Now what I want to do is below this dialog title, but still inside of the header, I want to add a p tag that says filter task by priority, assignee, or due date. So those are the options that you can filter stuff. Now below this, and let me just add some minor class names. Let's just make it really small and make the text be gray. Now below this, but outside of the dialog header, let's add a div that will encompass another div that we will put a label for the first section that you can filter. This is going to be the priority filtering. Now in this, below this, what we want to do is we want to add the 3 options that you can filter for. So it's going to be low, medium, or high. So we're going to loop through a list for them. We're going to add a div here, and we're going to loop through a list of those 3 options. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to create a list that is going to have low, medium, and high. And I'm going to map through them, get each priority, and I'll get a key as well. I won't forget that. And for each priority, I want to render a button. And on this button, I want to show the name of the priority as the label. So I'll get the priority over here, but I will actually remove, you see how it's all lowercase in the beginning. This is all because we want to keep it like this, because that's how we determined in the type for what a task is, right? What a priority in the task is. But the thing is, in here, when we're showing to the user in the UI, we actually want to capitalize the first letter. So to do that, I'll grab the first letter and I'll set it to uppercase. So to uppercase. And then I'll just get the first letter with the uppercase, but I'll add the rest of the text by slicing it after the first character. So that's how we capitalize the first character. Now, what I want to do is I want to add the key to this button, and I'll set it to key. And then I'm going to set a variant to this button. The variant is going to be determined by which one we are selecting. So as you can see over here, as I select them, they become black. But we don't have the logic to select them yet. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to set them to be the outline for now, because that's how they should look like by default. And then when we click on them, we're going to change that. We're also going to set the size to be small. And we'll add some styling above here on this div. So the first thing I want to do is I want to add a space on the Y direction to be 4.
Then I'll do the exact same thing, but for a smaller value here for the div below this. Then on this div, it's gonna have a display of flex so that we have a spacing in between them. We'll add a flex rep and we'll add a gap of 2. Perfect. Now we're pretty much done with this specific section. I'll even copy this over here and we'll go below 2 divs and we'll create another div. Now on this one is going to be the assignee section. And why is it giving us an error? Did we not close this correctly? Let me see. Yeah, apparently, but yeah. We'll close 2 divs. And inside of this assignee section, we want to keep the same type, but we don't have the data for the assignees. What that means is that we're going to have somewhere in our data that we're going to get who was assigned for this task. And we kept that data information on the assignees table. So on the tasks table, one of the options here is who was assigned to this task. So we don't have that data yet, so there's no way for us to display that. So actually, we're just going to comment this out. Now for the due date, it's pretty much going to still be the same UI. So we're going to paste that thing as well. And we're going to change this to due date. Now on this one, we want to have an input, not this whole logic here. So we're going to get an input and we're going to self-close it. The input is going to be of type date. And it's going to, we really can't get the dates yet, so we're not going to do anything here. We're going to just close this div. And then below this, we're going to add the buttons for clearing the filters and applying them. So we'll add the first button here. And we're going to say clear filter. And we'll add the second button, which should say apply filters. Now, on this class name here, we're going to say display a flex, and we're going to justify in between. And we're going to set a padding at the top to be 4. Now, for the first button, we're going to make it be of type button. And we're also going to set the variant to be the outline. So we have this pattern where always the first button is an outline, and the second one is just the normal default button. Now the second type is where we apply, so we're not really doing anything. But the thing is, when you apply the filters, we want to have an on click in which we set. So we set is filter open to false. And pretty much it will close at this point if you just click on it. But then after we get this data, we'll be able to apply all of the filterings. Perfect. Now we're done with our navbar and we can start building the inside of the page. But pay attention, because this section is gonna start getting a bit hard. Now, what do I mean by a bit hard is we're gonna first build the board content with the stats of the board. So if you go over here, we're gonna build this over here. This is simple. It's just getting UI and putting it on the screen. And then we're gonna build this section. And this section is fine up until the point we have to build the whole drag and drop stuff. So if I go to a board that has tasks, we want to be able to drag and drop, right? And that's a bit complicated, but the thing is, I'll try to get it as easy as possible for you guys to understand. And my recommendation is that with drag and drop, especially React DND, it's a library that is complicated by default. It's hard to understand. And but the thing is, it is very reusable. The meaning that whenever you have to do drag and drop, you just reuse the same code. So even if you don't fully understand React drag and drop, it's completely up to them. They made their documentation, in my opinion, kind of, or their syntax a little bit annoying. So I think that even in that case, it's fine if you don't fully understand, because you only use it in situations in which you need to drag and drop, and when do you really need it, and also if you need it, you can just reuse the same code. So now that I got that out of the way, let's start building the board content. Now add this section here, board content, so you guys can understand what we are building more easily when you go through the code. I'll add a main tag because this is the main section, and I'll start with the board stats. I'll even put a comment here as well for the stats. So it's a very simple section. We'll add another div here and then another div with a span. This span will just show the first stat. So total tasks. We don't have that data yet. So when we do, we're going to put it here. Actually, we do have the list of columns? No, we don't. So what we actually, oh, we do have it because we fetch it. So what we need is we need to get the list of columns when we go to this board. So the list of columns that are applied to this board. And we can get that from the useBoard hook. We can get the columns table because we fetch that in our, when we load the board over here. Remember, we set the data to the columns. So in this page over here, now we have the columns, and each column has an associated list of tasks. Now it's going to be 0 because we don't have any tasks yet. But what I want to do is I want to display the number of total tasks that exist in this board. So we do that by getting the, I'll put a below this span, I'm just going to render the text directly. I'm going to go through the list of columns. I'm going to reduce it. Now the reduce function allows us to run a sum and a collection. And we're going to get the sum of each of the columns, and we're going to collect and add a value to this sum. So what are we adding? We're going to loop through all the columns, and we're going to add the value of the length of the list of tasks for each column, so that we can then get the total length. So I'll do sum plus call.tasks.length, and we'll put an initial value of 0. Now it's saying that tasks doesn't exist in this type, and that is because technically when we fetch the data, we want to get the tasks together with the column. We're going to make a join of the column table and the tasks, because if you remember, the column table doesn't necessarily have a tasks field, right? It doesn't have a task field, but it does have, when you create a task, you associate it to a specific column. So we can actually join that data through that association. And the way we're going to do this is somewhere up in our useBoards hook over here, we're going to create a type that we're going to reuse multiple times. It's going to be called column with tasks. We can actually make this, let's make it in our models. It makes a lot more sense. So we're going to make this type. It's going to be called column with tasks. And this is going to be equal to the column type, but it's going to intersect. So we're adding another field to this type, and it's going to be the field for tasks, and it's going to be of type task array. We're going to export this value, and in our use boards over here, when we get the, when we define the state over here, instead of defining the state of columns to be of type column, we're going to make it be of type column with tasks. Now we're not currently getting that data yet, right? We just get, see, it even gives us an error because when we set the columns, we're not really getting that data anywhere in the board data service. So when we fetch the data for the columns, after we do that, we want to now fetch the tasks that are associated to this column. So we're going to have something like this. We're going to say const tasks, and then we're going to await. We're going to call the task service, which we don't have it yet, but we're going to do that. And we're going to create a function inside of it called get tasks by board. So it's going to be a function that requires us to get the, or pass the board ID for a specific board, and it's going to get all the tasks associated with that board. Now we also need to pass the Supabase client over here, so we need to address that when we make it. So let's do that. I'm going to copy here the column service, and I'll just paste it right below this. But I'll obviously change this to have to be the tasks service, or not the task service, not the tasks. Then let's delete these functions. Let's just keep one just as an example, and let's obviously change the name of this to be get tasks by board. Now this is going to retrieve all the tasks for a specific board across all columns. And we need the board ID and the Supabase client. So in here, we're going to return back a task, but a task array, because, and we need to import this type as well, because we're going to loop through all of the possible tasks in a column or in a board, and we're going to get that data. Now, how do we do that? Actually, in Supabase, we need to make a join. And to do that, we have to come here and we need to get the tasks table. And here's the important part. When we select the data, we need to do this little thing. We need to add backticks, and we want to say that we want to select all columns from the tasks table and then perform an inner join on the related columns table. And the way we perform this
inner join is through the board ID column that we have in the columns table. Now, how do we do that? Well, we first press enter. Actually, I need to make this into a whole thing. We first press enter. We select all of the columns in the column table. We put a comma, and then we get the columns table name, and we perform an inner join by putting the inner keyword following an exclamation point. Then we have to specify, obviously, what is the foreign key in this relationship, and that is the board ID. So when we do that, we now have that correct join, and then we want to specify that now we want to only select the tasks that are related to this now inner joined column table with the board table. And what I want to do is I want to equate the columns field, the board ID field in the columns table with the board ID that we passed. So I know it's a bit complicated, but we're just performing that join such that we are joining the tasks table with the columns table. Then we're filtering through the columns where the board ID is equal to the board ID. So if the board ID field is equal to the board ID that we're trying to get for this task, and then we're going to return each task with all of its fields plus the board ID from its column. And then we also want to sort this based on the sort order. So technically, this should remain the same. Now, when we're done with that, we need to return some data, and we're going to get it as an array. Perfect. Now let's go down here to where we get these tasks. When we get this, which we're now able to, we want to loop through that data. So when we get this, like we do over here, we want to now insert each task with the associated column that we have from this columns data over here. So we're going to create a copy of this columns list called columns with tasks. And we're going to loop through the columns function. And when we loop through it, we're going to get each column, and we're going to render each column through this way. We're going to render all the information of the column, plus we're going to add an extra task field, tasks field. When in here, we want to put the associated tasks that we get from this array with this specific column. How do we know which tasks are for each column? Well, we can just check the column ID of the task, because a task has a column ID, if you remember. Each task does have one. Why is it not opening? So let me go here. Let me open it bigger, I think. I just have to click this. But yeah, each task has a column ID at the end here. So with this foreign key relationship, we can associate and connect both the tasks and the columns. Now we have the tasks array, so for each of them, we can just filter through that array and remove each task that matches that relationship, or that doesn't match that relationship. So we'll do task.columnID is equal to the column that we're currently looping through .id. And now we have this perfectly made column with tasks array that should have each column and the data for each column, plus each column should now have the list of tasks associated with it. And this means that in the end, we can just return this data. Now, when we go back here, it still gives us an error, but now it's an error because there isn't such a thing as columns anymore, but rather there's a columns with tasks. And with this, we now have access to that information. We did all of that so that we could come down here, and when we render this data, right, we can now get the list of tasks and the length. Now, was that too much for something so small? No, because now we set up a lot of the infrastructure we're going to use later for working with tasks. Now, I was thinking about adding more of these stats, but I decided not to. You see, we have this tasks over here. We had the one for the completed and then in progress. But when I made this, I was assuming that all of the boards were going to have the same, columns like the to-do, the in progress, the review, done, on call, and stuff like that. But I added the ability for you to add more lists, or more columns. So I don't think this makes more sense anymore, because sometimes you might just have different columns. So I'm not gonna allow this. I'm not gonna put this on this project. Now, what I want to do is I want to add some of the class names for this already. So we'll start with the main here. We're gonna add a class name where we're just gonna set the structure of it by setting it as a container. Then the margin X will be auto. We're then gonna set the padding on the X direction to be 2, and then 4, and then 4 for the Y direction, and 6. Then below this on the stats, I want to add a class name, and I'm setting a display flags column, but we want to make it responsive, so we'll set it to flex row when it's small, then items center, and justify between, a margin bottom of 6, and the space in the y direction to be 4. But when it's small, we'll set it to be 0. Now below this, we want to add the class name for this div. So we'll say that the displays flags wrap, items center, a gap of 4, and a gap of 6. Then here, we want to set the text to be small, the text to be gray, 600. And for this specific thing, we want to actually put a space here so that it's not cluttered together. And for the span, we want to set the font to be medium, so it's a little bit bold. Then we pretty much are done with this section, since I'm not going to add that other thing. But I do want to add this add task section over here, plus the the dialog that appears. Now we've dealt with dialog so much already, so I assume that you guys will be comfortable with this. What we're going to do here is the add task dialog. We're going to add a dialog, but the way we trigger this dialog is going to be a bit different this time. We're going to have a dialog trigger, which is going to be just a function that we're going to put, or a button that we're going to put. And this button will have the plus icon. And let's just open this up over here. It's going to have the plus icon. Plus, we're going to have here the add task label. So we now have this button over here. And I also want to put an asChild property to this, because this is a child of the dialog. And let's add some class names to this. I'll just make it have a width of full, and on a small it will be width auto. Then I don't really care about this, and this doesn't have any styles. Now when we put a dialog trigger inside of a dialog, it just means that this will open the dialog when we click on it. But we don't have a dialog yet. So let's build that dialog through adding a dialog content, and we already have examples of using a dialog content, so I'll pretty much just copy this, put it over here. You need to make sure to close that, and you see that when I click on it, now it opens. Perfect. Now on this header, we don't want to do what we had before. We actually want to add a create new task property, and on this p tag, we'll just add a task to the board. Now in here, below the header, we want to add a form. In this form, we're going to have a couple labels and inputs. The first label we're going to have is going to be for the title, and we're going to say that it's required. Then we're going to have an input, and for the input, we're going to have it an ID of title. It's the title of the task you're trying to create. Then we're going to have a name, which is going to be title as well, and a placeholder that is going to say enter task title. If you remember, the task looks like this. It has a title, a description, an assignee, a due date, a priority, and a sort order. I mean, it has other stuff, but those are the things that we care to put. When I click this, we need to have exactly this. So what I want to do is, when I go back here, I want to just copy this and paste it a couple times. Now let's look at how this looks. Some of the inputs are going to be different. For example, this is not, the description one is not going to be an input. It's going to be a text area. And we need to import that from the components UI folder that we have. We're going to change this to description, but description is obviously not something that is required, so I'll remove that. Then we want to change this to description. We're going to change this to description as well. And we'll change this to description. Now for the text area, we also want to put a maximum amount of rows, which is going to be 3. Now below this, we have the assignee section. So an assignee is just someone who you assign a task. So, I mean, we don't really have teams on this. I just thought this was a cool thing for us to add. So I'm going to add it as well. So we're going to have here an input, and it's going to have an assignee. And by the way, as we just redo this a bunch of times, like do a bunch of things that are very similar, I wanted to tell you guys, I made this project with some features that I think you could expand on, because specifically, for example, this assignee thing, you can make it such that teams can access boards at the same time, and then you can actually have assignees that can see their own board. So that's the thing. I made it such that there's some extra features that I just left it kind of like in the blue for you guys to do it yourselves, because this is a long project and I want you guys to not only just copy and paste but also expand on it. And if you finish and do something bigger than this, please share with me and I'll take a look and I'll give you some feedback. I'll be really happy if you did that. This is my first huge project, so that's why I wanted to do something like this. So now we have this assignee section. We can add another one. And this one is going to be for the priority, but for the priority, it's a bit different because there's some options that we want to deal with. So for the priority section, we're going to change here to priority, and we're going to use actually a select. Now a select, again, we're going to get it from our components UI, and this select over here, we need to give it a name. The name is going to be priority. There's going to be 3 options. We're going to copy the options from this array that we have for the priorities. This over here, we're going to copy this and we're just going to paste it over here. We're going to have the 3 different priorities, low, medium, and high. Now for each of them, we're going to render a select item, which we're also going to import from the components UI. We're going to close this as well, and we're going to remove this whole property over here. Now, in this select, before we have the list, we're going to put the select content. And we're wrapping this whole thing around with this. You see now the buttons don't appear anymore. And the reason for that is because we have to pass a value to this. So we're going to pass the 3 values. The value that appear here is the priority value. And then we need to have a select trigger. So I'll add a select trigger here. And when you select a value, we're going to call the select value component. It already comes with a bunch of components, and it makes it so that you can select it like this, similar to how we have it over here, where you can select the options. Now, it seems like it's not actually showing the name when we select. Actually, it is, but it's not. It doesn't have one by default. Now, to set the default value, we just come to the select property over here, and we pass a default value. So by default, we're going to set all of them to be medium. And now this is what happens. When I open it, it has medium as the default priority, and then you can switch between the options. Now, finally, we just need a due date as the last thing before the submit button. So I'm going to add here another div with a label, which is going to say due date. And we're going to add an input for the date. So input, and we're setting the type of this to be of type due date, or actually just date. Then the ID is going to be of type due date, and the name is also going to be due date. Perfect. Now we're going to add the final thing, which is going to be a submit button. We're going to delete this, and we're going to add a button, and it's going to say create task, and it's going to be of type submit. Great. Now we have this dialog that can create a task, but it looks really ugly. So let's apply all the stylings that we haven't applied yet. The first thing we want to do is pretty simple. On this form over here, we're just going to add a class name, and we're going to say has a class name of space on the y direction 4. Now everything is kind of spaced out. It's really easy to just add that instead of adding individual margins. And then I'll add this exact same class name, but with a smaller gap in between the labels and the inputs. And I'll do this for all of them. So all of these divs over here, I'm just going to add this so that we have a space for each of them. So we'll just add here, and we don't need it for this button. But the one thing we want is for this button to actually be on the right. So in here, I am going to paste this, but I'm just going to change this. I'm going to set it to display flex. And to put it on the right, we're going to justify end. And then it goes to the right. We're going to set a space on the x direction of 2 and a padding tab of 4. Perfect. Now we have a beautiful dialog that we can add people to. But again, we don't have the functionality yet. We actually can add that functionality, but
I think it's kind of redundant because we're not showing the columns yet. So I think this is the progress we're going to take. We're going to show the columns. We're going to display them here. Similar to what we're doing here, we're going to display all of the columns with the tasks that they have, which should be empty. Then we're going to add the ability to add a task so that we can see the tasks. And then we're going to add the drag and drop. So now it's time for us to build the board columns. So what I want to do is I want to go below this dialog div, and inside of here, let's start from the top. I want to add a comment that will say board columns, just so you guys can have an idea of what I'm talking about. Board columns. And below here, let's add a div that is going to encompass this section. Then we want to loop through the list of columns. So we're going to do columns.map, get each column, and get a key for each of them. And for each of them, we want to render this component we're going to create called column. Now we haven't created this component yet, but it's going to be a wrapper component that we're going to create over here at the top. So we'll create it over here, probably above this. Let's create here a function called column. And this component is going to take in three things as props. The first thing it's going to take in is the column info, so the column data. The second thing is any children below it, because it's a wrapper component. Then we want to pass two functions. One is going to be called onCreateTask, and the second one is going to be called onEditColumn. What are they? Well, the onCreateTask is what happens to this column when we create a task, and the onEditColumn is just a function that we're going to pass that tries to edit the info for a column. So when we click on this over here, we're able to edit this column's info, especially the name. Then we want to pass the types for this. So I'm actually going to open this up so we can have a bigger view of this. The first type is column, and the type for this is going to be column with tasks. So it's just one single, so we're not going to put an array for this. Then children always has the type as React.reactNode. Then we have the onCreateTask function, and this we haven't made it yet, but basically when we create it, it's going to be a function that takes in a task data, which is, we're just going to set the type to any, because it depends, we don't have it yet, but we're going to set it that it returns a promise and it's a void promise. Then we have the onEditColumn. Now the onEditColumn is a function that we kind of already know what we need. So we need a column with tasks inside of it, and it's going to return void. Now in this column component, the reason why we're making an extra component is to make it super easy for us to do all of the logic that we have to do when we create our drag and drop. There's going to be hooks that are needed to be called for inside of each column, so we need to make it like this. Now the return statement is going to be pretty simple. We're going to have a div that we're going to return, and inside of this div, there's going to be another div. Now this div is going to be the main content of the column. So if I pull this over here, we should now have all of the columns being displayed, and there's 4 to be exact, but we don't see them. So we'll start by making the column header. Now the column header will look like this. We'll have a div, and then another div, and then another div with an h3 tag that will say the column title. Now how do we get the column title? Well, we say column.title. Now we don't see that info because we now need to pass that prop to the argument of this column component. So we'll pass here column, and we'll pass the column value over here. We'll also pass the key so that we don't get that warning. Now we should see all of the titles for each of the columns. Great. We'll go back here now, and let's continue building this. Now below this h3 tag, we'll add a badge, and the badge will just say the length of the tasks. So I'll get the column.tasks.length. So for each column, we'll know how many tasks are in there. Now for this badge, we need to import it from the components UI library, and obviously we don't have any tasks yet, so each of them are going to have 0. Then what I want to do is below this div, I want to add a button in each column, and this is what the button to edit the column. Now we're going to use the same icon that we have over here for editing. It's going to be called the more horizontal icon, and in this button we want to have the variant of ghost so that it has no background. And I also want to set the size to small, And I'll just set a class name here to have a flex shrink of 0. Now for the badge, I'll actually change the variant of it to be secondary. And I also want to add just a small class name to set the text to be a lot smaller than what it is. And I'll set it to flex shrink 0. Now let's start building the structure of this so it looks a little bit better. So first of all, let's make it such that this over here, the h3 tag, looks stronger. So we're going to make it such that it has a font semi-bold. Also, we're going to set it to text gray 900, text small, but on a small, it will be text base. We're also going to truncate it. Now, on this top div over here, we want to display flags so they appear right next to each other. And we also want to center the items. Then we want to set a space on the X direction to be 2, so there's a gap. And the minimum width will be 0. Then on this top one, we now want to put this next to it as well. So we're going to, again, set a display of flex. And we're setting items centered. And justify between so that this goes to the very end. Now on this div over here, we're going to, this is the right one below the column header. We just want to set a padding of 3. So there's some space. On a small, we're going to set padding of 4. And we're setting a border at the bottom so that each of them has a division. Now remember, what we're building here is just this top header over here. So we actually need to create the outline of it. The outline is going to come over here. So what do we want to do to this is we want to set a class name that is going to have a BG of white. It's going to be rounded large, and it's also going to have a shadow that is small. Then we're setting a border, and then we want to come to this top div, and we're just adding a final class name where we set the width to full. And I want to set it on a large screen to have a flex shrink 0, and on a large screen the width is going to be 80. Now what we want to do is just add the column content. How do we do that? Well, below where we have here the more horizontal and the button, we go 2 divs down and we add the column content. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a div, and inside of this div, we're going to add the children. Now we don't have any children yet. We didn't pass that. But between each of the children, we're going to add a padding at the top, or a padding in general of 2. This means that now when we call, when we show the information, we want to display it when we call this column table, or this column component. So inside of this component over here, we want to show a div that will loop through each of the tasks of the column. So I'll just loop through them right now, and I'll get the task and the key. And to be honest, I'll just display like a div that will show the title of the task, because we don't have any tasks yet. So it's kind of redundant for us to do this. So I'll say task.title. Now see, we don't have anything, so that's the problem. I'm also just going to pass in the onCreateTask function just because we don't have it yet, but we'll just pass it like this, and the onEditColumn function. Perfect. Now obviously this is it's complaining because it requires a promise, but we don't have that yet. But what we can do is add the ability to add a new task. Now why do we have that ability? Well, because we already created this add task button over here. So what we want to do is when we submit this form, we want to add data to the task table. So what I want to do is I want to create here the handle task add, or whatever we want to call it, handle create task function. So to do that, we're going to come to here and we're going to create a function. It's going to be asynchronous, so async, and we're going to call it handle create task. Now in this function, we're going to take in an event, which is going to be of type React form, or React.form event. And the first thing we want to do is we want to prevent default. Then we want to get the form data. Now, how do we get the form data? Well, we're going to set this equal to new form data. And we're going to pass the event.currentTarget. This is just an easy way for us to get back Oh, this is giving us an error. To be honest, I think it might just be better for me to, I don't know the specific type for this to be required here. So I'm even just going to put any for now, but we can get back to that later. But basically, we want to get the current target and pass it to this form data object. Now, this is an easy way for us to get back the data from this form. Because, for example, when I form here, I want to create the data that we're going to add to the task table. I'll create this object called task data. It's going to be an object with all of the fields that are required in the task to edit. So it's going to have a title, a description. We're going to have an assignee. We're going to have a due date, and we're going to have a priority, which are all the things we have on the right here of the screen where we edit. Now for the title, to get this data of what the user typed on this input over here, it's as simple as just saying, I want to get from the form data, so form data.get, specify the field, which we gave names and IDs, so title, and I also want to convert it to string, just because that might be ambiguous. We're going to copy this and we're going to paste it a couple times. Now, there's a couple changes we need to make. First of all, we'll change all of this to match whatever the name is. So we'll change for all of them. Then what we want to do is for the description, it's possibly also undefined because this is not a required field. So we'll also add that if it's not passed, then it is undefined. We'll do the exact same thing for the assignee. So we'll say it's possibly undefined. And then for the priority, it is, it's not that it's possibly undefined. Oh, actually, the due date as well. I just forgot the due date. So let's do that. This is also possibly undefined. But for the priority, it's not that it's possibly undefined, but much rather that it is actually not a string. It's either a combination of the low option, the medium option, and the high option. So those are the three options. And also it could be undefined. So we're going to wrap this whole thing around and say that it is possibly undefined. But if it's undefined, then it's by default medium. So this is what we're defaulting to. So we get the task data. What do we do with this task data? So we come over here and we say if task data.title.trim, so we check to see if it's valid. If the title is not empty, then we want to create an other function that will be called over here to actually officially create the task. Now, why are we creating an extra function is because we're going to call this extra function another time, and we don't want to go through all of this when we call it. We just want to have this single functionality of actually calling the backend. So we're going to say createTask. That's the name of the function. And it's going to take in a type, obviously, over here. We're going to call it, so it's going to be an async function, and we're going to call it over here. We're going to say await createTask, and we're going to pass in the task data. Now, the type for this function is going to be this. So it's going to be task data, and it's going to have the types for all of the data that we put over here. Now, what do we do inside of this function? Well, the first thing we do is we find the first column. Why are we finding the first column? Because we want to find the first column to add the task to. So we get here the target column that we want to add, and we set it equal to columns, and we get the first one. Now, we can switch it around, right? But when we add a task, we always add it to the first column. That's how Trello works. And then we switch it around to put it into whatever column we want to add. So we add it to the first one, and then we're going to say if there's no target column, then there's probably an error, which it's unlikely, but we're going to say throw new error, no column available to add task. Then we're going to call another function that we're going to call createRealTask. Now, why did I call it createRealTask? Because we already have a createTask function over here. We're going to create this, and this is going to come from the useBoards hook. It's going to be the function that then calls our service and creates the data into our backend. Now, in this createRealTask function, what we want to pass is two things. We first want to pass the ID of the column that we want to add it to. So we want to pass the ID so that we know which column we want to add this task to. And we also want to pass the data for the task. So those are the two things. Now, where do we create this function? Like I said, we're going to create it in the use board hook, not the use boards, the use board. Now in here, let's come down here and let's create the function. It's going to be async and it's going to be called createRealTask. Now in this function, we're going to put this as the argument. It's just the column ID with a type of string and the task data as an object. Now inside of here, it's not going to be much different from what we've been doing so far. So we're going to have a try catch. So we're going to say try, and then we're going to catch any errors. Now in the try here, we want to call the service for adding a new task. So we're going to await the task service, and we're going to call this function called createTask. We obviously don't have that yet. But when we have this function, we have to pass first the Supabase client, and then we have to add the new task, which will be composed of the following. It's going to have a title, which is going to be a task data.title. We're just going to get it directly from there. A description, which is going to be a task data.description, but possibly null. If that's null, we're going to default it to null. And the same for both the assignee and the due date. Then we need to pass a column ID, which is something we don't have from the task data. So that's why we need to specify each thing individually. The column ID will just be the column ID we get from the argument of this function. Then we need to pass a sort order. Remember, when we create a task, it has a sort order property. We didn't add this to when you add a task because it doesn't make sense to ask a user to choose the sort order. The sort order is actually going to be, we're going to get it directly from the columns list. We're going to find the column in which has the column ID equal to the column ID that we're trying to add this task to. And when we get that, we're going to get the length of the tasks and we're going to add it to the end. So that's what we're doing. We're just adding it to the end of the list of tasks in that specific column. So that if the column has already like 4 tasks, we're adding this as the 5th task. So since the order starts from 0, getting the length will be the correct index of where we're adding that. Now, at the end over here, we want to add the priority. And the priority will pretty much be the same thing. We're just going to say priority. Oh, why is this an error? This should be over here. We're going to get a priority and it's going to be task data.priority. And we're defaulting it to medium if nothing's passed. Perfect. Now, obviously, we need to create this task. So when we create this task, we need to make sure we return back a new task property. So we'll go to the task service. And in here, we're going to create a new function. Now, this function is going to be pretty similar to the other create functions. I'll copy the create column so we don't waste time with this. And copy, pasting it over here. Change this to create task. And in this, we need the following. We don't need a column, we need a task. Now, what is a task? It's a task that omits the ID, the created at. And if we go here, we see that there's also an updated at. So we need to omit the updated at as well. So let's omit that, updated at, perfect. And it returns back a promise with a task, a type of task. Now in this logic over here, all we want to do is very simple. We go to the tasks table and we insert whatever task we get from that function. That's it. Now we go back here and we have this property. We have to assert the type of Supabase client so that we get this back. Now, when you see over here, it is saying that we can't pass a column ID. And the reason for that is because we were stupid. We should have said column ID like this, not like the actual variable. Now we're pretty much done with calling the service. What we want to do is what happens after we create this task. What we do is we update our list of columns so that it actually has here, it actually adds the task to the end. So we're going to say set columns is equal to, and then we're going to add here we're going to loop through the current value of this state. It's going to be a list and we're going to loop through them. So prep.map. And for each column in this list of columns, we're going to check for the column in which the ID is equal to the column ID of this function. And if that's true, then we want to add this new task to the end of that column. So we're going to get the current value of the column, but in the tasks field that exist inside of this column, we want to append the array by adding the new task to the end of that list. Now, why is it giving us an error? Because actually we're not putting the call here, we're putting the call.tasks because it's the list. And then in the end here, after this curly brace, if it's not the correct column, we'll just keep the column the same. So this is the logic over here. Let me show you guys better. We have this list of columns. We want to update it such that now we add the new task to the end of the list of the tasks array that exists in one specific column, right? If you think about it, this is what we're doing. If I were to add a task to here, then we would want to have that task appear here. But to do that, we have to go through this list of columns, which is the whole columns. We find the correct column in which we want to add the tasks to. Then when we find the correct column, we grab the data for the column. We keep everything else about the column the same, such as the title, like every property of it the same. But on the tasks property that exists inside of the column, we change its value, which is an array, to keep the array the same, such as in this case, it only has one item. We keep it the same, but we add the new task to the end. So we would add it over here. So that's what we're doing. If the column ID doesn't match, it means we're not trying to change that column. So we keep the column value the same. Now we just return the new task in case we need it, and we are good to go. Now, if there's an error, we want to set the error equal to that. So I'm just going to copy again the same logic over here, and we're going to change this to, instead of saying, oh, we need to get the error here, but instead of saying fail to update the board, we'll say fail to create the task. Perfect. Now let's return this createRealTask property at the bottom of this useBoard hook. So let's pass this here. Let's go back here, and now let's get that property from the useBoard hook. So you might be noticing that we have a pattern, right? Whenever we want to add new functionality that involves the backend, because we created the services file, it becomes a lot easier. It has we first have to add stuff to the useBoard's hook, then to the services, and then we get that data back in our components. Now in this createRealTask, we really just need to do this. We don't need to do anything else. But then when we call the createTask down here in the handle createTask, which is called by the form, we want to pass this value to the onSubmit of the form. So when we go to the create new task form, it's this form over here. We're gonna have an onSubmit, and we're gonna pass that handle createTask. Now let's try this out. Let's come over here, and I'm actually going to copy some of the data that I put here. Yeah, I'll just make it. Obviously, there's a bunch of changes we still need to make here to make it look better. We didn't add the styling yet for columns, but let's click on add new task. Inside of here, let's add a task title. I don't know, fix bug with Trello app. I don't know. There is a bug where I can't sign in. Let's put an assignee. I'll just say Pedro Tech. Let's make it be a high priority, and let's make the due date be at the end of the month. When I click create new task, what we should see is absolutely nothing. So there might be an error happening. Let's check this out. I'm gonna open this up, and I'm gonna show you guys myself debugging this. So it seems like there's an error, and it says that the null value in the column user ID of relation task violates a not null constraint. So it seems like we have here a field called user ID in the tasks table. The thing is, there is absolutely no need for this user ID. I'm not sure if I edited this in video with you guys. I made some small changes to debug some stuff while I was debugging a portion of the video. So I don't know if I edited that. I want you to delete that user ID. There's no need, because a task is part of a board and part of a column, and both of them have a user ID. So there's absolutely no need to pass that. So yeah, so we don't need that. Let's try again. I'm going to open up the inspect element. Let's click create task, and yeah, it seems to have added. Also, we seem to have been seeing this appearing over here. Now, when I add a new task, I also want to close this dialog To make that happen, it's actually a little bit difficult because when we created this dialog, if you remember, we used let me show here, task, actually, let me just go up. It's this form over here. Where is it? The form over here, right? We used a dialog trigger. We didn't have a function, a state to keep track of it. So actually, what we need to do to make it such that it closes is some DOM manipulation. Now, what I mean by that is on this handleCreateTask function, after we're done creating the task, I'll just close the dialog by manually changing the state of it in the DOM element. To do that, we'll get a trigger here, and we'll say document.querySelector, and I'll select for the item in which it has the data state equal to, and actually I should make this into single quotes, and I'll get the item in which it has the state of open. And what I want to do is, I know that this is open when the dialog is open, this element has the data state as open. I know this because of the documentation from ShadCN for this component. Now, when the query selector when we get this, we're going to treat it as an HTML element, so we have access to some functions, and we'll just call, if the trigger is found, so if this element is found, I just want to click on it. So it's like we're simulating us, when we create a task, we simulate us clicking on the close button for this. So that's what we're doing. And if I were to create here another thing over here, for example, what we want to do now is we want to add styling to columns. I'm just going to actually make it look like what we are doing. I'm going to assign it to myself, and I'm setting medium priority, and I'm changing the date to another time. I'm going to click create task, and you see that now it closes. It also adds the task to here. Perfect. You see the data is starred and it's beautiful. Now what we want to do is, since we have the ability to add the tasks, we want to actually display it in a way that it looks nice, because on a big screen it looks horrible. So we'll go down here and we'll first put a class name here. We're going to say space on the Y direction is 3. So there's some space in between them. Then on the onCreateTask, we're going to replace this with the handle or the createTask function. Sorry. That's why we created that extra function, so that we have that property as well. Now on this div over here at the top, we want to put some big styles. Now there's actually a lot of styles that we need to put here. So instead of going through each of them like I've been doing so far, I'll just copy and paste and show you guys exactly what we do. So you see, we create the style such that it also expands and becomes here a grid with 4 columns, or however many columns are necessary based on the amount of columns. But also with Trello, you know that there's this little scroll bar where if you add a bunch of them, it will actually appear here at the end. So we can add more columns to this list. Obviously, we can't just fit all of them in one screen, so we need to add this scroll bar. And this is what most of these styles mean. We see here we have a display flex. Obviously, we do some stuff for when it's large and when it's small, so we have responsiveness. But then we specifically add the scroll bar to appear when necessary. So that's what the class name is. You can copy and paste it. I'll just pause it for a second. But this is the styling for this div. Then what we want to do is now show the tasks appearing on the screen. So I want to create another component similar to what we did here with the column component. I want to create a component that is going to be for the task. So in here, we're going to create here a function, and we're going to call it the task. Now in this function, it's going to have 2 props. First, we're going to take in the task, and the property of that is going to be of type task. We're going to give that back from the data that we get back from the backend. Now what we want to do with this task is we want to call it out here when we render that specific task. So when we render this, we want to literally just return a call for that task component and pass in the task as the type and the task as well. I'm also going to pass in the key like we've been doing so far. Now, when we go back here to this task component, it doesn't return any UI yet. So let's change that. In here, what we want to return is a div. And on this div, we want to return a card. The card again is from our components UI folder. And for each task, we're going to have a specific card. You see that now we have 2 over here and 0 on the others because there's no tasks on the other columns. Now we want to put a card content. And inside of this card content, we're going to put a div to encompass the whole section. Now the first part of the task is the task header. And in this section, we want to add a div with an h4 tag that is going to have the task title like we did before. Now below this, we're going to add a task description. And possibly a task doesn't have a description. So if that's the case, we're going to handle that. So I accidentally opened this, sorry. Let's add a p tag that is going to have here the task.description. And if there's no description, then we'll just put a no description text over here. Perfect. And we need to close this. And you see that now the description appears. Then below this, we'll show the metadata for this task. And what I mean by metadata, it's not what you're thinking, is I'll just say meta. We'll have to put data such as the assignee, the due date, and the priority. How do we do that? Well, we're going to put a div here with another div inside. And in this div, we're going to check to see if there was a task assignee. If there was one, then we want to render a div that has a user icon to it, which we're going to get from the Lucid React. And we did assign a user for each of them. It's this little icon over here. And then below, we're going to put the name of the assignee. So we're just going to say task.assignee. Then below this, we are pretty much done with the assignee. We want to show the due date. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to check to see if the task has a due date. If it does, then I'm going to put a div. And in this div, I want to add a calendar icon. And after that, I'll add a span with the actual due date. So we'll say task.duedate, and we don't really need to care about styling it because the text is already in a readable form. Then below this, we want to show the color of the task, so the priority of the task. How do we do that? Well, to do that, we're going to use colors. So if you see over here, if it is a medium, it will be orange. If it is low, it will be green. And if it's a priority, it's going to be red. So to do that, we're going to do this. We're going to have a div over here that is going to be self-closing. Then in here, we're going to have a class name that is going to require us to put some JavaScript. So we'll use the backticks and some syntax for JavaScript. We'll set it to be a circle by having a width of 2, a height of 2, and it has to be rounded full. We'll also set the flex shrink to be 0. And I want to insert here the color. But to insert the color, we need to check what the color is. So I'll make this function called getPriorityColor. And we'll pass the task.priority. We obviously haven't made that function yet, so we have to do that. I'm going to grab this over here. And above this return statement, we want to add the function getPriorityColor. And what we want this function to do is it gets a priority, which is a string. Actually, a priority is either it's either low or medium or high. Those are the only options. And it returns a string, which is a color. So then what we want to do is we have a switch case. So switch the priority. If the case is that the priority is high, then we choose the color to be red. So I'm going to return here a BG of red 500. Now we need to put another case here in the switch statement. If the case is medium, we're going to return a color of, let me just put here, return BG yellow, which is kind of orangey, 500. And you see that already we get the colors because this one is a priority high and this one is a priority medium. And the final one is just the beginner or the low one, which will be green. So we'll say low, and we're going to say return BG green 500. Now we could put a default case over here. I don't really care. I'll make default and I'll return the medium one. But obviously, we're never going to reach this case because we're ensuring that this is all we get from this function. Now we have everything ready for each task. Let's just style it because we did 0 styling so far in this task. So what do we do? Well, first of all, let's come to this card and let's add a class name. I want to make it such that when we hover it, it has a cursor of pointer. Just because remember, we're going to be able to drag and drop it. So I want to make it clear. Also, when you hover it, it's going to have a shadow of medium and it's going to have a transition shadow. So now when we hover it, you see the cursor changes. Then on the card content, I want to put a class name of padding of 3, and on a small, it's going to be padding of 4. Then on this div, we're going to have some space on the y direction of 2, and then 3. Finally, on this task header, let's start building the individual stuff. So we'll set a display flex items start, so it appears in the beginning of the div, and then justify between. Then on this H4 over here, let's say font medium, text gray 900, text small, leading tight, flex 1, min width of 0, and the padding right of 2. Then we're going to come to this task description here. The styling on this is going to be pretty minimal. We're just going to add a text extra small, text gray 600, and line clamp 2. Then for the task meta, we want to put a display of flex, items center, and justify between. Then on this div, let's put a class name of flex, items center, space x to be 1, and space x to be 2 with a min width of 0. Then with the assignee part over here, we're going to set the display of flex, items center, space x to be 1, text to be extra small, and the text to be gray 500. For the user, let's not even touch it. Actually, let's just make the height of it be smaller and the width of it to be smaller because I realize it's kind of big. Then the span over here, let's just make it truncate. And we're pretty much done with this. We'll just copy this. We'll paste it for this as well. Same styling here as well. And same styling here as well. Perfect. Now, we already have the styling for this. So this is pretty good to go. Now, it doesn't look perfectly the same, and that's because, first of all, we're not going to add this edit button over here because I thought this could be a functionality together with some of the other stuff that you guys can add as an extension to this project. We're going to add the ability to edit the column itself, so you guys are already going to know how to edit a task, and I feel like it's a good practice in that case. Also, we're not adding the comments or the attachments. Those are also things that you can edit as an extension of your project. So now what we want to do is, I realize that this isn't in the right position. This should be over here. So the problem with that is that we need to grab this div and put it over here so that the justify between actually applies. Now I'm pretty much done with creating the individual task. What we want to do now is, again, add the ability for us to now move everything around. So here's where we get to the meet and greet of having to add the sortable, drag and drop, and all that kind of stuff. So how do we do that? It's a lot of effort, but we're gonna get through this. Now let's add this extra button to our column, which allows you to add a card. How do we do this? Well, we have this logic already over somewhere here. We have a add task dialog, right? And we're gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this whole thing up until the point where it closes. Now we're gonna add this at the bottom of the column content. So when we call the columns, so let's see where we do this. We call the children over here. We wanna render this right below this. Now what this will do is, first of all, it is giving us an error.
because it is saying that we don't have this handle createTask function. Now we don't have that because we're now inside of the column component, and here we have to pass this function as the onCreateTask. So we're gonna actually pass this onCreateTask over here, and with this we now need to why is it giving us an error? Let me delete this. That was weird. Let me see where I use this. Let me import it again. Yeah, we just need to import it from the models. Perfect. Still giving us an error. Oh, it's because we are defining a task type. Oh yeah, we are defining this task component over here. So we technically should change the name of this type to task type or something like this. And then let's just use that instead. Sorry about that. Now, what the problem is that we need to pass now to this column the onCreateTask. So when we call that column component, so let's go to the column, we need to pass the createTask component, but not this. We need to call the handleTask create. So the handleTask create instead. So we'll go to column again and we'll pass the handle createTask. And now when we click on this button, it should open this up. And when I try creating a task, let me just try creating a random one over here, whatever, create task, we should see that it should be added as well. And now what I want to happen is I want to make this button look a lot better. So down below in this column, in this dialog, I want to make the button to trigger the dialog look like this. I want to make it such that the button has a variant of ghost. So we'll set the variant as ghost. Then we'll set the width to be full, and we'll set the class name to encompass this. The width will be full. We'll have a margin top of 3. We'll set the text to be gray 500, and when we hover, we want to have the text gray 700. Now let me change this to make it look better, and now this should appear in the middle. Perfect. And when we click on it, it shows up the modal. Perfect. Now we're good to go. And what we want to do is actually add the functionality to drag and drop. So to do that, we have to start by doing the following. We're going to go down to the board page where we render our columns. And you see around here, the board content, it actually should be the board columns right here. Right before this div, we want to use this component from React DND called the DndContext. Now we need to wrap this whole thing around with it. So I'll wrap this whole div around with the DndContext, and we want to import this component from DND core. So I'm going to go up here and we want to import DND. Actually, I'll just say from DND core, and I want to import the DndContext. Perfect. Now, when we go down here, we want to put some stuff in this component. What this is it will define a context that is shared, and it's necessary for every part of your project that will require drag and drop functionality. Now, we need to pass a couple things to this. We need to pass a sensors value. We need to pass a collision detection value. We need to pass an on drag start, and we need to pass an on drag over and a on drag end. Now, what are they? They're all functions that are going to be called when different things happen during this drag and drop. Obviously, by the names, you might infer on drag start is called when we start dragging the items. On drag over is when it's over, when it ends. And there's also what happens when there's some collisions. Now, we're going to go through each of them. But to first start this, we have to make some changes to our components. First change is, you see this columns component over here. We want to change the name of it to be droppable column. Now, the reason why we're changing is because we want to make sure we know that this component is going to be a component that supports drag and drop. So we'll go here to the column component. We're going to change the name to droppable column. Now, what does it mean for it to be droppable? Well, what it means is inside of this component, we're going to use this hook from React DND called useDroppable. And in this hook, we have to pass an ID to this item that is droppable, which is the ID of the column. So we'll pass an ID, and React DND is going to use that column ID to know the places in which we can drop items. Now, then we need to get two arguments in this hook. We need to get the setNodeRef and the isOver. Now, what is the isOver? IsOver basically means, are we dragging something over this column? If so, we want to make some UI changes. Like, for example, if I drag this above a column, you see it changes the border to be blue. So we know where we're dropping. So that's what we use this for. Now, the setNodeRef is just for us to know which item are we detecting if it's over, which should be the most parent item of this column. So in this most parent item, we're going to pass a ref, and this ref, we're going to pass a setNodeRef. Then the isOver, what we're going to do is we're going to come first for this item over here, and we're going to detect to see if the item is over this column or not. If it is over this column, here's what we want to do. We want to, let me insert some JavaScript. I want to check to see if it is over. And if it is, then I want to make the background be blue 50, and I want to make it rounded large. If not, then I'll just not put any styles. Now, we won't be able to test it yet because there's a bunch of things that are erroring now, but we'll test that in a second. Now, the changes we wanted to make to the droppable column are pretty much done. What we want to test now is, let's just comment out this stuff for now. We don't really need it. And you can see that now, but we know that we're going to add those in a second. Now, the second thing we need to do is we need to make it such that the tasks that we have over here can be sorted. And there's some really nice components that React DND provides for us for this kind of stuff. Now, it's through another part of the React DND library, so we actually need to pass another context around the area that needs to be sorted, which is the inside of this, right? It's this list of columns, of tasks, sorry. So around this div, we want to pass what is known as the sortable context. So we'll pass this around here. And in the sortable context, we need to pass two things. The first is the list of items, but we need to pass the list of items with only the IDs of the items. So we need to get a unique ID for each of the items in the list that needs to be sorted. Why is this important? Because then it will help us, it will help React DND know which items should be sorted at which place. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the list of columns. We're going to, or a column itself, we're going to grab the list of tasks and we're going to map through each of them. And for each task in this column, we're going to grab the task and we're going to just map it into its ID so that we have a list of IDs that React DND can use to then know the order of the items. The second thing we need to do is pass what is known as a strategy. Now, we don't have that value yet, so I'm going to comment this out like we did with the other ones, but we're going to do that in a second. Now, the third thing we need to do is we need to change the name of this component from task to sortable task. And this is, again, because we want to make sure we know which components are related to React drag and drop. This also means that now we can kind of just change this back to task and not have it as task type, because now the component isn't called task anymore. So we can just do it like this. But let me go to sortable task. And similar to what we did with the column, there's something really important we need to do in this component. We need to call this hook called useSortable. Now, what is this hook? Well, this hook allows us to, again, pass an ID for the specific task, the item, and using the list of IDs that we just made in the sortable context, it is going to help determine which order is necessary and which item is which. So we'll pass the task ID inside of here, and we get back a bunch of stuff. Most of them are for UI purposes. So we get the attributes, we get the listeners, we get the setNodeRef, that is the similar we had with the column. We get a transform, a transition, and an isDragging. Now, what the hell are all of these? So let's start first with the setNodeRef. Well, we've used this before. We're just going to set this to be the top most item. So we'll set the ref here to this div. We're going to set it to setNodeRef. The rest of it, like the listeners and the attributes, those are things that we don't have to deal with ourselves. We just have to pass them as props to, again, the highest, biggest, like the most parent item in this return statement. So for example, the listeners, we'll just destructure them over here and it will pass some props. Same thing with the attributes. So I'll just pass the attributes here and React.ND should do its thing. Now, there are some styles that we might want to pass. And to do that, what I want to do is I actually want to create a type here, a const called styles that we want to apply to this div over here. So I'll say style is equal to styles. Now, this object should use some of these properties, such as these three ones, the transform, transition, and is dragging, to apply some styles to the items. Now, what do we want? First of all, the transform property in this div should use the following. You want to make it CSS transform, and you want to use the transform that is provided to us from React drag and drop. Now, this is giving us an error, and that's because I think we imported the wrong thing. Actually, we didn't import anything. We want to import the CSS class from React DND core. So let's just import CSS here. Is it from the core? No, it's actually from the utility. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import here from @DNDKit utilities, and we want to import the CSS value. Now, what this will do is when we go down here, we can set the transform value of this div equal to the transform that they give us. Now, why is this important? Well, because this is the styling that is provided by the useSortable that allows our item to actually be dragged. If you see now, we can drag the item, and you see the position in which we leave the item actually switches the order of them. Now, it doesn't actually permanently stay there. As you can see, it goes back, but you can see that now we can switch this and we can't go further away from the individual container, which is the column. So this is how we apply that styling. Now, the second thing we want is the transition. Transition, we just literally put it just as they give it to us. Then the opacity is just something that we can I wanted to add over here. We're going to use the is dragging so that when you are dragging it, the opacity of the item actually becomes lower. It actually gets to 50%. So it's clear that we are dragging this item. So if is dragging is true, then we'll set the opacity to 50%. If not, we'll keep it at 1. So what happens is when we start dragging the item, you see immediately it becomes 50% of its visibility. And when is dragging is false, it goes back to fully visible. Perfect. Now we're pretty much done with all of the visual things. We have to now create all of the functions that we need to pass as props, because they are the ones that determine what happens when, like, how do we save the order into our database. So we'll start here with the strategy. In this strategy, we want to pass the vertical list sorting strategy. This is something that we automatically import, so make sure you import that. And you see, nothing really changes, but it is necessary. Now then, what we need is we need to pass a value for the DndContext. So we'll start with creating the functions for these. So we'll start with the collision detection. For the collision detection, we don't need to create any function. We just pass direct intersection, so that this is something that helps us determine the pattern of what happens when two things collide. Now the handle drag start and the or the on drag start and the on drag over and on drag end, we have to create them. So we're going to create 3 functions. We're going to call this handle drag start. Let me just comment this one out. We'll make a handle drag over, and we'll do the exact same thing for the handle drag end. Now we'll go up, really up, and we're going to create those functions up here. Now the first function is the handle drag start. This function takes in an event, and the type of this event is extremely important. It's a drag start event. Now we'll create the other 2 functions. We'll create the handle drag over and the handle drag end, and obviously the types change accordingly. So this will be the over event and this will be the end event. So we need to import both of them from DND core. Now let's start with the handle drag start. What do we want to do when there's a handle drag start? Well, the first thing we want to do is let's get the task ID from the item that we're dragging. The way we do this is we can actually get it because we set the IDs of the items to be equivalent to the IDs of the tasks. So to get the task ID, we just get to say event.active, to meaning the active event, the active item that we're dragging, and we get the ID of that item. We can also convert that ID into a string because I don't know if the types are correct. Then let's get the specific task. And the way we get this is we say columns through the array. We flat map it, and we get each individual item in the column, and we flat map it to just be the list of tasks for that column. So column the tasks. Then we find from that list the task in which the task ID is equal to the task ID. Now we found the task that is being dragged. Why do we need this? Well, I actually want to keep track of the task that is being dragged, because if you look at what happens here, when I drag the task, it doesn't move, right? You see this? No, it moves completely. That's what I meant. The task isn't at the back over here. If you look at the behavior on this one, as I move the tasks, you see the main items at the top, but it's an overlay because there's an item stuck behind. So this is what we want. We want this kind of behavior. So the way we do this is we need to keep track of the active task. So in this board page over here, we want to create a new state. We'll call it the active task and a set active task. We'll set this equal to a use state, which will be of type task or null. And initially it will be null. Then in our handle task start, when we get the task, we're going to check to see if the task is not null. And if it's not null, we want to set the active task to be equal to that. So that's the whole point of why we made this handle drag start. Now we're not doing anything with that, but what we can do is in our return statement over here, right below the columns map. So where do we loop through columns? It's not here, it's down there below, probably over here, right? Yeah. So below all of this, but before the div closes, let's add what is known as a drag overlay. This is going to be from DND core. And we want to add a drag overlay if there's an active task. So if there's an active task, we want to add this now component that we're going to make. It's called task overlay. We haven't made it, but we need to make it. And if there isn't an active task, then let's not make any drag overlay. Now, what is this task overlay? Well, we'll pass the task value here as a prop. We'll just pass the active task to it. And we want to make this component over here at the top. So we'll go above, probably below this sortable task component, but before the board page. And in here, we'll make basically very similar logic to what we have for this task. We'll copy a lot of this. I'll copy almost everything, and I'll just paste it over here. Now you see nothing really changes. You see that there's now a thing in the back, but it kind of moves with it. We want to make some very minor changes. And the main change is just that we want to remove from this task overlay all of the logic related to sorting. So I'll remove this, and I'll remove all of this. And we actually just need the card. We don't even need this div at the top. So this is the point of the task overlay. It's another task that appears and stays stuck at the bottom, as you can see as we move it. Now we're done with that. We can go ahead and work on the handle drag over. And what is the point of this handle drag over? Well, this callback gives you live in place reordering of tasks within the same column. So as I drag, the cards visibly shuffle out of the way before I even drop them. You see, it starts happening, right? So we don't want that to happen. So what we want to do is on this handle drag over, we want to start by getting the active item and the over value from the event. Then we want to check to see if it's not over. If it's not over, we just want to return. We only want to actually run this function when the drag and dropping is over. Then let's get the active task ID. So active ID is equal to active.id, and we'll cast it to a string. Then we'll get the over ID. So we'll say over.id as string. Then let's find the source and the target columns. What we're doing here is DndKit, which is the library we're using, will call this onDragOver whenever your dragged item crosses into another droppable rectangle. So when I drag this above this, this will call the handleDragOver because we're dragging something above another space. Now, by handling this event, I can immediately update my React states to show the new ordering. And we want to detect first the active ID, which is the item we're dragging, and the over ID is the item we're over. Now, to find the exact item we are moving over, and the reason why we're even doing this is because when we drag items, we don't want to just drag them around the inside of a column. We actually want to allow them to be dragged outside of a column and into another column and switch that value. Similar to what happens over here. When I switch this item, it's on the review column. If I move it to the done column, it now will be over here. So we want to do that. And to do that, we have to write a lot of logic inside of this handleDragOver to ascertain that. The first thing we need to do is get the source column. So the source column is where the column we're in right now. So I'm going to set this equal to the columns array.find, and we want to find that column. So to find it, we're going to grab the column and we're going to check to see if the column.tasks and some of those tasks have the ID. So task.id, let me just make it more visible for you guys, is equal to the active ID. If some of those tasks have the ID equal to the active ID that we're moving, then we know that this is the source column. Now we'll do the exact same thing, but for the target column. The target column is where we want to drop this new task. So to do that, we want to check to see if that it's equal to the over ID, not the active ID. Then what do we do with this source column and that target column? We check to see if the source column is not equal to null, or that the target column is not equal to null, because if it is, we want to skip through and not continue further. And if we are, we need to actually calculate the new indices of where this item should be and splice the array and update the state so that the UI re-renders. How do we do that? Well, first we check to see if the source column, so source column.id, is equal to the target column.id. If that's the case, then we get the active index. We get the index of the active item, the item we're moving. And we get that by saying source column.tasks, and we find the index of the task in which the IDs match. So we'll say task dot ID is equal to the active ID. Then we do the exact same thing, but for the over. So we'll get the over index and we'll get the over ID. And in here, we need to check to see if they're not equal to each other, because if they're not equal to each other, then we pretty much are dropping the item that we're dragging on the same column. So we don't want to really do anything. But if they are not equal to each other, then we know that we need to switch the column. So if active ID, or not active index, not active ID, we need to make it into active index, is not equal to the over index, then we want to change the UI. We want to change the columns table to have a previous value equal to column with tasks. So we want to grab the column with tasks and we want to update this array. Now, your question might be, why are we just updating the UI? Shouldn't this be updating in the backend and then we update optimistically after the data is done updating? Well, we're doing that, but we're not doing that yet. The handleDragOver is really good to do this kind of stuff, like updating the UI in a smooth way. The handleDragEnd is where we actually make that happen, that whole logic of updating the database. So both of them are going to fire in very similar times, but we want to put the logic of updating the UI on the handleDragOver and the logic of updating the backend, the database, on the handleDragEnd because of the nature of the functions. So here we're updating first the UI. So we're going to see it updating, but when we refresh the page, obviously when I switch the column of this, it's not going to stay there. So when I'm going to choose this, we need to first get the new columns. We're going to set this equal to the previous value. Then I want to get the column that we want to change. And then we're going to say new columns dot find. and we're going to get the column with the ID equal to the source column ID. So we get the old column from the new columns array. Then, if this column exists, then we want to get the tasks from the column tasks. So we'll make an array to get the tasks and destructure them from the column. Then we're going to remove the item from that tasks array. So I'm going to splice those the specific task that we're moving, and we're going to remove it by getting the active index of that task and splicing it, and we'll get that item back, and we'll call it removed. And when we get that item back, we now want to put it into a new place. Where do we want to put it? Well, we want to splice the tasks array and basically pass the over index first and then pass the removed item last. At the end, we want to set the column.tasks equal to this new tasks array. Finally, we want to return the new columns. We're just updating the order of the columns. And you see that, what are we getting an error here? What happened? Wait, set columns? Did I write this wrong? Oh yeah, I just realized we never got back this set columns from the useboard hook. So we need to make sure that when we call this useboard hook, we pass back the set columns from the state. So let's return that back here at the bottom so we have access to it. Perfect. Now we're ready to move some items. First of all, we're able to move the items in between their their actual column. So you see here, I can move this fixed bug with Trello app that was at the top, and I can put it in the middle. It does seem like it's kind of like not falling in the correct place, but we're going to fix that in a second. And it means that we're correctly updating the UI for this scenario. Now, the problem is because we definitely made a mistake here on the handleDragOver, and let me check to see what it is. Oh yeah, of course it is. So see how we have the active index here and we have the over index. Here is the bug. We use the source column for both of them, when in reality for the over index, we want to make it into the target column. So we'll change that, we'll refresh this, and now let's see what happens when I switch this. Perfect. You see that now it doesn't actually update in the same column, which is the logic that we wanted. We didn't want an update to happen if it's within the same column. We'll make that change later. Perfect. Now this should work. Now that we made the handle over, let me also deal with the sensors. So this sensors over here, we need to use a hook for this. It's just going to be good for detecting where we're dropping stuff. So we're going to come up here and we're going to call this hook from, where is it? It's up here. So we're going to call this hook called the useSensors hook. It's from DndKit. And in this useSensor, we're going to get back actually the sensors. And we can specify some stuff. For example, inside of this use, it's not the use sensor actually, it's the use sensors, but inside of the use sensors, we have to pass the use sensor. I'm sorry about that. It's just how the syntax works for DND. Then inside of this, we need to pass first what kind of sensor we want. We want a pointer sensor. And then we want to pass here some constraints. So the activation constraint that we want to pass for the sensoring of where we drop is we want to have it has to be a distance of 8. So that's just, we're passing a distance in which this sensor is called. So when we put here, you see that now it should have better detecting. Now, the last thing we need to do is just do the handle drag end. So in here, we want to do pretty much the same thing we did here for getting the IDs of the over and the active. So we'll paste it here. Now we'll call this the task ID instead of the active ID because we're directly going to be working with tasks. Then we want to check to see if we're dropping it on a column. How do we do that? We get the target column and we look to see if there's a column in which the call ID equals the over ID. So over ID. Then on this target column, if that's true, then we want to change our approach to this. We move the task to a different column in the backend. If differently, then we just change it within our same column. Now let's start with with changing to a different column. How do we do that? Well, the first thing we do is we first get the source column, like we've done up here. Let's just copy that logic. So we'll copy this, we'll paste it here. Then it's not active ID, it's task ID. And if the source column exists and the source column.id is not equal to the target column.id, then we know that we want to move columns. We need to move a task to a different column. So it's going to be an operation that we're going to make on the use boards. We're going to call it move task. And it's going to be an asynchronous operation. So we need to make this into an async function. And when we create this function, we want to pass a couple things to it. We want to pass the task ID, the target column.id, and the length of the tasks array. Perfect. Now let's go to our use boards. And this is going to be again inside of the use board, not the use boards. And we're going to make it down here. We're going to create an async function called move task. And in this function, we're going to pass a task ID, which is going to be a string. We're going to pass a new column ID, which is going to be a string. And we're going to pass a new order, which is going to be a number. All values that we already passed over here. Let's just import this. Actually, we don't import it. We just pass it over here and then grab it on the use board. Perfect. Now the error should go away. Now let's go to the use boards and let's build this function. To build this function, we need to obviously have a try catch because it's going to be an asynchronous operation. And on this try catch, we want to call the task service and ask the task service to move the task. We don't have that yet, but we're going to create that function and we note that we need to pass a couple things. We need to pass the Supabase client. We need to pass the task ID, the new column ID, and the new order. All the things that we grabbed directly from this function. Now, let's go to our service and go to the task service and let's create that function. It's going to be an async function called move task. And the arguments to this function are going to be the same that we have on the one from the use boards. Now, the difference is that we also want to put the Supabase as one of the arguments, and I'm going to strong type it here. So let me go to services here and let's just pass Supabase client as one of the types as well, right at the beginning. Perfect. Now, inside of this move task, here's what we want to do. We want to update the data, and we've had an update operation already. So let's just copy from it. It's the update board. We already have this. So we're going to update this and we're going to copy this and we're going to go down to the task service and we're going to paste it over here. Now, obviously, with the move task is a bit different. It's a bit more complicated. We'll start by changing the name of the table to tasks. And the update is not going to just be super simple like this. We want to keep the updated at property, but what we want to update is the column ID of this task. So the column ID is going to change to the new column ID. Also, the sort order needs to be corrected. So the sort order is going to be equal to the new order. And we want to do this when the ID of the task is equal to the task ID. Then we don't need to select single anything like that because we already have that information in the use boards. So this should actually update. So now let's go here to the use boards, and after we operate this, let's make some changes to the local state. So we want to make some changes to the set columns, and this is going to be a lot of manual state manipulation, so try to keep up. What we're going to do is we're going to get the new columns similar to what we just did to on the handleDragOver, and we're going to set this equal to the previous values. Then we want to find and remove the task from the old column. How do we do that? Well, we'll create a variable to keep track of the task. And I'll make a let task to move. Obviously, the type of this is going to be either a task or null. Then we're going to loop through the column items. So we're going to say of new columns or new column. And we're going to try to get the index of the task by saying call.tasks.findIndex. And we want to get the, not find index. And we want to get the index of the task in which the ID matches the task ID. So equal to task ID. Then what we want to do is in this, after we get the task index, if the task index is not equal to -1, we want to set the task to move to be equal to the column.tasks with the task index. So we grab the task index for the task we want to move, and then if we find it, if it's not, if it is there, then we set the task to move equal to whatever task is represented by that task index. Then we want to remove it. So I'm going to say column.tasks.splice, and I'll remove the actual task that we need to remove, task index 1. And then we're going to break. Then let's get out of this loop. Also, we need to update the import in this hook. We want to get to this below this loop, and we want to check to see if the task to move is not null, meaning we loop through this, we found a task index, we set the value, and we got here. Then we want to add task to the new column. At this point, we already removed it from the old column over here, and we want to add it to the new one. So how do we do that? Well, we just have to get the target column, and we do that by setting it equal to new columns.find, and we find the column in which the ID is equal to the new column ID. Then below this, we want to check to see if we find anything, because if we do, then we just have to reorder the order of the columns. We'll just make it be target column dot tasks, and we'll splice it to put the new order with the task to move that we just removed from that other item. Now, why is it giving us an error? It's saying that it is used before assigning, and that's because we never set an initial value. So we'll set it to null initially so that we don't get that error. And at the end, when we do this, we have successfully removed the item we want to remove from the column, and we added it to the new column. So we'll just return the new columns with the new order. Now, I just realized I've been saying new columns, but the actual text says new column, and that's because we called this wrong. So let's change it to put an S in the end. And obviously, if there's an error, we're going to just follow the same process we've been doing so far, where we just set the error to be an instance of that error. And we're going to say failed to move task. Perfect. Now let's try moving it. I'll open this up and I'll open an inspect element. I'll refresh this. Let's just see what happens when we try moving. When I try moving, it seems like, oh yeah, it failed. And it failed because could not find the updated column of tasks in the schema cache. Let me go to tasks. Yeah, there's no updated at. We don't really need an updated at for the task. So what I'm going to do actually is probably remove that value from the service. So in the services here, we don't need to show an updated at value. And also, I think the task type. So do we have here a task type? It doesn't need an updated at. So I'll delete that. And we'll go back here. Now we'll go here and let's try moving it. Let me open this again. Let me just inspect element, go to the network tab. Let me make it even bigger so we can actually see it moving like this. Let me try moving this here. When I drop it, nice, it worked. We can now move things around to different columns, and it seems like the data should remain. So let me refresh. Yeah, it remains. So we can swipe and move columns perfectly. Now, I can't actually move things inside its own column. So that's a problem. It's not really a problem, it's just that we haven't done it yet. It's the other part of that function that we were working on. So if we go here to the use boards, actually it's not the use boards, it's just the page here. Remember, we did the if statement for if we know that the column changed. But now we have the else statement, which is we want to make it such that it allows you to change the columns if they are within each other. So let me put this here. And I want to be able to switch, for example, the order of this and make it work. So what we do is we first check to see if we're dropping on another task. So that if we are, we switch their positions. So we're going to do this whole logic that we've been doing so far of getting the source column and the target column. So we'll get the source column, we'll get the target column. So we'll switch this to target. And this the target column is going to be the same array, the tasks array, but the ID that we compare is with the ID that we are over. So when we move it over an item, the ID is going to switch to whatever is the one you're moving above. When we get both of them, we need to check to see if we have them. So if the source column is true and the target column is also true, then we want to get the index of both of them. Now we've done this again over here. We'll grab this. It's going to be pretty much the same logic, but we'll change the names. We'll change the name from active index to old index, so we know we're switching them, and the over to new index. And the active ID is going to be task ID because we are using that name in this function, but the rest should pretty much be the same. Now, the next thing we want to do is we compare to see if they are not equal to each other. So if the old index is not equal to the new index, it means that we are dropping it on a different place, meaning we want to switch the positions. And if that's the case, we're going to have to call a move task function. But wait, we already have that function. That function can be used on both scenarios. But the difference here is we pass the task ID, and the value we pass here is the target column.id and the new index. So see what happens now when I switch this fixed bug with Trello with this whatever thing I made here just for testing. It now actually switches. So I can switch them and it works perfectly. I can put this here and oh wait, let me just put it at the top here. We see now there's 3. I can add the add styling to columns to the top, and now it appears at the top. So now the moving works fine. But the thing is, there's more to it. For example, how about the coloring, all of that kind of stuff? There's more that we can do. So let's do it. Technically, I think it should already be working because we did add this. The logic for that to happen is on the droppable column. So let's go to the droppable column. And in here, we should have this is over. That should switch the background. But it's not. Oh yeah, we also have to switch the ring. Oh yeah, sorry about that. So in this div over here, we're actually gonna also switch this to be backticks because we're gonna use the is over Boolean to know if we are dragging over this column. If that's the case, then we're gonna say is over is true. Then we'll add the a ring of size 2 and we'll make that be blue 300. If not, we'll just keep it empty. And here's what happens. When I move it on the column, you see that it does work perfectly and it changes the ring to be blue. Perfect. Now we have a lot of this logic pretty much done. But there's just a couple more things that we want to do on this page to make it look as similar as possible as the version that I made it over here. The first thing is we want to add the ability to add a new column. That's important because currently you only have this few columns and maybe you want to add a new one. Over here as an example, I added this on call column, which you might want to have, and it should work just like the other ones. The other thing we want to do is add the ability to edit a column's name. And then after we do that, we have all of the filtering to be done here and on the dashboard, because remember, we're not filtering anything on the dashboard. After all of that is done, if we look over here, we want to be able to add the searching for the boards. So I want to be able to write here Trello app sprint, and it will only show this board. And then only after that, we're going to do one of the most important parts of this project, which is make this project be paid, right? We want to be able to add billing to it where you can then go ahead and pay for either a pro or a free plan. And if you're on a free plan, you can only create one board. So a lot of work still on the way, but we're getting a lot of it done. Okay, so now let's add the button to add a new column. And to do that, what we want to do is below the drag overlay that we created. So let's go to drag overlay. Here is where we go even below the main div. So we go here and we create a dialog. Now this dialog is going to exist, and actually, since we're going outside of the thing, we need to make it into an empty fragment because they can't be siblings. So let's just make an empty fragment here. Oh, not closing, let's just open. And then let's go to the bottom. And what we want to do is in this dialog, we want to create a dialog content. So dialog content that will have the same, actually we'll just copy what we did for the other dialogues, and let's just copy that because it's a lot easier. So we'll copy the where's the dialog? Yeah, we'll copy this. We'll go down there, we'll just paste it here. Now what we want is we need to change this logic. We need to have a state for when the user is creating a column or not. So let's go up here to where we created this, and let's create a state for that. Let's create a is creating column. And at the same time, we can also already create the state for when the user is editing a column. It's also going to be a dialog. So we're going to say set is creating column, and we'll do the exact thing for the editing. Is editing column, and set is editing column. Now we need to keep track of the column's title. So when we are adding a new column, we need to keep track of that information because that's the only thing we need for that column. So we'll create a state called new column title. We'll make this be a set new column title. And this state will be a string, not a Boolean. Now we'll go down there again. And with this, we can now change the logic here. We'll put the set is creating column to be the function, and this would be is creating column. And we need to have a way for us to open this this column. So what we're going to do is we want to add this add another list section down here. Now we do that actually above this, right below the where we have the droppable column, but before the drag overlay, we're going to add here a div that is going to have a button. Now this button is going to have a plus icon and is going to have add another list. Now we should see it down here, but the UI obviously doesn't look good. We're going to make the width of it be full, and we're going to flex shrink 0, but on a large we'll set the width to 80. Now for the button, we need the variant to be outline. And that makes it such that the button doesn't have a background, but the outline needs to be dashed. That's what we specifically requested or on the other page. So I'll put a class name here. We're going to make the width of it be full. Then we're making the height of it be full. The minimum height is going to be of 200 pixels. And we're making the border be dashed. And the border will have a length of 2. The text will be gray, 500. And when you hover it, we want to set the text to be gray, 700. Now this is what it's looked like. It looks exactly how we had it before. Now I lost track of where it was. It was over here. Perfect. Now we need to make it actually open the dialog when we click on the button. So I'm going to add an on click to this button. And when we click on it, we want to set is creating column to true. So when I click on it, we open that dialog. Now the dialog, we have to make some changes to it, obviously. For example, let's change the title to say create new column.
Then we're going to have this and say add new column to organize your tasks. Then below this dialog header, we want to add a form. We've done this form a bunch of times already. For the form, we want to have a div, and for this div, we're going to have a label. Instead of this label, we're going to put the column title. And below this, we'll add the input to add the column title. Now, we only have one thing that we need, which is the column title, or in this version, I call it list, but it's just a column, right? So we only want to do one thing on this form. So it's going to be pretty simple. We set the ID of it to be column title. We set the value to be new column title, which is that state that we created. And when we change on this form, we get the event and we set the new column title to be equal to the event.target.value. Perfect. Then I want to put a placeholder to this input. The placeholder will say enter column title. Then I want to make this required to submit the form. And below this div, I want to add another div with both the submit button and the cancel button. So we'll add a button here for canceling, and we'll add another button for creating the column. So create column. Perfect. Now let's start the styling. So for this form, I want to just have a space Y of 4. I usually do this with all the forms. Then for this div, we'll do the exact same thing, but we'll make it into 2. And we'll do the exact same thing for this bottom div over here, but since it's the buttons, we also need to push the buttons to the end of the thing. So we'll make it into a display flex and we'll justify, and so they're in the right. Perfect. Now for this label, we don't really want to put any styles and not really any styles for the input as well. But for the buttons, there's definitely a bunch that we want. First of all, since this is a form, we need to specify for every button what the type is for the button. For example, this first one is going to put a type button, so it doesn't submit the form. But this one is going to be type submit. Now, since this is a type button, we need to show what happens when you click on it. And what happens is we set the is creating column to false. So we close the dialog. And then also, I want to make the variant be outlined, so we don't have both of them having the same look. Now, the last thing we want is we need to have a space in between them. I just realized I put a space Y of 2. It should be a space X so that the buttons are separated. Perfect. And now we have this modal or this dialog finished. What we want to do is we want to add an on submit to this form. We're going to call it handle create column, and we'll create this function up here. So we'll go up here and I'll make it right below this. We'll make an async function called handle create column. It's going to take in a React form event. And here's what it's going to do. It's going to prevent default like always. Then we're going to check to see if the new column title exists. So if it doesn't exist, we're going to just return and skip. But if it does exist, we're going to call the create column function we need to create in our use boards hook. So we'll create here a create column function. And when we create it, we want to pass the new column title value to it. So let's go to our use boards and let's go to the use board, not the use boards again. And in here, let's create a async function called the create column. Now this function should take in a title, which is a string, and we're going to pass it over here so that it stops giving us an error. Now we need to just import this, and by import I mean grab it from the hook. So let's go to the hook and let's just grab it. Perfect. Now the error should go away. Now let's go back to the use boards and to the create column. In here, we're pretty much going to check to see if there's no board, because if there's no board, then we don't want to create a column in it. So we'll say throw new error board not loaded. Then in here, we want to try and catch. And what we want to try is we want to grab the new column that is created. But this new column is going to come from a function we're going to create on the column service called createColumn. Apparently we already have it. Oh yeah, we have it because we created the columns. We already made it perfect. We created the columns when we created the board, right? So it's as easy as coming here and just adding an object with the title, which should be the title that we get from this. Then we want to pass the board ID. So I'll say board ID is equal to board.id. Then we want to pass the sort order. And the sort order is going to be the end of the board. So we want to add a new column is going to appear at the end. So we're going to come here and we're going to say columns.length. Perfect. Now there seems to be an error, so I'm going to click on this create column. And the error is that we need to pass the Supabase client. So I'm going to pass first the Supabase client, and I'm going to assert the type. Now it's giving us another error, and let me check what it is. So let's go here. The type of the column is of type column, but omit the ID. Oh, we have to pass the user ID as well. So let's pass the user ID, and it will be equal to user. Wait, where did we get the user ID? Yeah, we get it directly from this user. Oh, we don't have the user ID on the use board. We have it on the use boards. So in the use board hook, let's call the use user hook, and let's pass the user ID to this field. So user.id. And that also means that we want to assert that that value exists. So I'll just come here and ask if there's not a user, then we'll just throw that generic error. Perfect. Now, when we're done creating a new column, we want to just add that column to the end of the columns list. So we're going to get the current columns list. We're going to put it behind and add this new column to the end. So we'll add the new column at the end plus an empty list of tasks. Then we just want to return it. So return new column. And if there's any errors, we'll do the exact same thing we always do and put an error for it. So we want to just change this to failed to create column. Now this should 100% work, but there's a couple things I want to do before we actually try it out. The first thing is when we create a column successfully, I want to set the new column title to be equal to an empty string because we reset that value. And also I want to set the is creating column to false because then we close the dialog. So now if I come over here and I add another list and I say, for example, on call, and I click create column, we see that that now appears at the bottom and the dialog closes. And we can even move a task inside of it and it adapts perfectly. Great. Now let's stay on the same lane. Let's add the ability to edit a column. To edit a column is going to be pretty similar. We even already created the state for it. So we're going to create a new function, call it handleUpdateColumn. And this function, it's going to actually check to see if we are editing the column and if we have this new column title. So we want to be able to click on this button and edit the name of the column, right? But to do that, we also need to have the name of the column here. So we're going to create that dialog at the bottom and we're going to go down here. We're going to copy the dialog we just made for this one. We're going to copy this and we're going to paste it again. But for this one, it's not going to be is creating column. It's going to be is editing column. Then we're going to change this to set is editing column. And we'll change this over here to say edit column. And we'll put a text here that says update the title of your column. Then on the on submit of this form, we'll call the handle update column that we just created And the form is going to be exactly the same, because the only thing you can update from a column is the title. So we'll update it like this, but we do need to change one thing. We need to use, even though we're keeping track of the same thing, the column title that we're trying to change, we can't use the set new column title, because this is a state representing when we try to add a new title, a new column, not when we're trying to edit one. So this might cause issues when you're in a scenario in which you're doing both at the same time. So we want to change this to be another state called set editing column title. And that's pretty much the only thing we need to do. Other than that, we need to come to this button. And this is the button to close, right? The cancel button. And when we do this, we want to do more than just close the dialog. We also want to set is editing column to be false. Now let's also set the editing column title to be an empty string. And we need to keep track of which column we are editing. So we're going to create a state called editing column, and we're going to set that to null. So we have to create those two states. It just forcefully updated for me. So what are the two extra states we're creating? So let's go up here at the top where we created our states. And in here, we already have the is editing column. We need to create a new version of this column title, but it's going to be called editing column title. And the function is going to be set editing column title. It's going to be a string as well. It's going to keep track of the same information, just a new title that we want to put for the column. But this time we also need a to keep track of the column that we're editing. So we're going to create a state of type column with tasks. And it can be null in case we don't have any columns that we're trying to edit at the moment. So we'll set it to null. And the reason why we need to keep track of that is so we can get the ID to then send to the backend so we know which column we're updating the title for. So we'll change this to editing column instead of editing column title, and the same thing here. And now we have all three functions perfectly being used here at the bottom. Now, what do we do on this handle update column? And also, when do we call it? Well, we call it when we click on this button. So let's go here and let's add the ability to open the dialog when we click on that button. I'm going to go here to the header of the column. So it's probably going to be more horizontal. This is the icon we're using, and we use it twice. So we know that this is the button that we need to alter. I'm going to add an on click here. And when we click on it, I want to set the is editing title equal to true. Now, what's the problem with this? Well, we don't have access to the state because this exists inside of the column component. But we do have this onEdit column function that we put it as props, but we never used it. So in here, we want to pass this as an onClick to this button. And we want to call it like this because we need to pass into it the column that we're trying to edit. Now, where do we pass this? Well, let's go to the droppable column where we call it. We call it down here, and we never passed anything to it. So we're actually going to pass a function called handleEdit column. We haven't made it yet, so we have to make it right above the function that we just made for updating the column. So right behind here. And what this function is going to do is it's just going to set all of these states for opening the dialog. So it's going to take in a column, which is of type column with text. And then we're going to set is editing column to true, which will update, obviously, the dialog, will open the dialog. Perfect. But there's two more things we need to do when this happens. We now have to know which column we're trying to open. And in that case, we have access to the column directly here. So we're going to say set editing column to be equal to the column. And finally, we also need to keep track of the title. See, the title should be here automatically, the current title. Similar to what happens here when I click on this, it already shows the current title. So to do that, we're going to say set editing column title equal to the column dot title. And when we go to the input down here, we can actually pass a value to this input. So this is the editing column. We don't pass new column title. We now can just pass the editing column title here. And you see that when we click on the button, it should already have the title of the current column. Perfect. Now let's continue building this handle update column from the form. So this function over here, we have not done anything with it. Currently, we're calling the create column function, which it's obviously not what we want. We want to call the update column function, which we don't have. And when we call it, we want to pass the editing column ID, so we know which column we're trying to pass, and we want to pass the title, so the editing column title dot trim. Now we don't want to put a question mark here. We want to assert that this value exists. So in this condition over here, we want to check to see if the editing column title exists or if the editing column is null. If that's the case, we just skip. And now we can create the update column. So I'm going to go to the use boards, and in here we are again in the use board, not the use boards, and we want to create the update column function. So I'm going to copy this, actually the whole thing. I'm going to paste it here, change the name to update column, change this to require now a column ID first, and then a title. And what we want to do is we want to change this to be updated column. We want to remove all of this because we don't need that anymore. And in the column service, we want to call a function called update column, which I guess we don't have it yet. But on this function, we're going to pass the Supabase client, and we want to pass both the column ID to know which column we're updating, and we want to pass the new title. So technically, we're just updating the column title. So I'm actually going to call this update column title. And when we create it on the column service, we should call it that. So let's go to the column service. And in here, let's create the update column function. Actually, I'm just going to copy the update task. Is there an update? There's update board. So I'm going to copy this, since again, the logics is very similar in between them. And I'm going to put it inside of the column service and change this to update column title. Then in here, we now need the column ID. Then we want to change this from updates to be title, and it will be a string. Then we want to update not the boards table, but the columns table. And on the update function over here, we pretty much want to keep the thing the same. The only thing we want to change from the column table, and let me just check to see, does column, let me update this to column. Does this type have, no, it doesn't have an updated at, so we don't have to worry about this. We'll just remove all of this. And all we want to update is the title, which we want to make it into the new title. So this should be good enough. And we want to do that when the column ID is equal to the column ID. And then we'll select it, select a single one, and return that data. Now we'll go back to the use boards. And when we get this back, we want to set the columns array to update the title of that column. So we'll look through that array. We'll find the column in which the ID is equal to the column ID we just changed. And if it's true, here's what we want to do. We want to keep the column the same, but we want to insert the updated version of that column. So what I mean by the updated version of this column is we get back the updated things and we just add it to here. So pretty much just the title changing. If that's not true, then we'll just keep the column exactly the same. Now we see that there's an error here, and I'm wondering why. Oh yeah, it's because we don't need to return it as an object. We just return the column itself. Perfect. Now when this is done, let's just return the updated column. Now we're not really doing anything with this updated columns, these things that we return, but if you wanted to do something with it, you could. Now we need to pass this update column function to here, and we need to call it in our call for the use board hook. So let's go up here. When we call the use board, let's call the update column, and now we should be good to go. Now before we test this, what do we do after we update the column? Well, the thing is we need to update the set
editing title to be empty so that it resets the value. We set the is editing column to false so that it closes the dialog. And we set the editing column to null. So we change we reset the value of the column. So if I were to come here and I change this on call, instead of on call, I just say wish list. It's like the things that I want to do in the future. Oh, I just realized this button says create column. So let me also change that. Let's go down here, change this to edit column. If I click on this button, we should see this changing to wish list and the data should persist. Perfect. Now we have pretty much finished what we wanted to do with this section over here. We want to now add the ability to filter through the tasks inside of my sprint. So like I can filter for only low items, medium items, high items, or based on the due date and so on. So how do we do that? After this, we're also going to go back and do the filtering for the boards because that's a big one as well. But for this one, it's actually pretty simple because we already created the UI for it. So what we want to do is we want to first go up here and go to the Navbar call. And you see here we have this filter click functionality and we have the filter count. Now what we want to change is where we have the dialog that is opened when we click the set is filter open. It's pretty much down here. It's this one over here. We want to keep track of which of the filters we have selected. So I'm going to create a state up at the top here. And that state is going to be called the filters. So right below here, let's create a state called filters. And we're going to create a function called set filters. Now we're going to set this to a use state. And in here, we want to make it have the following format. We want to have a value for the priority, for the assignee, which we commented out, but we will uncomment, and the due date. So for the priority, we are going to make it be a list of strings. So we'll set it to empty and we'll make it be a string array. Then we'll do the exact same thing for the assignee. And we'll create a due date as well. So assignee. And the due date is different. The due date is going to be null. And it's either a string or null. That's the type. Now, we want to create a function that is going to be called whenever we make any changes to these filters. So let's create it up here. I'm going to call it the handle filter change. And when we call this function, we need to decide which type of filter we are changing while we're in this case. So we can either be changing the priority, the assignee, or the due date. So we'll give a type to this handle filter change, and the types are priority, and then or assignee, or due date. So those are the three options that you can change. Also, we need to pass a value. Now, the value can be either a string or a string array or null, because those are the three possibilities of either one of these options. Then on this function, what we want to do is we want to set the filters state to update such that now it has everything it had before, but we'll update the specific type of filter change that we're making, and we'll give it the new value. So this will now be useful because it applies to every single type of filter change. So for example, let's start with the most simple filter change, which is the priority. Let's go to that dialog. It's this one over here. And we have all of the priorities over here. So in this button, we want to give an on-click to it. Now I'll give this on-click over here so it's more visible. And in this on-click, I wanted to first get the new priorities. So what this means is we're going to get the list of filters and we're going to look for the priority, and we'll see if it includes the current priority that we're trying to change it to. So this priority variable is whatever priority we just clicked on. So if I clicked here, it will be medium. And if we're changing to a new priority, then we want to call that handle filter change function. But if not, if this Boolean here is false,
then we don't want to do anything. So what we do is we come here and we check if this is true. Then I want to grab the list of filters, go to the priority, and I want to filter through each of them, grab each priority, and I want to keep whenever the priorities are not equal to each other. And if that's not the case, then I'll just have the filters.priority have the new priority at the end. Now, what this will do is I can now get the correct priority we're trying to change to, and I can call this handleFilterChange function, pass the type of filter change we're trying to make, which is the priority change, and pass what is the new type of priorities that we're trying to make. Now, the reason for this is because we can actually filter for multiple priorities, right? We can filter for low, for medium, and high. So we need to keep track of it as an array. So that's why we're doing this. Now also, I want to make it visual for us to filter. So right now we're just selecting stuff, but I want to make it visual. What I mean by that is when you select one of them, I want to change the button background to be black. So how do we do that? Well, in the variant of this button, we just made it be outline. But what I want to do is I actually want to make it such that we check to see if the filters.priority includes the current priority. So if it includes the current priority, then we want to make it black. We want to make the button variant be default. If not, we want to make it be outline. And all of a sudden, as I click on it, you see that it becomes black and then it becomes white. So perfect. Now we keep track of what the user is choosing as the priority for the task. And now we could do the assignee part, but to be honest, I was thinking about it. I might not do the assignee part. I don't think it's that important. And you guys will have the code where it's done over here. And the reason I'm not doing it is because I added this as a way for, again, you guys to be able to add more stuff to this project later on. So since we're not doing this for this video, I'll remove it. So we'll remove it and we'll just add the due date possibility. Now for the due date, it's actually super simple. We're going to set here the value of this input is just going to be the filters.dueDate. And possibly it's null, so we'll just make it into an empty string. And then to change it, we're just going to give an on change. And whenever there's an event change, we want to call the handleFilterChange. And we'll choose the due date filter and we'll give it a new value. The new value is going to be the event.target.value, but that's possibly null. So if that's null, we'll just set it to null. Now we're again keeping track of the value for filtering the due date. Now, what I want is I want to now correctly count the number of filters. You basically just set it to 2 in the Navbar here, but we can actually get this value. Now, how do we do that? Well, I'm just going to paste the function here. And the reason why I'm just going to paste it is because I think it's such a small thing that, and the function looks a bit complicated, so I don't want you guys to lose track of it. Basically, what we're doing is we are getting the filters, we're turning the filters into an array, and we're counting for the length of each of the filters. So for example, we count for the length of the array of priorities, how many priorities are selected. So if I click on here, it should go by 1. If I click here, it's now by 2. And we treat this as an array, but then the due date is also part of the filters. So this is why I wanted to just edit. If you want, just copy it or just pause the video and edit as well. Now, the last thing we want to do for the filters here is just add the functionality to clear the filters and to apply the filters. Clearing the filters is definitely the easiest one. We want to create here a function. We'll call it, actually, we'll create it next to the other filtering function that we have, just so everything is organized. So it's right at the top here, handleFilterChange. And in here, we're going to create the clear filters. And this function literally just set the filters back to its initial state. So it's going to set it to an object. We're going to copy the definition of the filters. And we'll just paste it over here. Now we'll go to the clear filters button. We're going to add this to the on click. And guess what? When I click on this, it clears everything. Perfect. Now let's click on the apply filters. And this should submit the form. But nothing is actually happening. So right now we're not applying any filters, but that's not because there's something wrong with the apply filters button. We actually want to apply the filters almost immediately. The way we're going to do this is we're going to get the columns list that we have here. So the columns list that we are looping through and showing on our screen, right? Where is it? It's down here, right? Instead of using this columns list to map through the columns in our board, we want to create a new list called filtered columns. Now that doesn't exist yet, so we're going to create it up here. And I'll make it at the bottom right before we return our UI. And in here, I want to create this filtered columns, and it's going to be a version of the columns array, but we're going to map through it and make some major changes. Now, what major changes I'm talking about is when we loop through these columns, we want to remove the tasks that are part of these filters. So here we're filtering for tasks. So we need to make sure that when we're looping through the columns, we keep the entire column the same, but then we make some changes to the tasks array. And in this tasks array, this is where we're going to apply a filter. So I'm going to say column.tasks.filter. And then in here, we'll get each task and we'll deal with how we decide what task to keep and what not based on the filters we have. So let's start by organizing here. We're going to filter by priority. So how do we apply the priority filters? Well, pretty simple. If the filters.priority.length is greater than 0, meaning there is some filter for priority, and the filters.priority.includes the current task.priority, then we want to return false. What this will do is now, as you can see, we don't have any of the tasks appearing. And the reason for that is because we haven't selected any of the priorities. And that's an issue that we're going to address later. But when we now select medium and apply the filters, and the reason for that is because we need to actually return true after all of the conditions are met. So you see now the tasks appear. But now, if I only select the medium ones, you see that the ones that aren't medium, such as this one, which is a high priority, should disappear. If I instead selected the high one, the medium one disappears, and if I select both of them appears. And if I only select one, none of them appears. But by default, it shows everything. So that's why we need to put the return true in the end. Now, filtering by priority is pretty simple. Again, I'm jumping the assignee one. Let's filter by due date. To filter by due date, I want to check if filters.dueDate and the task.dueDate exists as well. Then we want to compare them. Now, what do we want to compare them? Well, we want to compare if they're exactly the same, because when we filter by a due date, we want to find only the tasks that are for that specific date. So we're going to come here and we're going to say const task date is equal to new date. And we're going to have here a task.dueDate.toDate string. And we're going to get the filter date, which will be exactly the same. So new date and then filters.dueDate. But it's actually different. We don't have the underscore. We have it like this. And then we compare them. So we just made them into the same format. And then we compare to see if the task date is not equal to the filter date. Then we return false. Great. Now, let's see if this works. If I try filtering for, let me add this just here so we see all of them at the same place. If I try filtering for this one, the one that is July 31st, let me put July 31st. Now you see that all of the tasks that don't have a date plus the ones that are due on July 31st are appearing, and the ones that have a date and aren't due this date don't appear anymore. Perfect. Now we have successfully dealt with the filtering and we are almost done with the project. Now we get to this stage in which we can work on the filtering for the boards. So now let's add the filtering on the dashboard. So what kind of filtering do we want here? Well, in here, we want to allow it to filter through the boards. Specifically, we want to allow it to filter based on
the title of the board, so some search functionality, and also we can put a date range in which we want boards that were created at to appear on the screen. On top of that, let's also make it, we can specify how many tasks we want on each board, and we can clear the filters or apply the filters. And we're also going to add another search board functionality down here, just so we also have that more visible. I noticed that the spacing here is a bit different from what we have here, so we will also address that. So first, let's address the spacing. So I'll open up here the page for the dashboard, and we'll go to the filter section. It's probably here. Then let's take a look at the styling. Well, immediately I notice that we haven't put a space in the X direction when this is small. So when it is small, let's set a space in the X direction and let's set it to 4. And now we do get this whole thing like this. Also, we want to make sure that this is rounded, like the outline of this. So what I want to do is I want to go to the different buttons, which is this over here, and we need to make sure that this is rounded. So I'll just add a rounded class name, and now we have that border radius. Perfect. Now it looks more similar to this, but let's add the filter dialog. So the filter dialog, we're going to put it right down here below this main section over here. We're going to put here a comment. We're going to call it the filter dialog. And it doesn't really matter where we put it because obviously it will only show up on top of everything. And in here, we're going to add a dialog component. Remember, we are importing the one from components UI/dialog. Then we'll put a dialog content. And inside of it, we'll also put a dialog header. Now, inside of this dialog header, let's add the dialog title, which will be filter board or filter boards. Then below this, we'll add a little p tag that will say filter boards by title, date, or task count. Nice. Now, we want to keep the same UI as we had for the other dialogues we had over here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. So in the dialog content, we want to have the same class name. And I guess for the p tag, we'll also have the exact same class name. So we'll just apply here as well. Now let's open this dialog. How do we do that? Well, we're going to set an open value, and we're going to set an onOpenChange function. We've done this multiple times. To do this, we're going to create a state for the opening of this dialog. So I'll come up here and we'll create a state. Let's call it isFilterOpen, and a function called setIsFilterOpen. This is going to be a use state that is going to be a Boolean, and its initial value will be false. Then what we want to do is we want to add here to the dialog the setIsFilterOpen to this, and the open or isFilterOpen to this. Now, when we click the filter button, I want to call the setIsFilterOpen to be true. So where is the filter button? Let's look for it again. It's where we have the text. So this over here. And on here, let's add an onClick that will set the isFilterOpen to true. Perfect. Now, if we open this up, we click on this, it should actually open it. Why is it not opening? Let's refresh this. It seems like it's not opening because we accidentally imported the dialog content and the dialog title from React Dialog instead of from our own component library. So we're going to grab those from here and delete it. And now let's test to see if it opens, and it does. So we see the dialog now appearing. Now below this dialog header, we want to add a div which will have the search functionality. So we'll add a label here, and this label, let's just make sure we get the label from, again, our components library, and this label will say search. Then we'll add an input, which again, it's already imported, so we don't have to worry about that. We want to set the ID of this input to search. We want to add a placeholder here that will say search board titles. Then I want to save this, and I want to put some space on the Y direction for this div. So I'm going to put the classic form spacing that we've used so far. So a space in the right direction of 4. And on the individual items here, I'll put a space of 2. Now we'll build the other items in this form as well before we actually add more of the actual functionality to each of the filtering. Now the second item we need is not another search. This one is going to be the date range. So we're going to actually put here a div that will build a grid. Now, again, we won't build the grid yet, but we'll start with the first item in this grid, which is going to be the date where we want to have the start. So if you look here, the filtering it's a date range. So there's a start date and there's an end date. So we'll first put the input for the start date inside of this div, and then we'll do the same thing for the other input, the end date, on this one over here. So both of them are going to be inputs, but obviously we need to change the value or the type to be of type date. So we'll do the exact same thing over here. We also want to change the ID, or at least just remove the ID. Then we don't need a placeholder for this, so I'll just delete it. And I want to change the label. I want to put a label, above each input. Now the first one gonna have a label that says start date, and the second one is gonna have the end date label. So let's say end date. Now again, we won't do any of the styling yet. We'll just continue to the last portion of the filtering, which is gonna be for the task count. So we'll add a label here. We're gonna say task count, and we kind of want to do something similar to what we did here, where we're gonna have 2 inputs. And those 2 inputs are going to differ because we want to put a minimum and a maximum amount. So it's pretty much similar to what we did here, but it's going to be for the task count. So I'm going to copy this and I'm just going to paste it here. And instead of having more of the start dates, we're going to change this to be minimum. So let's say minimum, and this will be maximum. And the type of the input will be of type number for both of them. And I'll put a minimum amount on this. So the minimum amount of tasks we have is 0. I'll put a placeholder, which will say min tasks. Then I'll do the exact same thing onto this one. So I'll put here, I'll still keep a minimum, but this will be the max tasks. Now at the bottom, we're going to have the 2 buttons, right? The button to clear the filters and the button to apply the filters. So we'll have first the clear filters button, and then we're gonna have the apply filters. Perfect. Now let's add the styling to them. So I'll come and I'll go first to the date range. And the main thing we want to do here is on this div, we want to make a grid. So I'll set a display to grid. I'll set the amount of columns to 1. Then let's do grid calls 2 and a gap of 2 in between them. So now they're next to each other. That's pretty much it. The only other thing I really want to do is I want to have this label have a text extra small. And I'll do the same thing actually on this label over here. I'll put the class name to extra small, and I'll do the extra small on each individual labels. Perfect. Now we just have to do the buttons. And for the buttons, we're going to give this a class name, and we'll apply a display of flex. We'll make it flex column, then flex row when it's small. We're going to justify between, so they're very far away from each other, but then we're setting a padding of 4 and a space in the y direction of 2. Then when it's a small, we're going to set the space on the y direction to be 0 and a space in the x direction to be 2. Now the left button should have the variant of outline. So I'll set it to outline. And now it should pretty much look exactly like the other modal. Perfect. Now let's add the functionality to all of this. And to do that, it's going to be very similar to the filtering we did on this page over here. So we're going to start with a filters state. So we'll come up here and let's create a state called filters and a function called setFilters. Then we're going to use state and we'll define the type of the state. Now the type of the state is going to look like this. We're going to have first the filters for the search, which will just have an empty string. This will represent what word we're trying to search for when we're typing this input. Then we're going to have the date range. And for the date range, we'll need the following. We'll need an object with a start or an end date. Now, if you haven't selected a start or end date, the value of them are going to be null. But technically, they can also be strings because when you do select a start date, it will be represented as a string. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to cast the type to be either a string or null. And I'll do the exact same thing for the end date over here. Now the last filter is going to be the task count. And this is going to be pretty much the same thing as the date range here, same logic. But the opposite is the difference is that it's going to be a minimum and a maximum. And instead of it being a possibility of a string, the possibility is that it's going to be a number. Now let's use this setFilters function. I don't think in this case there's a need to have a handle filter change function like we had this because the filters are very straightforward. What we're going to just do here is we're going to use the setFilters function. And for example, when we have the search board input, right? All we're going to do here is we're going to, whenever there's a change to this input, we're just going to set filters. And then, for example, in this case, I'll just update the value of the specific search field in the filters to be equal to whatever you're typing. So we'll keep the previous value of everything. So we'll keep everything else in the filters the same. But when you're typing on the search input, we'll update the value of the search to be equal to the target.value. And then we'll have that filtering, whatever you're typing in here, it's going to be capped on that state. Now we need to do the same thing for the date ranges. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to go here to the, actually I'll even copy the onChange. And I'm going to go to the date range, which is going to be right at the bottom in the dialog that we just created. When we have here the start date, I'm going to apply this onChange here. But with the date, it's a bit different because with the date, we want to set the date range, so the date range value. And what we want to update is we want to keep the current date range the same, because when we update one portion of the date range, for example, when we update the start date, we're keeping the end date the same as what it is right now. So what I need to do is I need to keep the value of this date range the same as what it is before. So I'll say prev.dateRange, but update in this case, since this is the start date version, I want to update the start date to be equal to whatever the event.target.value is, or default to null. I'll do the exact same thing and I'll paste it on here, but the only change is I want to change this to end. Now the logic is going to be exactly the same as well on the minimum and maximum inputs. The only change is that obviously we don't use the date range in here. We're going to use the task count, and in here we'll change the task count as well. And then in this case, we're updating the minimum, right? So we'll change this to minimum, and this requires it to be an integer. So what we want to do is we want to check to see if the event.target.value is not null. If it's not null, then we want to convert its value into a number or an integer. So I'll say event.target.value, and if not, I'll default it to null. Now this is the logic we need for the max as well, so I'll copy that and I'll paste it here. Then in here, I want to change this to max, and that's literally all I have to do. Now we're keeping track of the filters, but what are we doing with them? Well, technically we have here a boards array, right? This boards array comes from the hook, the use boards. And in this boards array, we are supposed to be mapping through it somewhere. So before we map through it, let's actually create a version of this boards array that is going to be filtered. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to create the filtered boards. And this is going to be equal to the boards. But obviously we're going to filter through it. But for now, let's just make a copy of it. And let's replace the part of our that we actually loop through the boards, let's replace it with the filter boards. So you see, nothing happened. We still have the 2 boards that we created. But now let's go to where we created these filter boards and let's apply the filters. To apply the filters, we have to filter through the board. We'll get each board over here, and a board has a type of a board. Then I'm going to import this type, and I'm going to apply the following logic. First, let's check to see if whatever you're typing actually matches the name of the boards. So in this case, I want to type, for example, TR, and then the new board disappears and only this board appears. So to do that, we're going to do the following. I'm going to create a Boolean call matches search, which says true or false whether or not what the user is typing matches what the name of the title of the board is. So for that, we're going to do set this equal to the board.title and check to see if the board.title, when it's lowercase, if it includes whatever we're typing. Because if it includes whatever we're typing, then it's part of the match. So if it includes the filters.search, and we'll convert that to lowercase as well. And the reason why we're converting them to lowercase is because if I type, for example, T over here and the title is Trello, then we want to keep it applied as well. Now, you see that it disappeared, right? Everything disappeared. So the search isn't working, but it's because we forgot to return at the bottom the final condition. So if it does matches the search, then we want to return that Boolean. And that's determining what we filter or not. So right now, there's nothing that we have searched for. Now, when we start typing here, we should see, it's not working. Let me debug this. Let me console log here the value of the filters.search to see if we are getting back this value correctly. So if I open this up over here and we expand this and we open the console log, let's check to see what we're typing here to see if it is correct. Nothing is appearing. Oh, I see what the issue is. Okay, we got one of the inputs to work. See, this is actually applying the filters, but this isn't the input that we were testing. We were testing this one. I know what the problem is. The problem is that when I added the set filters, so the set filters function to the input, I put it on the wrong one. I put it on this input over here, when in reality, we want to put it on both, but right now we're only talking about this one. So good thing we already addressed that one. Now I can just come to this one, edit here, and this will work as well. So the search is working. It is filtering based on what we're typing. If we type something random, then all the boards disappear. Now let's do the date range. Let's come up here and let's go back to our filtering. Now we want to check to see if whatever the dates of creation of the board fits in between the range that we have. So to do this, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a matches date range Boolean. And the way we're checking for that is, first, we're going to check to see if it is the date in which this board was created is greater than or equal to the start date in the start date range. So to do that, we're going to get the filters dot date range dot start, and if that's false, then we want to set this matches date range to true, because then we won't filter necessarily. If nothing is set, it will allow it through. But if something is set, then we want to transform the created@, field from the board to be a date. So we'll say board.created@. We'll set it to a date, and then we're going to compare if that date is greater than or equal to a new date based out of the date range start. So we'll say filters.daterange.start. And what this will do is, now if I return this as part of here as well, if I select, for example, the Trello app sprint, this one was created on July 10th. If I select this to be July 17th, now that disappears. If I select this to be July 2nd, now all of them appears. Now to do this for the other one, the end date, it's exactly the same, but we're just going to put another end symbol over here. We're going to wrap this whole thing around with a parentheses, and we're going to put another end here, and we're going to add the same statement again. But the second time, we're going to change this to have end, and this to have end. And we're also going to change the direction of this to be less than or equal. Perfect. Now, let's finalize this by doing the task count, because we want to be able to sort based on, for example, here we know that there are three tasks created. So we want to be able to get that information and filter based on that. But to do that, we actually need to get a board with the amount of tasks. And this board array over here, it doesn't actually give us the boards with the tasks. It just gives us the individual boards. So we need to change this. When we use the boards array over here to filter, we actually want to use another version of this array. We want to use a modified version which includes the task count. So we don't have that value yet. We have to create it. And it's not that complicated to create it based on what we have so far. So you would probably do something like this. You would create a boards with task count. I'm not going to actually do it for you because this is part of, again, me trying to get you guys to do some extra stuff yourself so you practice better. Now, this value you would get from using the knowledge that you've learned in this tutorial about joining tables and getting data from Supabase and creating a version of the boards array that is going to have the task count. Now, if you want to see how this actually, the solution for this, which we're not going to include in this video, there's going to be a final version of this code, which is going to have all of the features that we haven't added in the video, which is just a small amount of features. But regardless of that fact, I think it's important. And if you guys want to see that, check the link in the description. But for now, we will skip the task count because that really doesn't matter because we really won't be using real data. So now what we want to do is just add the clear filters and the apply filters functionality. For the clear filters, it's going to be simple. We're just going to have a clear filters function, and this function will literally just set the filters back to its initial state. So I'll copy this and I'm going to set filters back to this, and we'll pass this down to the clear filters button. So on this button, I'll just pass an on click and I'll call this function. Now for the apply filters, we basically just want to close the modal when you click on it. So I'm going to say set is filter open to false. Now we are pretty much done. The only thing left is we want to add billing and payment to our platform. So obviously we don't have payment in this platform. Also, let me just remove this create board button here. I just realized we left this from like the beginning of the video when we wanted to have the ability to create a board, but we didn't get to the stage where we had this button yet. So I added that, but I just realized it doesn't look great. Also, when we put the user's name over here, see the first name, we want to add a empty string with a space. So there's a space in between them. So, okay, just got that out of the way. Let's continue with the billing part. So what we want to have here is when you create an account, you go to your dashboard and initially you have a free account, but you're given the option to upgrade your account to be able to create multiple boards. And the way we're going to do this is through Clerk billing. It's super simple. With Clerk billing, you can easily change stuff from your account. For example, you can change your subscription from free to pro and so on. And it's going to be done super easy for us. So we don't have much to worry, to be honest. And as an example, I just created here a new account so you guys can see. And what we want is when you create a new account, we want to be able to have this thing over here that says that we are in a free plan, right? It shows here that we have 0 to 1 boards used and that we might need to buy a plan in order to create multiple boards. So we can create our first board, that's not an issue. But then when we create a new board, we need to see this upgrade to create more boards. Now, when we do that, we can click on the view plans And this is going to bring us to the pricing page. The pricing page will have the following options. It will have the free plan, have the pro plan, and the enterprise plan. Now, to be honest, I didn't do anything for the enterprise plan. You can add something if you want it, but I definitely did something for the pro plan and for the pre-plan. When you subscribe to the pro plan, you will be able to have access to creating multiple boards. Now, Clerk makes it super easy for us to be able to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here, and the first thing we want to do is we need to enable Clerk billing in our project. So actually, I'm going to go here, and we're going to go to our account, which is the Trello clone app. And I want to enable for this account billing. And the way we do this is we go to configure, and we go to the billing section over here. You see it's in beta, but you can definitely use it. We're going to choose settings, and we're going to create a plan for our billing. Now you see by default, we have here the free plan, and it costs $0. Now we're not really going to change much from it, but we're going to add the pro plan and the enterprise plan. To create a plan, what we're going to do is the following. We're going to write the name of the plan. So in this case, it's going to be the pro plan. We're going to have a key that represents a user. In our case, we're going to use this as a key to represent the user who has this plan. So we're going to call them the pro user. Then you can have a description on what comes with this plan. So in my case, the pro plan comes with unlimited boards, advanced features, priority support, and custom templates. Now, most of this is just buzzwords that I just added to make it look very legit. The number one thing that we have in our project is that it has unlimited boards. Now the fee, well, you make it be whatever you want. I'm gonna make it $9.99, and I wanna make it publicly available. Now we're not gonna add any features, extra, and we're gonna click save. Then I'm gonna come back, and we should see that in our plans, we now have the pro plan. On top of that, we'll come here to the free plan, and we wanna add some descriptions to this plan. For example, we want to say that this plan only includes one board, basic features, and community support. It already comes with the key that we want to use for our code, so I'm just going to save this. Finally, let's create the last plan, which again is just for the looks of it. We really don't care because it's not going to have any difference in our project, but we're going to create here the enterprise plan. So the enterprise plan is going to be called enterprise, and the key is going to be enterprise user. The description is going to be all of these buzzwords that I mentioned to you guys, and the price of it can be something crazy like $29.99 a month. I'm going to click save, and the plan was created successfully. Now that we're done creating our plans, let's enable billing. I'm going to click on enable billing, and just like that, billing is enabled. Now, how do we actually show billing in our code? So what I want to do is I want to come back here. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to add the little text below here if you are in a free plan that tells you that you only have 1 or 0 boards used out of the total available in a free plan. To do that, we need to know if a user is in a free plan or not. And in Clerk, this is super easy because we have these functions that I can just use like this. If I want to know if the user has the pro plan, I can just set this equal to has, and then check to see if the user has a plan equal to the key that we've set for this specific plan. So pro user. This will return a Boolean of true or false on whether or not the user has that plan. The problem is, where do we get this has function? Well, we get it from this other auth function that exists in Clerk. Now that auth function actually is an asynchronous function, so we can't just call it directly here since this is a client component. And we need to have access to it multiple places in our route. So what I want to do is I actually want in this dashboard to make a layout file to it. So I'm going to make a layout.tsx. And in here, I want to make a dashboard layout that is going to be a server component. So I'm going to make an async function called the dashboard layout. And it's going to take in some children's. And the children is going to be of type react.react node. And in this case, with this function, I want to return the children for now. But before that, because this is a server component, I can now use that auth function that I was talking about. So we can call the auth function from Clerk Next.js server and get the has function from it. And now if I want to know if a user has the pro plan, I can just do this. Ask if a user has the Pro plan and get that through a Boolean. Same thing with the Enterprise plan. I can do this, change this to Enterprise user, change this to has Enterprise user, and we should get to that point. Now, how are we going to pass this information down to the routes that are children to this dashboard layout? Well, the easiest way to do this, in my opinion, is through a provider. So in the lib folder, we're going to create a folder called the providers, or let's just call it the contexts. And in here, we're going to have a file called the plan context. Now we'll make this into a TSX because we're going to export a provider out of it. We're going to start by defining the context. So let's call it the plan context and set it equal to createContext. Now again, we're going to import this from React, and the type of it is going to be plan context type. Now the option can also be undefined because initially it will be undefined. Now the type we need to define up here. We're going to set an interface called plan context type. And what we're going to return from this context is three things. We need to know if the user is a free user, which is a Boolean, if the user has a Pro plan, and if the user has the Enterprise plan. Because in those three cases, we can then make some changes to our UI or to our code based on the plan that the user has. Now, below the definition of this context, we will create the plan provider. So this will take in a plan provider props, and we have to define what that type looks like. So I'll create here an interface, and I'll call it plan provider props. And for this, we will take in children, right? Because it's a provider, so it'll be a wrapper component. So I'll say React.React node. Then it's gonna take in a has Pro plan, which is a Boolean, and a has Enterprise plan, which is a Boolean, and also a is free user, which is a Boolean. Now we can get all three of them over here. So we'll get the children, the has Pro plan, and the has Enterprise plan, and the is free user. Now let's continue building this provider, or at least start building this provider. And what we want is to return in the end a plan context.provider. Then from here, we'll render the children, and we'll just pass down the values for the provider. So we'll pass here the value, and the value will include three things. It's going to include the has Pro plan, which when we call this plan provider, we'll pass that value. It will have a has Enterprise plan, and technically we don't even need to pass a is free user through the props, because through these two values we can know if the user is a free user. So I'll pass the has Enterprise plan here, and did I write this wrong somewhere? Yeah, here I didn't put has Enterprise plan. Now the is free user is just a determination of the following. Is the user an Enterprise plan or a Pro plan? If not, then they're definitely a free user. So I'm just going to make this be equal to, is the user not a Pro plan and the user is not an Enterprise plan, then they are a free user. Now with this, we can have access to this data everywhere in our app. And an easy way for us to get access to that is to, again, create a hook similar to what we did with the Supabase provider. Remember when we made this, I'm going to copy this use Supabase so we can just not have to rewrite a bunch of code. And I'll change this to be called something like use plan. Then here we'll import the use context. We'll change this to be the plan context. And here we'll just change this to be the use plan. Now, whenever we need to have access to that context value and all of the data is from the provider, we'll call this use plan hook. Now in this layout, the whole point of why we used this layout is because now we can pass the data to the children through the plan provider. And all we have to do is just pass down whatever we get back from the has function through the has Pro plan and the has Enterprise plan. So we can pass those values. I'll pass the has pro plan first, and then I'll pass the has enterprise plan second. Now, it's given us an error because it's saying that it is missing the is free user. So that's, we've probably forgot to remove that as one of the requirements. So I'll remove that, and now we should be good to go. Now I can save this, and it seems like we get an error. Oh, okay. We need to go to our plan context over here, and we need to make this into a client component because this is obviously using a bunch of hooks and stuff. So we need to make this into a client component. Now we have our app back. Now I want to show below here this text. So to do that, we're going to come to the dashboard page, which is this one. And above here, when we get the hooks, we can now use the use plan hook. And we can get back the information of whether or not the user is a free user. Now with this Boolean, we can go to where we say your boards. It's probably, no, it's like down here. Manage. It's when we say manage your project. Yeah, down here. So below this p tag. And what we want to do is we want to add a Boolean check to see if the user is a free user. Because if they are, then we want to show this p tag that will say free plan. And then we're going to say boards.length based on how many boards the user has. And we know that the maximum amount that they can have is 1. So we're going to make this out of 1. And we'll just say boards used. Now you see, it says 2 out of 1 used, but that's unfortunate because this account, we already created 2 boards before we even had the chance to check. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete one of our boards. I'll come here and I'll delete the useless one, the one that doesn't have any data in it. And now it should say 1 out of 1 boards. Now with this, we want to prevent the user to create new boards because this free plan user now has the max amount of boards. Before we do that, let me just add some minor styling to this text. I'm going to say the text is small and the text is gray 500 and the margin top is 1. Now to prevent the user to create a new board if they are a free user and already have 1 board, we want to come up here and we want to create a Boolean that is going to match that. So up here after the filters probably, I'll create a Boolean called can create board. And literally what this Boolean is going to represent is if the user is free, so is free user, and they already have more than 1 items, more than 1 boards, then they can't. So they can create a board if they're not a free user or if they have less than 1 boards. Now, what do we do with this can create board Boolean? Well, in the handle create board function, we want to check first over here that if the user can't create a board, then we want to do something. In this case, we're actually going to show a dialog that is going to ask the user to upgrade. We don't have the dialog yet, but we can assume that we're going to have a function like this, where it's going to be a state, and we are going to set the upgrade dialog to be true. And then we need to return, or else we will create the board anyways. So let's create the state for this dialog. It's going to be called set show upgrade dialog. We're going to create it up here, below this is filter thing. And we're going to call it show upgrade dialog, and we'll put the set function. It's going to be a state, a Boolean, and initially it will be false. Now we'll go down to the really bottom of this, and we're going to make the dialog at the bottom. This is going to be the upgrade dialog. We're just going to copy the dialog. We'll just copy this because every dialog is pretty much the same for a big portion. We'll copy the header and we'll just put it over here. Then let's close the dialog content and then close the dialog. And let's set the open value to be show upgrade dialog and the set value to be set show upgrade dialog. Now this over here, we're going to change the title to say upgrade to create more boards, and we'll put like something very specific on the paragraph tag so that the users know that they have to pay. So free users can only create one board, but you can upgrade to Pro or Enterprise to create unlimited boards. Now let's see if this shows up. Now we have one board, right? And we are on the free plan. So this means that when I click create board, we should now see the pop-up for this dialog appear. And guess what? That's exactly what happens. It doesn't allow us to create a new board because we are a free user. Now, what do we want to happen if when we open this dialog? Well, we want to have a button that will take us to see all of the different plans. So below this dialog header, I'm going to have a div that is going to have two buttons. The first button is going to be for canceling, and the second button is going to be to see the new plans. So view plans. Now, when you click the cancel button, we want to set the show upgrade dialog to false. Also, we want to set this variant to be outline. Now, when you click on this one, we want to redirect the user to the pricing page, which we haven't made yet, but we're going to make it, and we want to redirect the user to that page. So how do we do that? Well, we are in a client component in Next.js, so we have access to the useRouter hook. This hook is something we can import from Next navigation, and when we call this router function, we can say router.push, and it redirects us to a specific route. More specifically, we want to be redirected to the pricing page. So we'll put pricing over here. Now we know that when I click on this and I click view plans, I get redirected to the pricing. But before we get to make that pricing page, there's a bit of styling that we can do here. Very minimal though. The first thing is I just want to put a class name here to set the display as flags. We want to justify this to the end, and the space in the X direction is going to be 4. Then we'll set a padding top to be 4, and we have a much better look. Now the rest, I don't really care. We don't have other styling that we want to do, and we just want to focus on building the pricing page. So for the pricing page, it's actually going to be pretty simple because a lot of the UI stuff is done to us by Clerk. So I'll just create a folder called pricing, and I'll create a file called page.tsx. Now in here, we're going to export default the function pricing page, and we're going to return a div. Now this is the div for the entire page, but we're going to create another div inside of another div, and I accidentally put a space here. We'll delete it. And on this third div, we're going to put the title for this page. It will be an h1 tag that will say choose your plan. We can also put a navbar at the top here. So I'll just put the navbar here just so we at least have this view. It doesn't have on this page over here, but I just think it makes sense for us to have that. So I'm adding the navbar, but we kind of want to make it look like this. So what we want to do is we add the navbar, then on this choose your plan section, we're going to below this add a p tag that will say select the perfect plan for your needs. Now you might be wondering, we have a lot of code that we have to write to get the 3 cards here with the subscribe button and all of that, right? Well, not really, because Clerk does it all for you. We're going to go down a div here, and we're just going to add another div, and Clerk has this component called pricing table. And if you make the price of a plan public, which is what we did here when we say publicly available, it means that when you call this pricing page, or not pricing page, pricing table component from Clerk Next.js, it will automatically show all of the plans appearing on your screen. Now we have to style how they are displayed in the layout, so we can do that, but all of the rest is done for us, including letting us know what our active plan is and having buttons that we can just click to actually pay for the other plan. So that's great. It does everything for us, and a lot of work is now not needed. So we'll start the styling. I'm going to make the div have a minimum height of the screen. Also, I'm setting the background to be gray 50 and the padding on the Y direction to be 12. Then this padding, to be honest, can happen actually down here. So we don't have all that annoying space on our navbar. Then in this class name, I'm setting this to be a container. And I'm also setting the margin X to be auto and the padding X to be 4. Then on this div, I just want to set the text to center and add a margin bottom of 12. So there's a lot of space in between this text and the plans. Now for the H1 tag, I'll just set the text to be huge. So 4XL. Then the font will be bold. We'll make the text be gray 900 and we'll set the margin bottom to be 4. Then for the paragraph tag, we just want to make it bigger and a slightly lighter version of gray. So I'm going to say text XL and text gray 600. Perfect. Now for the plans, there's not much we need to do, but I'm just going to set here the maximum width to be 5XL and the margin X to be auto. Great. Now we have set up the ability for us to update our plans. Let's test to see if this works. Let me try updating to the Pro plan. To upgrade to the Pro plan, it's very easy. You see, it comes directly when you're in development mode with this button over here, which allows you to pay with a TaskCard. Also, I just noticed why I completely forgot why I didn't put the navbar in this version. It kind of goes above the index because we manually set the Z index of the navbar to be 50. So yeah, it might just be easier to just remove this navbar, to be honest. I'll comment it out, but I don't really care. This page also looks great. So this is what the payment or the checkout portion looks like. So it's really easy for us to pay with the TaskCard for testing purposes. We just click on this. It's going to kind of simulate paying for us. And you can see that the payment was successful. We will receive an email saying, like I just received an email on the account that I created, my Clerk account, saying that someone paid for a Pro account with the amount that they paid. And you see that immediately it switches here to say that my account is active. Now, okay, when I click out, you see that we are still in this page. But if I switch back to this plan and then I switch back through this, you see that when I click continue, we get redirected back to the home page. Instead of being redirected back to the home page, I actually want to customize it such that when we click continue, it redirects us back to not the home page, but to the dashboard page. To do that, we can actually pass a redirect, new subscription to redirect URL, and I'll make it be the /dashboard URL. Now what happens is when I click subscribe and I click continue, we get redirected to the dashboard. Now I want to resubscribe back to the Pro plan, and again, I need to just click the continue button. So I'll click subscribe and I'll click continue and we get redirected here. Now, the most important thing is that immediately you notice that we don't have that little text that says that we are a free user. And let's test to see if we can create a board. Yes, we can. So I just created here a board and I can create more if I wanted to as well, because we are a Pro user and thus we can create multiple boards. So that's pretty much it for adding our billing. It's really quick and really simple. We can also manage our billing by going to our account. And now that we have billing enabled, we can see our subscription plan appearing over here. And it's all done for us. It has our statements, our payments, and so on. So we can close this up. And pretty much the last thing we want is just to make the homepage. Now the homepage is kind of useless for this project. This is just a landing page. That's why I'm not going to show myself writing this homepage. I already wrote it. And if you want to have the same one as mine, literally just copy and paste it. So this is it. I just pasted here the whole page. It's a bunch of like minor UI stuff that would just make this video way too longer than it needs to be. It's already pretty long, but this doesn't really add any value because you guys already know 99% of what we're doing here. So this is the landing page that it creates a beautiful landing page that allows you to create your account. And also if you log out, you can obviously log out by using this. We see that the Navbar changes. We can click sign in and log in to our account again and see that we have access to our dashboard and all of the boards that we created. Perfect. So this is basically it for the video. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like down below and comment what you want to see next. This was an incredibly long video, an incredibly long project, but it's something that you guys have been requesting for me for a very long time. Now, it is very tough to make videos like this just because it's a lot of work. And for you too, if you're watching this video up to this point, then you definitely put a lot of work into this video as well. So I want some feedback. Let me know what you think of this kind of videos. Obviously, I'm not used to doing these very long videos. And this is more of an advanced project just because of the nature of it. It's so much stuff that if you thought that I went too fast on some parts or too slow on some parts, please let me know. I'll appreciate every single feedback. If you got stuck on anything, please let me know. I know some of you guys might just get stuck with some stuff because maybe you mistyped something or you got lost in some of the class names or whatever. I'll leave the code for all of this in the description so you can check it out. Also, thank you so much, Clerk, for sponsoring this video. If you guys want to check out Clerk, the link will be in the description. Clerk obviously made this whole project possible. If I had to deal with my own authentication and also deal with Stripe and all of the billing and all of that, it would have been super annoying. So thank you so much, Clerk, for sponsoring this video. Please check them out. It helps support the channel. And yeah, that's basically it. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like down below and comment what you want to see next. And I see you guys next time.